Hey, we are streaming. Let's go to studio and see if we're connecting, and then we'll start the call. Back, re-entered encrypt. What you've just heard was the sound of my nail scratching against the microphone head. That's a good test of sound right there. It says we've got an excellent connection. Now let's start the call. And oh my God, we've got a whole load of new photographs from our dear friend T-Tank Barry. And want to call him by his real name because he deserves so much better than just being called T-Tank Barry. But we're going to protect his anonymity as we do with many others. So let's put out the call and see who responds. Okay. There we are, Aristides. Okay, let's do a screen share right away, and that way you can see something interesting, I think. Look at this. Okay, so can you see the screen share, Aristides?
Thinking just a second, okay?
Sure, take your time. No rush. Let me know when you can see the cursor moving, and then we'll see if anyone... Yeah.
Right now, I can see it small. I'm one-handing my phone. I'm doing some stuff, finishing some stuff in the kitchen, but talk on. Tell me what it's at.
Sure. What you've got is what I've got on your side. You've got two accounts. And somehow, when Marina Saren came on, they cut us like a paramecium in a biology lab, and we split. Both of us. So there's an Aristides account here and an Aristides account here. They're both active. No one else has.
I'm thinking maybe it's not two accounts. It's just two iterations of the direct message. So let me check on that, and we'll move on.
I mean, whatever it is, I'm not quite sure what we can do about it, but I'll let you know no one else has it. No one else has it. No one else has it on my end, but
not
you.
Two accounts, because I'm accessing them both at the same time, from the same account. It's not two accounts. It's just like two separate. We should just delete one.
Jesus, that's too scary. What about, so long as we're functioning, just be aware of it. What about, on your end, you had the same thing with me. So obviously, so long as we're aware of it and it doesn't seem to interfere with our ability to produce, if it starts interfering with our ability to produce, we'll delete one on each side.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah.
I will. I'm not even at the computer.
Okay. Yeah. But just so you can be aware of it, I'll also send you a shot. I'll send you a screenshot of it just so that
I believe you.
Well, since I took the trouble to take the screenshot, I might as well send it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
but all such being said, looks like it's just you and me. How much time do you need before you do the blurb?
Maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, take your time. No rush.
I'll wash my.
Yeah. Okay, take your time. No rush. And in the interim, I'll hold the fort and just introduce everybody to the fact that it's the Douglas Dietrich Aristides show right now. We're going to do our best to accommodate all of you with our own limited capacity. Let me upload from this device and see what kind of effect that has. We're going to try uploading. Okay, so then we need to go to the right file and press the ARI button. ARI, there we are, ARI accounts. And press that, and then we wait for that to load, and we press enter. Okay, enter. There we are, area accounts, and we're going to do the same thing with his other account, and or maybe it will just become one account now. Maybe it will.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah,
well, I'm sending it to both accounts because that should be interesting as to see how that winds up on your side. That way it will help us to kind of navigate exactly what is happening. So
right now I'm not looking at it as a game killer.
Yeah, right. And oh no. It's
be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I have bigger problems in my life.
I hope you don't mind my laughing at that. That sounds like an attempt at levity. I'll take it as such. Or am I wrong on that? Or is there something cataclysmic going on? I hope not. Yeah.
It's just mostly my humor.
Okay. Well,
You know,
Yeah, we'll speak of it privately.
in
But
other words, it's not a big deal.
okay,
In other
okay.
words,
Thank you, thank you. No, I mean it's good to hear that. And
all right. Now,
yeah,
sitting down here.
yeah.
And, all right, let me do that.
So I sent the file to both accounts, and that's interesting because both accounts seem to have taken it, which means it's almost, well, basically, just so you know, our man Brendan Zoget feels that it's an occult attempt to literally divide us. So you and I mean you and I specifically.
Yeah, let me see. Wait. When did this start? Let me see.
At any rate, take your time.
Let me eyeball them, and
Like you said, it's not an immediate issue. So long as we're functioning right now, we can always deal with this after the show. So it's like you said.
one of them has a lot less. Starts March 22nd.
Okay.
Has barely anything in it. Like literally only one page of shit. And I said we just nab that one.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, all right. But we'll come back to this. Let's do the thing. Yeah.
All right. So I'll do the same on my end with some adult supervision. So thank you for that. Yeah. Go
Okay.
on.
Oh, you want to do that now, or want to just get out of the way now?
Oh, fuck. I wouldn't know how to do it on my end. What are you?
Let me see. Yeah. Wait. The one here. Let me see. Is there? It may. Okay. Let me check something because. All right. I may have an answer.
Okay.
So you're the one who always wants to kind of, jump to the bad answer, and I'm always the one who's like, maybe there's a mundane explanation for this. It's like, what do you call that? Like when two detectives or like somebody, it's not like good cop, bad cop, but it's like.
No, I get it. The different approaches to shall we say, a kind of balanced procedural approach from either end. One does one end, one does the other. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to see if it had to do with my other, like my work account, like maybe it moved it over from there, but I don't think so.
Well, that wouldn't explain what happened on my end.
So,
yeah.
And then this one.
Okay. So our numbers are increasing, by the way, and I want to welcome everybody aboard and hope you're all enjoying this incredible technical exchange between Aristides and myself, because as he says, this is not necessarily some kind of game killer, but it's like it certainly
It seemed to happen around March 22nd. I don't know why.
March 22nd. That's weird.
Yeah. The smaller one, the one with almost nothing in it, if I scroll up, it only goes back to March 22nd. So, you know what? Okay, all right. Delete.
Okay. Great.
Okay, well, it looks like it's fixed for me. Let's see if it disappeared for you. I don't know if there was a on your end option or not.
No, none that I could see. None that I could see, because to me...
Well, there's two anymore.
Yeah, okay. We'll see if there's two appearing on your end. Yeah.
Just deleted from my end, so...
Yeah. And I thank you for that. Bless you.
Yep.
Thank you for taking that effort.
But it may not be, depending on different services and apps. Sometimes it's deleted on your end, and sometimes not. You know what I mean? So
understood.
Just delete for both. Yeah. All right. So moving on. Okay. That was a big deal about a pretty small thing.
Hey, actually,
in my, it's like the X-Files, right? With Mulder's voice, it's aliens, man, it's aliens. So there's like, oh no, the chemical plant down the road, just Right.
No,
right.
perfect. Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
okay. The blurb.
Yes, the blurb. Are you in the headspace for it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Get me now while I'm in a good headspace. Okay. You can do along with me. As soon as you get to the program window, hit the thumbs up vote right there. Let's see. It just went from 8 to 9 for me. Well, if I refresh, that may be different. And so hit that upvote. It's very important for the algorithm purposes. That helps. Generally. A good reading will help Douglas be suggested on search or suggested on a sidebar, suggestions or just more easily, or come up higher in search results. I think that's probably pretty important for certain terms. And there are those who put the downvotes or against Douglas, and maybe with automated methods that may be corrected later, but in the meantime, it just kind of knocks him down and hurts his ability to be found. So do that. Hit that upvote. That's a long way of saying hit that upvote. Like and subscribe, as they say, right? Like,
yeah.
Make sure you're subscribed there. You might have been before. Just double check that it didn't come off. Turn on the notification bell so that it will put up a handy pop-up that whether it's on time or not. If something else happens, that's a good way to know. Good reminder. So do all that. Also in terms of, let's see, upvotes. Oh, you need an account to do all this stuff. It won't let you do it unless you're signed in to an account. So make one, find the one you have, log back in, or just be logged in. And once you do that, also, so during the program, there's the chat there, the live chat, but then after it's live, it converts to a regular video. There will be comments enabled underneath the window. Douglas will put a pinned comment there with this crucial information. Please like that. And this is the time where I go check if I did that. Usually I don't, more often than not. Yeah, because I actually listened. That one was so short. I actually listened live to the whole thing and didn't have to go back.
Yeah.
So yeah, hit that one. That was with the wonderful Rena Saren, and hope she comes back.
Yes.
Get in touch. And also any other positive comments, upvote them so they don't similarly by algorithm get disappeared. So, okay, do all that stuff, and if you have an account, also you could do just general additional regular upvotes or whatever upvotes. Under your account, you can make channels on your main account, and each of those is capable of its own upvoting. And you don't have to put it; you can just make dummy channels. Okay, let's put it that way. So you can switch between and do. I just did a second upvote there, so excellent. Easy enough. That's what, very easy. It sounds complicated, but it's easy. So do all that. You can also grab the YouTube.com link or similar out of the bar. Copy, paste. That will stay the same after it's live. You can share it, post it, record it. In file. Write it on the bathroom and the wall of the bathroom stall. Better yet, use one of those handy QR code generators for it, and then stick that on the bathroom stall.
Yes.
Nobody's, people are not going to hand type things. Like, if I can't just point and click, oh no, oh man, I know I can't put myself out. It's not that. No. Or if you're right. Oh yeah. So, okay, yeah. You can grab that. You can also, if so inclined, technically, you can download the programs. If you're kind of new to that, you can download free programs to do that. You can look into it and re-upload them to any channels you might have and get them out there, copy. So do all that, and now let's get to the actually most important thing: money.
Yes.
Let me put the PayPal link in there. So yeah, very easy to find him on PayPal, PayPal.com. You'll get there. You just type in a computer anywhere, you get there. His PayPal is Douglas D. Dietrich. It's also indicated on the thumbnail of the program, or if you search his first and last, you should get there. So I put that in the chat. Please find it. Try to keep it, keep pasting it in there occasionally. Keep it visible. If it's not visible, you can't find it, you're just listening to audio. PayPal, Douglas D. Dietrich, or just type in his first and last, and you should get there. Send him everything you can.
Thank you. Yes.
Reasonably, everything you can reasonably for a donation. Don't vote on, groceries or loved ones, but, forgo one of your senseless, what do I call it? Discretionary, expenditures.
Indulgences. Yeah.
Yeah, right. This time, and send him some money, 20, 50, more. Please do that. Let's just, we'll just order, just goddamn do it right now. And that'd be much appreciated. What else? Yeah, where is it in the month? It's early in the month, so it's hard to say how you're gonna do. Yeah, that. I think that's basically it, right?
Yeah, it's as best as yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, when it's not live, you're listening to the replay on the computer. I can right-click at a certain while it's playing. If you right-click on the screen, it'll have an option to generate a link at that timestamp to send somebody to bring them directly to that subject matter. So there's that. I think that's pretty handy. So
Yes.
all right, there you go.
Yes, very, very much so. I think that's beyond beautiful, and you're the best. I want everyone to know that we've already had a response thanks to our dear man Aristides and his incredible emphasis on the urgency of the matter. It's more urgent this month than it's ever been before because, as I said, we were going to come to a crunch month, and this is that month. So basically, until the latest donation, which just came in right now, we're going to see if this lady is asking for an anonymity or not. So she says, "See you, drag," with a wonderful smiley face emoji. So she doesn't appear to be asking for anonymity. So I will name her as a contributor. Claudia Romberg has contributed 100 United States dollars. So that's, Goddess bless her, and I love her dearly, and thank you so much for that. Love you too, dear Vicky, in the chat. Love you, baby, and thank you for joining us. Hugs to everybody in the chat. Otherwise, the incredible gentlemen who are participating. T-Take Berry, of course. Vril is our man Aristides, our production engineer. And, of course, there's IN2-JPN. So, welcome aboard. And hopefully you see my message to all of you, each and every one of you individually in the chat. So the 100 United States dollars is incredibly helpful. You have no idea how helpful. So this month we need to assume that everything I have right now in my wallet is geared towards supplies, and that we're going to need to raise just basically all of my rent money, which is going to be $930, something stupid, 940 odd bucks when you include the cost of the money order. So it's a 940 something bucks, and I have to get the money order because that's what gives me a receipt in case the landlord ever neglects to give me a receipt, either by malice or incompetence. That's a horrible thing to say about anybody, but of course you have to trust but verify, as Ronald Reagan said, when you're dealing with anybody on a business level. And the reason that this happened is because of a certain thing that I have to do this month that I've been planning for a long time. And as that comes to a culmination, then this cost has come up that was inevitable and necessary. And the whole thing is, shall we say, very, as always, it's frightening. It's frightening. I'm always just inches away from the street, from the curb of the street. My home, of course, and the curb of the street are not that far apart. And you can count that as the span of space that I am from the phenomenon of being on the street. So just remember that and contribute everything you can, because we certainly need it this month. So we've already got $100 towards that. So basically we need $800 more plus. Just to be safe, $800. $800 is a good round number to assume, and we're going to work towards that as the month progresses. Obviously 900 just to play it safe, so that I have money for the money order as well, because it's over 900. Basically I'm paying almost $1,000 a month in rent to live in San Francisco in a crypt. And that's so I want to emphasize that IN2-JPN has two comments in the chat. Vicky Johnson has her prayer hands up, and that's appreciated. Love you, Vicky. And let me give her some kisses there to respond to her wonderfulness. As for IN2-JPN's second comment, it's hard not to take that as trolling, really. It's like it's just okay. Where does one come up with a question like that? It's like, Douglas, what is your opinion on cock rings? It's like, I mean, dude, really? Really? It's like, why would it even matter what my opinion? I don't have one. I never think about them. How's that? And perhaps you should seek counseling on the fact that there's such an issue for you. It's not a negative thing to say. Why would that come up? It's like he says, "Oh, sorry." I mean, hey, yeah, it's just not something to think of. He does say, however, on a positive scale, he says, "I have had some of the best luck of my life after donating to DDD. No joke. I can't emphasize it further. Glaze DDT with money and reap the benefits." I like the term glaze. That's cute. Okay, yeah. So Vicky says weird. Thank you, Vicky. Yes, and so here we are. Kisses at Vicky, and got that up there in the chat. And now that I've loaded that, we've got a good number of people listening, and we're going to do our best to basically hang on until George Knight shows up. Because, again, after returning from a very involved weekend, I'm decompressing, and I'm not really into it. into hosting tonight's transmission. I'm here. I'll do my best. And he says, "We're a family here." Thank you. Yes. So I'll give him a nice upvote for that. We'll say that. Yes, incubate. Yes, and incubate. And of course, the kind of family is maybe something that counts. Like it might be some would parallel us, I suppose, in a metaphorical sense, to the Manson family. Due to some participants that we've had. Hopefully that phase is past. But there's always echoes. Such being said, T-Take Berry has been traveling a lot. I look forward to some of the stories behind his travels. There is a mutant fish he captured. I have no idea whether it was marked or whether that's netting, but it's got red. And I swear to God, so far as I know, there's very, very few fish on Earth that bleed red. So he either captured an enormous mutant fish that's bleeding red, or it looks like it's got a lot of meat on its bones. Flesh on its bones, whatever you would use as a term for a fish. I'm not sure I'd want to eat it unless I knew more about it. But it looks beautiful. Looks like quite the catch. And so if only I could share that photo with everyone. He's also got 3 skulls in a glass case at some place he was visiting. Incredible. As a matter of fact, I'm impressed that T-Take Berry fishes. I'm assuming that's him fishing. Otherwise, what would be the purpose for the photograph? But this is something new. I had no idea he, fished. That's a interesting skill, and the fact that he caught something. I mean, that's incredible. If I were fishing, I wouldn't catch anything because, first off, I wouldn't be into it. But other than that, we have and Incubate says I do a lot of LSD, so thank you for sharing that. Yes. So he says 90 to 95% of fish bleed red. Incubate says, really? I had no idea. I mean, that's like I mean, wow. I don't think so. Do fish bleed red? Let's look that up. This is where I'm at right now. Really, it's like I'm awake. I'm here. I'm just not into it. I had to take a few hours nap when I came home. I came home early so I could take a few hours nap. Came home to some really weird electronic interference on my phone. Phone said that first off, before I left, could be just an app trying to kick in, but I haven't, tried to upload any apps. I keep getting the message on my cell phone that I've got 29 apps I need to upload, and I never do it. But at any rate, I couldn't charge it before I left. So it says, yes, fish bleed red. Holy shit, yes. So, like other vertebrates, fish have blood that contains hemoglobin, a protein that carries oxygen and gives blood its red color, while the blood of some fish can be darker, a more maroon shade due to varying hemoglobin concentrations. The fundamental composition and color are the same as in other animals. Wow. Learn something new every day. Yeah, just, well, it's sad that fish bleed. It makes them more identifiable, or what would you say? Sad that they bleed red. It makes them more empathetic and more difficult to, well, I don't know. I still eat everything. At any rate, T. Takeberry says, you owe it to you. Support Douglas Duane. Show up. You owe up. So T. Takeberry says, I can only gloat, not a fisherman. So Vicky says, oh wow, okay. Yeah, there we go. So that's good. So all of that being said now, let's see who else may have joined us, because somebody might have, and they're just being sadistic and lurking. But no, it's just Ari and myself. Anyhow, Aristides, you were really magnificent when we were working with Marina, and I want to just thank you so much for your incredible compassion and your
Sure. I mean, I barely talk as usual, of course, and I guess rightly so. It's, Brendan that should be giving her the advice on the topics that he did, and what am I going to say? Like, hey, glad you're here. You're great.
yeah, it is great.
Which is important. It is important, especially when somebody's having a bad time. So.
That's right. And thank you for that. So we've got these logs that. So now the question is whether our man was logging. I'm seeing actual felled trees. I'm not referring to someone's bowel movement. We have a excellent model of cars. I don't know if these are in his collection or if these are cars that he found intriguing and took photographs of. This one looks like that last photograph, Aristides. Does that look like a hybrid to you? I mean, because it looks like that's one of those hybrid type grills, right? Am I right on there?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it at this moment. Let me get back to that.
Okay, not important. I mean, at your leisure. At your leisure. Not urgent, I mean to say. So all that being said, I'll try and live up to my responsibilities here and try to sound like I love everybody and I'm happy to be here. But believe me, it's hard. I just want to be back where I was and coming home into this environment, and of course having spent as much as I did on something that I had to. We'll speak more about that as time progresses. Forgive me, I'm going to yawn. I'm trying to wake myself up, get into it. And it'll be best when I start interacting with people and they start bringing up things for me to go off on. Once I've got something I could go off on, then we're probably more into the zone. And but I'm not quite sure. We could safely assume in the past that everyone really was here to hear me monologue. That still is probably the case. And but I hope everyone also understands that in certain phases of my life, it's kind of like, sex. It's really just I'm highly sexualized, having been hypersexualized as a child. So coming into that awareness, that's my go-to parallel. And it's kind of like that in the sense of, there's only enough blood in the body to fill one head at a time. And the moment it's in one head, the other goes down or goes flaccid or stops working. And it's one of the reasons why we wind up in odd situations or not necessarily the most ideal situations. It's usually the little head leading the big head, at least for men. And as a result, most men wind up in essentially, generally unhappy lives where they've wound up in relationships where they're living up to their responsibilities as men, which I suppose is positive, and fathering the children they produce. I guess that's a good thing. It still strikes me as a generally unhappy life. From what I hear from the men themselves, seriously. That having been articulated, it's like that for me intellectually as well, where I've been contributing a lot of my energy, gladly so, excitedly so, to writing a lot of essays. Right now, still working on the essay on Transnistria. I have completed a difficult part of the essay in general. I'm not really satisfied with it just yet, but we'll probably tweak it a little more. And that had to do with the Tesla aspect, because Tesla and how the space tyrant of Transnistria came into being, well, they're really intimately connected. And now I have to do the results of what Tesla did. I have to articulate that, and that has to do with the Tunguska event and how the Soviet government became very involved with psychic research because of the Tunguska event, a connection most people don't historically know about. So with that, of course, anything to do with the Soviet Union, if you're going to write a history on the Soviet Union, you're writing a history of the KGB, or its intelligence services that ultimately led to the KGB. First the OGPU, then followed by the NKVD, and then it was KGB. So you've got three major phases of intelligence service, which are domestic as well as foreign, and they consume the Soviet Union. This is like, no history of the Soviet Union is possible without intensive study of that. And of course, I have to articulate, at least as succinctly as possible, the development of those intelligence agencies, and the context in which the Tunguska event occurred was in the first phase of those three intelligence agencies, the OGPU. So obviously this is detailed work, and I want to get it right, do it right, and so I'm taking my time with it, and just getting all my ducks in a row with that. So I'm writing it, and the work is progressing, and it will be done. And as a matter of fact, because I'm focused on it, it'll get done a lot faster than what I was doing with George Knight, which was about the planet TAIWAN, or TAIWAN, which is the planet that crashed into Earth and essentially created the Earth, because without our moon, we would not have life. The only reason that Earth has life is, aside, well, there's infinite reasons why we have life. All of it going back to a divine intervention, really, because nothing else can explain it, really. When you scientifically look at the impossibility of life on Earth, it's why there is no life elsewhere in the universe, though it has developed elsewhere in this solar system, but for reasons that are a lot more complicated than people understand, in a general sense, because people don't really understand the complexity of life itself, and they don't understand the complexity of the situations out of which it arises. So understand that TAIWAN was in the habitable zone before Earth was. And because TAIWAN was in the... I see that Aaron Tice is entering something. So I'm just going to take a quick look at this and then invite him to join us for at least as long as he can. Here we are. Oh, thank you. I'll not read that out loud unless he brings it up himself. But yeah, that does look, yeah, that's, how would I say it? This is important. It's important. So actually I can read that out loud because I've discussed this before. This is the Colombian genocide. Just found this. $3,000 on Amazon and more elsewhere. This seems to be the PDF. Holy fucking shit. Download that PDF, Aristides. That's more valuable than gold. So the title of the book is New World Jewry, as in Judaism, Jewish peoples. New World Jewry, 1493 to 1825. Requiem for the Forgotten by Seymour B. Liebman, or Lifeman. Liebman. And even though it says zlib.org, it actually has official government and church attitudes toward the Jews, abetted and encouraged by large segments of the population, have resulted in a history which is, well, let's see if there's further summary here. Yes, here we are. Have resulted in a history which is colorful, dramatic, and profoundly tragic. Discrimination, persecution, and death have been the tolls paid by the descendants of Abraham for fulfilling their covenant with God. So this appears to be a very sympathetic book, and it's by zlib.org, which I would presume would stand for ZionistLiberation.org. So this is actually a Judeophiliac work. It says, in every time and era, the non-Jewish world has rationalized its treatment of Jews through the use of fear, prejudice, and superstition. The history of Jews in Latin America, which began in the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking world of Europe, is a story of Jewish perseverance, ingenuity, courage, and sustaining faith despite inquisitorial hounding. The flames of the autos da fe, that's the plurality of auto da fe, burning pyres of people, have long since been quenched, but the embers of ignorance, superstition, and prejudice are still smoldering in many parts of the Spanish-speaking world. The more rural and illiterate the population, the more common are the old beliefs. So all I can say is, how can you say that when the most rural, or the more rural, and the more illiterate our population is in North America, the more they worship the Jews as God, as basically the stand-in for God. They believe them to be the descendants of Abraham, which of course is not that's Antichrist. That's an Antichrist belief system, because the idea of Christianity itself is that the covenant of God is with everyone, and is essentially a rebuke of the Jewish people. So if you're going to be Christian, you are going to be essentially, by the very nature of your faith, unless you're Antichrist, you're going to be antithetical to the Jewish people who killed Christ, because Christ was and is the Jewish Antichrist, as far as the Jews are concerned. So that's, with that being the logic in Europe for thousands of years, that's what carried over to the New World. And for the longest period of time, Jewish people were exceptionally anti-Christian, yet somehow turned the tables. Well, I can tell you it's not somehow. There's nothing vague about it. This was done through the Scofield Bible. And it came from an individual named Scofield, who rewrote the Bible with Oxford propagandists. And they essentially recreated the evangelical Christian belief system in the image of Judaism, so that the Christians would worship the Jew as the stand-in for God. None of this is quote-unquote anti-Semitic or Judeophobic, because it's simply factual. So you cannot, once you understand the horror of the Scofield Bible, you are basically left with a reality that you would never use let's just put it this way, the Scofield Bible. When it comes to the King James Version, that's different, because the King James Bible is the Bible of the Church of England, which has its own politics and has to do with King Henry VIII, and it was like, that was their version of Brexit, because in the times that happened, Europe was just coming into a concept of nationalism, and as I've said before, for the majority of time in human history, there was no such thing as Europe. And when people began to develop a cognizant sense of identity, the closest concept that they had to Europe was Christendom. Long before there was a Europe, It was Christianity that you identified with, and Europe was the faith. Europe is no longer the faith, but that may change. We will see what happens. But certainly Europe was the faith for the longest period of time. It was the majority of history as we know it. Written history as we know it, I should say. Now, then what happened? Just getting a notification for tomorrow's weather, partly sunny. Okay, so that's a relief. At any rate, we have, how would we say this? Along came, what the fuck was his first name? I'm trying to remember Scofield's first name. I'm sure we could look it up. But basically, what happened was we got Scofield's hyper-Zionists came along. And that was not something organic. That was conspired. They created the useful idiots of Talmudic Judaism. The majority of so-called fundamental Baptists today, along with multiplied millions of Pentecostals and mainstream evangelical Christians, have literally converted to Antichrist. They're deceived by the false doctrines of dispensationalism that's taught in the study notes of the Scofield Reference Bible into serving as useful idiots of Antichrist. Talmudic Judaism and its radically racist, genocidal Zionist agenda, which is happening right in front of our eyes today, where the Jewish people can, with impunity, with brazen sadism, with absolute mass murderous, demonic glee, exterminate a race in front of the world and claim to be victims doing the work of your God. Nothing could be further from the truth. All of this integral to the agenda to destroy biblical Christianity and the message of the cross, which, if you're a Christian, you should take far more seriously than even the genocide of an ethnos in Palestine. So, the message of the Scofield Bible, or the Scofield Reference Bible as it's called, is that all such hyper-Zionists, they, I would say that if you're a true Christian, your message would be to call all such hyper-Zionists to repentance and promote a more balanced Christianity. Not any form of Christian Zionism, but a Christianity that would, if I had to get really, I've never done this before because it's just too inflammatory, but really, people would respond to a call for genocide with a righteous rage, and perhaps they would be right to do so. This actually provokes something worse, a worse response. People really get pissed about this. But yeah, if you were to practice a true Christianity, you would reject the multi-gospel and dual covenant heresy of dispensationalism, along with all of its warmongering for Israel and the provision of chosen people status for unbelieving Jews. So that's, that drives people to send bombs. Just saying that, believe it or not. That drives people to set up burning crosses at your door. At any rate, when you consider the Scofield Bible, while I'm on the subject, brought up by Aaron Tice, it's the Christo̵žionist Manifesto. It's the Das Kapital of Christo̵žionism. It's brainwashed Christians to worship Israel. It's a single Bible from 1909. 1909. 1 year after the Tunguska event that reshaped Russian history. But wasn't known to reshape it until the Soviet era when they first began to seriously investigate the Tunguska event with a follow-up investigation. I'm not talking about the original investigations. Certainly there were original investigations of the Tunguska event, but the Soviet Union conducted a follow-up investigation that was, again, the province of its intelligence agencies. But think about that. In 1908, the Tunguska event took place, which was, per Soviet conclusion, what led to a massive genetic change, a massive genetic mutation, a permutation of their DNA as we would perceive it today. They didn't understand that back then. Certainly not in the Soviet Union. But they knew that it had mechanically restructured their cellular nature to the extent that they began to produce more and more people with what we would call psychic talents. So they began to create an entire department or multiple departments to harness this psychic talent labor pool that then became a standard part of their operational procedure in operating against other nations, and still does today under the Russian successor state to the KGB, the FSB, or the Federal Security Bureau, one of the few Russian acronyms that actually transliterates into a Latin acronym, exactly as the Romanization of the Russian acronym stands. In other words, from Russian you get the Cyrillic, then you get the Romanization, then you get a Latinization or a literal English anglicization of its components. Federal Security Bureau in Russia, even in the Russian language, comes out to FSB as it does in English, FSB. And that's the successor to the KGB. It's basically the KGB. Just like KGB was NKVD and OGPU before then. But just as they still harness psychic people in a effort that they call massing, which they learned from the Chinese, who call psychic functions EHF, or extra human functions, or extraordinary human functions. Either extraordinary human functions or extra human, meaning if the person is no longer human and they have talents that would not be viable or manifest in a human being, meaning that they've been hypermutated or enhanced by cybernetics to a degree that they can no longer be considered human, it integrated into a machine or something of that nature, then you have just extra humanic functions, EHF, as opposed to, or they'd simply use EF for that, as opposed to EHF for extraordinary human functions, is the Chinese term, the mainland communized Chinese term. In Russia, of course, they use the old Greek term psi, but from the communist Chinese, they learned the term and the technique of massing. And by massing, you put a lot of psychic talents together to impact the world around you. And that's what the Russians are doing with their propaganda efforts in the United States and their control among other levers of control. It's one of their levers of control over Donald Trump. This is per their belief system. I am articulating this. This is not, articulation, by the way, is not advocacy. That means that what I articulate, I don't necessarily believe, though in this case, I will assure you that it's quite true. But when it comes to most people, they have an incredible ignorance where they think that just because I'm articulating something that I'm advocating it or that I believe it. I could articulate, for instance, the concept of a flat earth, but I do not personally believe it. But I do deal with many people who do. And I deal with many people, for instance, who are anti-vaccine, even though I myself am pro-vaccine. I've also articulated, incidents of mass disaster that have occurred with misapplications thereof. We won't get any further because my description of those incidents has resulted in the shows being taken down in the past, which is incredibly ironic. By the way, again, cannot overemphasize that what Aaron Tice found is a pro-Jewish, or what I would call a Judeophile, or even Judeophiliac book as a work, as opposed to something that would, well, portray it otherwise. Again, back to, we've covered a bit of the psychic doctrine here, protocol, as it's called in the former Soviet Union. The term used for application or harnessing of psychic power was protocol, with a K, KOL, protocol, PROTOKOL, protocol. That would be applied as a generic for harnessing psychic energy. At any rate, that happened in 1908, or the starting point for it happened with the Tunguska event. In the American sense, it was the Scofield Bible, and that ultimately enslaved or slave-circuited America to the Russian Empire through this perverted Antichrist theology. So it reshaped this single Bible from 1909, reshaped American politics. Forget religion. It reshaped American politics forever. So when you dive into the shocking origins of Christian Zionism, this apocalyptically powerful, there's no exaggeration there, this is an apocalyptically powerful but rarely understood force, and it drives American imperial policy. All American imperial policy, or what you would call United States foreign policy for the uninitiated, is based on this. And the center of it all was this charlatan, this, I remember his first name now, this miscreant criminal named Cyrus, and actually its correct pronunciation would be like with David Koresh of Branch Davidian. They misspell his name as Koresh. You could say they spell it correctly, but that's a Romanization of the Persian language Koresh, as in Koresh the Great, who was known for persecuting the Jews. And yet God of the Bible, the biblical God, said, basically, Koresh is my great friend for kicking Jewish ass. Which, because the God of the Bible has always got his foot up the Jews' ass and is and really hates them. I mean, he took Moses and deformed him, defaced him, gave him horns. Seriously, this is all canonical. If you were speaking of a work of literature, all of this is on record as what happened. It's the God doesn't like his quote unquote chosen people, so that's something to be taken into consideration. And this is the biblical God, Old Testament and New. He's always seeking to punish them. Anyhow, we've got a file sent by Aristides, New World Jewry. Okay, I'll heart that. Again, just remember, there's nothing you're going to learn from here except facts of Jewish people in the Western Hemisphere. You're not going to learn anything that will particularly enlighten you. But it's simply the fact that most people don't even know there was an enormous Jewish presence in the Western Hemisphere, that they came with Columbus. So that's probably why the book is worth more than its weight in gold. It's just for that fact alone. It gives a pronounced history of the Jewish presence in the Columbian genocide, which of course then it's your job to help people understand that's all linked to Christopher Columbus, who was himself a Jew, who then in his practice of Zionism proceeded to exterminate the entire Native American population. He started the process that would wind up with their effective extermination. 127 million people dead from pole to pole, from the North Pole to the South Pole in the Western Hemisphere. The greatest genocide in history, which is now continuing in Palestine. Again, all part of a Jewish tradition of mass murder that if you ask why people are persecuting them, and you think it's just based on some form of ignorance, take into account the fact that these people were living through a Jewish Holocaust against them, and they're acting in self-defense. So it's like I said, when it comes to my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, what was he dealing with? He was dealing with the brutal genocide of the German people, the Morgenthau Plan, that planned to exterminate 30 million Germans. And that was the American war plan, as officially articulated. And Hitler, of course, responded by, well, doing his best to cleanse Europe of its Jewry, its Judaic population, in defense. This was a race war that was being fought in World War II. And if you don't see it in that context, you're not seeing it at all. It's like, and again, people get very reactionary and violent over understanding the concept of race war when America suffered this in an extreme sense with the American Civil War between the states for rights. When you take a look at the American Civil War between the states for rights, and I'll meander back to the Scofield Bible. Again, remember, I'm not really into it tonight. I'm just doing the best that I can because who the hell would want to come back from where I was at? It was Taiwanese Father's Day, and again, first time tonight, I'll emphasize the fact that I am getting questions, of course, about the image in thumbnail of live stream. And that's myself with a prostitute during Taiwan Father's Day in particular. My son hires an escort for me. And we had, obviously, other things that we were tending to as well, responsibilities for my teaching the Blood Boys and the like. And here we are. Let's see now. Douglas Marks says, good afternoon, everyone on Team Dietrich, and high praise for your team leader. Thank you so much, Douglas Marks. You've always been incredibly generous. Vicky Johnson says, full moon tonight, which means Incubate is probably on a roll. He says, have you considered leaving San Francisco? It's one of the most expensive places to live on Earth. Would you be happier in Bali or Japan? He says, our ties to the Irish and Caribbean, the invention of rum and whatnot would be cool. Well, I believe he's on a different train of thought based on the subjects that I was turning towards. Let me welcome, of course, our dear Douglas Marks, and get back on to talking about the Scofield Bible. But I was taking a turn with what was I getting into there just before the Scofield Bible? I was talking about the American Civil War. Okay, and so I've articulated this many times before. It cannot be articulated enough. People just don't get it. Again, people have... now, I just entered a message here. Let's see if this showed up. Okay. Oh, yeah, boy, that was brilliant of me. It shows how... let's remove that comment and put hugs at Douglas Marks. Oh, that was it. Because Douglas Marks, and then it interpreted it interpreted it as Douglas Dietrich as opposed to Douglas Marks. So let's try this again. Hugs at Douglas Marks. There we are. Now we got it. Okay. So with the American Civil War between the states for rights, understand that the black population of chattel slaves at that point in history had very little power to decide its own destiny. The best that could be done was for freemen, black freemen, to advocate relentlessly for abolitionism, which had an enormous impact on Northern political ideology, or the non-slave states, And they then signed up in black units, segregated units, that enabled them to participate in waging their war against the South. This is, of course, not to be discounted, but it's not political. By that I mean it's highly political in the sense of what the South considered a subversive ideology, but it's not impacting the politics of America in the sense that this leads to white integration or acceptance or any sense of radical restructuring of American concepts of race, which believed themselves to be the whites majority under Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln specifically stated on record that the black is inferior and separate from the white and must always remain inferior and separate from the white. The only interest in the North in abolitionism was as a way to destroy the South. In other words, the entire Southern economy is dependent on chattel slavery. They wanted to annihilate the South. Well, the answer is free the slaves. And then, had Abraham Lincoln survived, he would have mass deported them. He began that process while he was alive. That is how a nation state came into being called Liberia. Which, all of this is so turgid. I go over this so many times, and yet I do hope people absorb it and do spread the word on this. And it's almost impossible to do so because history is complex, and people don't have time to hear history. They want to hear something that's a soundbite, but I'm sorry, history is complicated and requires an entire context. So Liberia is important, now that I brought it up, to understand that put it this way, every black person in the United States today owes your existence as a United States citizen to a Confederate States soldier who blew Lincoln's brains out. If I am tempted to call him Lee Harvey Oswald, but it's John Wilkes Booth. They all have three names. All assassins have three names, and they always name them by three names. It's a product of the MK Ultra programs that produce them. At any rate, and that goes back to John Wilkes Booth, believe me. At any rate, John Wilkes Booth, who was an actor by profession, was also a Confederate States soldier, indeed possibly an officer. I'd have to look that up. But he blew Lincoln's brains out, and that stopped the mass deportation that had already created Liberia. And under Lincoln's specific orders, they weren't just deporting blacks, they were deporting any white woman who slept with them. So there are blacks in Liberia who have white in their bloodline, and visibly so. They have the caramel coffee or cream look to them, and are the mocha people, as they call them over there. They also speak English as their official language. They use the United States dollar as their official currency. They have the American flag with 13 stripes, but only a single star, implying that they are the bastard stepchild state of the United States that was never accepted into union, which they should have been because they're America's all-black English-speaking state. Now, they speak the president's English, meaning American English, as opposed to Sierra Leone, which is their neighbor, which was a biological toxic landfill where the British dumped all their biological waste, as they considered it. It as their spent slaves, or the slaves they no longer wanted after they freed them. So, obviously, the British had more options, and they dumped a bunch of them in the Caribbean, they dumped them in Belize, they dumped them everywhere. But one place where they exclusively dumped freed slaves was Sierra Leone, which speaks the King's English. There they speak British English. So Sierra Leone and Liberia are two neighbors on the coast of Africa, right on the bleeding edge of the Atlantic, where they could fall into the sea. And these two nation states both speak English, one speaking British English, one speaking American English. And in the old days, when they dumped them there, they would call it the King's English and the President's English. And I don't know if they like each other, but I do know one thing. The American descended nation is hell on earth. It's a cesspit of... There's no describing it. It's the warlords are cannibal drag queens. You can look this up. I couldn't make this up. The cannibal drag queens are the warlords who rule Liberia. It wasn't always like that. The Americans made it that way rather than accept it as the 51st state in union, because for the longest period of time, Liberia was one of the best places in Africa. Seriously, it was like they made a living off of producing illegal, or legal for them, but illegal in the United States. They were collector stamps and currency. In other words, you couldn't produce the coin or stamp in America of a living person, a celebrity or a president or such. The Liberians would do that. So the Liberians would produce collector's coins, numismatic coins, or collector stamps that you couldn't get in the United States of living celebrities or living presidents and the like. And collectors would buy them. And that was a major industry in Liberia. Now, it has no industry. It's zombie land. And the Americans keep infecting it with Ebola and various diseases that don't even occur there. They occur in or develop in the Democratic Congo, but the Americans bring the diseases and unleash them through primates that they have on islands where they breed the diseases in primates that can then transfer to human primates from the lower primates. You can look all of this up. This is not conspiracy theory. Literally, you can find videos about this on YouTube that are quite well-sourced from reputable sources that will tell you about the primate islands off Liberia where they breed diseases in monkeys simply to unleash them on the mainland and wipe out the Liberians. This is America's Palestine, only you never hear of it. Well, the president of Liberia visited Trump recently. You can look that up. And President Trump said, "Hey, for a nigger from Africa, you speak really good English." That was his idea of a compliment. Of course, English is the specifically American English, or the president's English is the specific language of Liberia. So that's like, again, it shows his ignorance. Your president knows nothing about this. Anyhow, Douglas Marks says, "Hey, Douglas, the definition of freedom is not having any debt. Is that correct?" I don't know about that. That sounds awfully like that borders into sovereign citizen territory, where somebody is claiming they're a sovereign citizen and they don't owe the government anything, and it's like it borders into that. I would not dive down that rabbit hole. It doesn't sound productive. That doesn't sound. As a historian, I have a real sense of discernment for what sounds like it might be a viable path of investigation. Everything that I'm talking about, no conventional scholar could argue with. They would do their best, but they would just fall flat on their face. But in the case of, the definition of freedom is not having any debt, well, perhaps in a poetic or personal sense. I mean, I have no debt other than my rent every month, and I sure as hell ain't free. That rent alone just enslaves me. I have no debt. Now, the only debt I have was created by Laura Lee Solomon, who ran my credit card to the ground. But that doesn't hold me back from anything. JP Morgan Chase allows me to bank at their bank, without which I could not live, without being able to bank at their bank, because it's only through their bank that I get the SSDI that I work for through the 250% working disabled program. which is one reason I should be able to feel confident that no matter what benefits they cut, I should still be able to function just as I'm functioning now, however dysfunctional a level of function that is, however dysfunctional level of functionality that is, because I'm what they're trying to aim, what they're trying to aim to get everybody on federal assistance to be part of, a working disabled program. So I'm kind of pioneering what Trump and the Republicans, well, ultimately they want to do away with any federal aid or assistance at all. But they can't do that because then they really would have a rebellion on their hands. But right now, as a working step, they're trying to get everybody to work for their bennies. But he says, thank you. Appreciate your insight. Thank you. I appreciate that. But in my case, I'm doing what people on these programs should have been doing 200 years ago. I have to work for it. So that's why I do this program. So remember, when I'm here, as therapeutic as it may be, or as enthusiastic as I may wax at times, I'm showing up for work. So when it comes to the work I'm providing, it's this analysis. So you've heard now about Liberia. You understand that this was supposed to be the 51st state in the Union, according to the Liberians. The white majority Americans have never wanted it and are treating them as their own personal Palestine. You never hear of them being subject to massive waves of tropical diseases like Ebola and what was some of that Z shit? There was that Z shit that was going around for a while. Began with a Z, that disease out of the Congo. All of these things are born in the heart of darkest Africa, in the deepest depths of the jungle, but they import them up to the Ivory Coast and the Skeleton Coast and the Gold Coast, which is, you have these coasts in Africa along the Atlantic, Ivory Coast, Skeleton Coast, Gold Coast, and then you've got, I'd call it the dump zone or something, where they just stuck all their slaves that they freed from Britain and America. And they're in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Okay, so you understand that concept now. We go back to the United States. Right before the Civil War, when you had the slave states who had a slave-based economy that was the economy of all the United States in the early days. All of the northern states, starting with the Pilgrims when they arrived, all the way up to the Founding Fathers, it's all a history of black slavery. All of the whites, and yes, including the Pilgrims, who, by the way, came to the United States specifically using the Geneva Bible, not the King James Bible. So understand that. This was how they separated themselves from King Henry's heretical kingdom, as they considered it, which had created the Church of England. Now, the Church of England has its own history, and it uses the King James Bible, and that's fine for the British. That's the King James Bible as, well, rewritten by Oxford scholars under the order of King James, who then tacked his name to it, as if he were equal to God. And the Pilgrims were evicted from England because they refused to use that politicized or nationalist Bible. They used and stuck to the Geneva Bible. So when they landed at Plymouth Rock, they brought the Geneva Bible with them and quickly began importing black slaves. And so one of them saved the colonies under Cotton Mather. I believe that was his fucking name, was actually, what was his name? I think it was Cotton Mather. I'll look that name up and find if I'm right. But he had a black slave named Onesimus, who taught him to vaccinate. Again, this brings us back to the topic of vaccination. It brings us back to, well, it's what saved the colonies. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by smallpox. But Onesimus, the slave from Black Africa, was a witch doctor, which meant he was the closest thing in Africa to a real doctor, and he understood vaccination. And that's where we got vaccination from, is from Africa. We get it from a black slave named Onesimus, who slaved for Cotton Mather. And he saved the whole white colony. All I can say is, what a mistake that was. So, all of that having been expressed, then what happened with the genocidal nature of the American war between the states was that everything I've articulated to this point, obviously what I'll skip over is the economics of slavery and the cotton picking machine, the literal cotton picking machine, which was the driving engine behind slavery. It wasn't something that automated slavery out of existence. It did quite the opposite. It made slavery a necessity. All of this is all of that is not pertinent to the point. The point being that when it came to the slave states and the free states, as it balanced out, inevitably, I suppose, it became quite clear that the northern states were overwhelmingly ethnically Anglo-Dutch. The first name for New York was New Amsterdam. The Dutch were some of the original waves of colonists, being a merchant empire that cooperated with the British Empire, and all of this was based on incredible super mega corporations of the day. Remember that when the Founding Fathers went to war against the King of England as traitors to the crown, they had taken on not just the monarchy, but the largest mega corporation in the world, the Hudson Bay Company, which dominated North America at that time. In other words, one of the gripes that they did not articulate, simply because that was above the understanding of the average peasant they were trying to recruit in America, many Americans at that time saw themselves as royal Americans, and they were simply, peasants. They were simply land workers with no slaves, working on their own land as if they were a slave. In other words, doing all the work that the Founding Fathers had slaves doing on their plantations. Your average white American was just a poor, Bible-thumping descendant of the Puritans who was, working his ass off like a slave because he couldn't afford to buy blacks to do it for him. And this average white guy had no time to talk economics. He could only understand politics. Now, in the days when people identified as Christians, with the original identity of Europe being Christendom, then a man's religion was his politics. But at this point in history, post-Renaissance, a man needed to be motivated to action by politics, in general. And the individual who was driven to violence by politics, extremist politics like the Founding Fathers promoted, an insurgency as radical as communism was to America in Vietnam, they generated the Viet Cong of their day to fight the conventional British Army by spreading a radical ideology that promoted patriotism. And the Viet Cong of their day, the Americans who took up arms on behalf of the Founding Fathers, found themselves mobilized as Minutemen, essentially militia, to fight the British conventional forces. All of this based on a radicalization of politics. We can ignore the economy because that's not what motivated them. However, what they were fighting were not just conventional forces. The conventional forces were serving British national interests, which were incestuously interlinked, inextricably interwoven with the mega corporate economics of the Hudson Bay Company and their supermassive mega corporate hold on North America. So they were going to war against that by fighting the conventional forces that protected the corporate interests. That's something you never hear about because that doesn't serve the corporations of America today. So they erase that part of the history. but that is still peripheral to the Civil War rationale, because by that time, we're getting into race war. So, again, in the North, the overwhelming amount of the population was ethnically Anglo-Dutch. When you get to the Deep South, the Solid South, the overwhelming amount of the population, the overwhelming demographic was Gallo-Celtic. So the British had spent hundreds of years attempting to annihilate, exterminate their Celtic fringe. The Scots, the Welsh, the Irish. And they never succeeded. The Scots, the Welsh, and the Irish resisted. And then you get movies like Rob Roy and Braveheart, which do their best to convey this struggle. And that doesn't mean that they themselves were assholes, especially the Scots. The Scots, who portray themselves as Indians or indigenous peoples suffering a colonial, annihilation campaign, then participated in building the British Empire in a manner that put the Brits to shame. The British Empire would have been impossible without the Scots. The Scots are not Indians. They're cowboys. Okay? So, that being articulated, you might view the South with that same kind of ambivalence. They were slavers, but they were overwhelmingly a persecuted minority. The whites in the South always have been a fly speck of the population demographically, and the South has always overwhelmingly been black. So the whites in the South had the great misfortune of being Gallo-Celtic, and who had hundreds of years of war with the Gauls, or the French, and the Celtic peoples, well, the Anglos. In fact, the Auld Alliance, you can look this up, it's spelled A-U-L-D, the Auld Alliance was between Scotland and France against the Brits, where the French did their best to help the Scots, resist British extermination. So, when it came to the French, who were chased out of the Dominion of Canada after the French and Indian War, relocating down to the Deep South in the Bayou to become Cajun people, which to most Americans, the only thing they're familiar with there is Bubba Gum Shrimp and Forrest Gump. You had a heavy Francophile and heavy Celticized culture that was viewed with anathema by the North, who proceeded to attempt to exterminate the Celtic fringe in North America. So until you see the American Civil War between the states in this light, where to the whites, abolitionism is nothing other than a necessary evil and a ideology to exploit against the South towards annihilation of their culture, you don't understand the Civil War at all. When the whites are fighting to free the slaves, they never freed them in the North. Slaves who existed in the North were never freed. They never freed them where they needed them for army services. Entire areas of the Deep South, slavery remained legal, and the blacks were never liberated because the army needed their services. United States Army needed their services, and the United States Army kept them as slaves, many of which were then shipped to Navassa Island to die, which is why Navassa Island, with thousands and thousands of piles of black bones, no civilian is allowed on Navassa Island. And for those of you who don't know, Navassa Island is one of the most strategic islands in the world. It's between Hispaniola, the Isle of Hispaniola, on which Haiti exists and borders it. As a matter of fact, the Americans invaded and stole it from Haiti when the Americans invaded Haiti. And the Americans, it also borders Jamaica, and it also borders Cuba. So between Cuba, Jamaica, and the Isle of Hispaniola, directly bordering Haiti, In the middle of the Caribbean is one of the most pivotal islands in the world, Navassa, which you've never heard of because it's a burial site for literally untold thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of black slaves, which the United States Army literally worked to death and then shipped onto Navassa Island to conduct experiments, again with African witch doctors from New Orleans, in reanimating their bodies to keep their bodies working. And the end results of those monstrous experiments are also buried at Navassa Island. You can try going to Navassa Island and you will be shot by the Coast Guard, which is a branch of the military service. They're not just a police force. Navassa Island is under martial law. In other words, you have no rights. Once you get near Navassa Island, you are in the United States. Navassa Island belongs to the United States, but you're no longer in America. Once you're in Navassa Island, Posse Comitatus does not apply. You are under martial law. You will be shot. End of story. No ifs, no ands, no buts. No one's allowed near Navassa Island. You will die. They will kill you. Under military orders. The Coast Guard, again, is a branch of the United States military. It's not a police force. So they have every right to kill you when you go there. Even though it's United States, it's federal. But beyond, it's black. I mean, black budget. And it's black in the sense of all the black bones and bodies there, some of which are rumored to still be moving. Now, all of that, of course, is based on experiments conducted in the Civil War. Think about that for a minute. Now, all of that being said, Navassa Isle is what it is. That being articulated, you understand now the freeing of the blacks, or the freeing of the slaves, which were synonymous with blacks in North America. That was never the intent of the Civil War. Obviously, blacks didn't matter, or black freedom didn't matter to the North. What mattered was wiping out the Celtic fringe. Their version of Wales, Ireland, Scotland, all combined, which is why the PLO, or the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the Hezbollah of the Deep South, the Solid South, the Ku Klux Klan, uses Scottish Rites Masonry because they represent the Celtic fringe. That was under an exterminatory war of survival, a race war against the North. In that sense, it truly was the war of northern aggression. Now, whenever I explain this, that the American Civil War between the states was a race war, certainly the way I've articulated it right now, if you don't understand what I'm saying, you're an idiot. I don't know how to put it any clearer. You had a continuity of the British imperial annihilation system of extermination against the Celts and the Gauls, the Gallic people, because the Gallic people, the French, had allied with the Celts to fight the fucking Anglo-Saxons, who are essentially Anglo-Dutch. And in the United States, you had the Anglo-Dutch North trying to exterminate the Gallo-Celtic South. Okay, now that you understand that the American Civil War between the states was a race war, an attempt to annihilate the Celtic fringe, it's merely a continuity of Anglo-imperial genocide. In other words, the founding fathers, or the heirs to the founding fathers, by the time of Abraham Lincoln, were attempting now to ape their British forebears. Then you need to understand that World War II was a race war, and that the Morgenthau plan to annihilate 30 million Germans was what drove Adolf Hitler to start the death camps against the Jews in Germany, because, of course, Morgenthau was painfully quite Jewish. And that was the American official plan, was to exterminate the German race. So now you see World War II is a continuity of the race war that was happening in North America. This is something that, again, brings us back to the Scofield Bible, because how did it come to this? It all comes back to Cyrus Scofield, whose real name should be pronounced Koresh Scofield. And David Koresh, again, took his name from the biblical king, and the correct pronunciation for Cyrus is actually Koresh in the ancient Persian, which is Greckified. the Greek, of course, the C is a K. So you can call him Cyrus Scofield, as he would mispronounce it because he was a hick, a rube, and an idiot. And you could, who managed to pose himself as a academic, no less, with help from scholars from Oxford, no less. And they did what they did with the King James Bible, and they figured they could rewrite the Bible again for the Americans this time. And so Koresh Schofield, or Cyrus Schofield, he produces this mysterious reference Bible, and ergo, consequently, a prophecy-driven movement that has turned millions of American Christians into die-hard supporters of Israel, no matter the cost. In other words, into fanatical servants of Antichrist, hell-bent on genocide of other races, as the Americans have always been hell-bent on. First with the Celts and the Gauls of Louisiana and the Solid South. And then, remember, Louisiana was once a territory and still was at the time of the American Civil War between the states for rights, because most of that was considered, well, it wasn't America. That's why the Mormons had to escape into it. The Mormons were a target for American genocide. You might begin to notice the pattern here that America is constantly genocidal. And the Mormons had to literally escape the United States by going out into the middle of the wilderness and realizing their prophecy of a kingdom in Utah. And this was the Mormon Valley Kingdom that they had prophesied. It was a realization of their prophecy, and they had to escape the United States to do it. And they ran a successful guerrilla war fighting against the U.S. government, or there would be no Mormons around today. Hence, the relentless campaign to demonize Mormonism, carried out by, well, the Edomite or anti-godly elements of our deep state, personified by Peter Moon, who was constantly decrying the Mormons as satanic, which, of course, that only speaks well of the Mormons that he hated them so much. He, of course, being a fanatical Scientologist. Now, all of that being stated, what else can be said about this? We'll, of course, go to the Israeli genocide, inevitably or inexorably, that's being prosecuted in Palestine. But basically, this was all part of the British Empire Zionist strategy. That produces this extraordinarily strange history behind Schofield's footnotes, and led to the rise of evangelical influence in Washington, District of Columbia. This is not theology. This is psychological warfare that was ultimately emulated by Michael Aquino when he wrote his book, Psy-War, where psychiatric warfare would be conducted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So, this explains why postmodern politicians are far more loyal to Israel than their own voters. They are antichrist, apostates, following the Scofield Bible. So, this is a story of Bible verses, war policy, Rothschilds. This is the spiritual industrial complex that no one has ever dared to speak about before Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler. So understand that I think his full name was Cyrus I. Scofield. I can't remember exactly what the I stood for in terms of his middle name. CIS. Cyrus I. Scofield, or Koresh I. Scofield. He was a failed attorney, as a matter of fact. He was a convicted fraudster. he ended up publishing the Scofield Reference Bible, the most influential Bible in American evangelical Christianity. So if you make fun of the Mormons for having a science fiction origin, you're a fucking ignorant fool for not knowing about what your own Antichrist religion is based on. Try and investigate the suspicious life of Cyrus Scofield. Uncover the shady connections, all the hidden funding, the secret elite networks that aided, abetted, and enabled a common criminal to shape modern dispensationalism and Zionist prophecy beliefs that drive your American empire today. His powerful ties to powerful figures like John J. Ingalls, the Papin Choteau family. That would be spelled P-A-P-I-N, Papin, with a hyphen, C-H-O-U-T-E-A-U. Papin Choteau. And you always know a family's powerful when they hyphenate because it's like merging two megacorporations. And even controversial Zionist backers like Samuel Untermeyer. And then, our man, let's take a look at what our man is saying here. Aaron Tice says, awesome! Thank you, Aristides. So, bless you, Aristides, for this. I hope you're catching and following what I'm saying, what you've prompted, Aaron Tice. Yeah, that's, we can thank you for the tangent that I'm on. So hopefully you'll oblige me by joining me on bandwidth. At any rate, ask yourself why the Scofield Bible was so mysteriously published by Oxford University fucking Press, of all people. Oxford University Press, its first publisher. Which, of course, led to its impact on how millions of Christians have come to support the modern state of Israel as a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Anyone who has that as the foundation of their belief system and their understanding of the modern world is Antichrist. But if you've ever wondered who funded the Scofield Bible, why Koresh Scofield's life was protected by powerful patrons, how Christian Zionism became mainstreamed, normalized, indeed the foundational bedrock of American churches, well, follow the money, trace the hidden connections. Then you'll see why the truth behind Scofield's Bible is stranger than you might even think. And what was the source of it? The genocide against the Celtic fringe in the American Civil War between the states for rights. Started with Civil War land fraud and the carpetbaggers. Kansas politics and John J. Ingalls, his surname spelled I-N-G-A-L-L-S. The Secret Six and other hidden networks. Then there was the Lotus Club, which was a bunch of Zionist backers. And it all, well, hopefully what I've described leads to a disconfirmation process. And anybody who's fallen for this, well, finds a new religion. Because Israel, for all of you right-wing, pseudo, I don't know what to call them, all these people out there who claim they want to protect the children and they want to stop the Epsteins of the world, they're all closet pedophiles who just love lusting after child porn, and this gives them an excuse to file enormous amounts of voluminous pedo porn material claiming they're investigating it. Well, the biggest state-funded sponsor of all of this is Israel. It kidnaps children, Jewish ones as well. I mean, you must have heard by now about children in Gaza going missing, kidnapped by Israeli soldiers. Israel's done this kind of thing before. Between 1948 and the early 1950s, Israel mass abducted, kidnapped thousands of children, Jewish children. It's known as the Yemenite, Mizrahi, and Balkan Children Affair. YMBCA. Just think of YMCA with an extra B added in the middle. And it's but one example of the core philosophy that binds Israel to every other settler colony in the world, which is a cultural appropriation, or rather a mass cultural misappropriation, and indoctrination of mass abducted children. I mean, when describing Israel, the phrase that has never been so appropriate would be offended by everything, ashamed by nothing. It's utopia through ethnic cleansing. And that brings us to the horror of what's happening right before our eyes. Honestly, it's sickening enough where I'm not even quite sure I want to go into it. It's like Israel's starvation of the Gaza, it stands apart. There's a long history of abusing starvation as a weapon of war, but this is so different. Now, anyone who doesn't know about this or is in denial, Israel's abuse of starvation as a weapon of war has been well documented by human rights organizations since 2023. At this point, if you're in denial, you're demented. Here's a quote. "We are imposing a complete siege on the Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting subhuman animals, and we must act accordingly." No, that's not my biological sire Adolf Hitler. This is Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, 2 days after, well, Israel's attack on itself on October 7th, which I've articulated in great depth before, 2023, when some 1,200 Israelis were killed and 250 more were taken hostage. And believe me, every single one of them that died, not a single motherfucker among them was a child. No children had their heads chopped off. All of them were military, because it's required by fucking law that you serve in the military in Israel, unless you're of a religious minority. None of the religious minorities which got exempt status from military service were in the area of the attack. So every motherfucker in that area was not only a military veteran or in military service or on call in the reserves after military service, which you are for decades after military service. They were all armed to the teeth with private firearms. We know this for a fact because the highest number of registered personally owned firearms in the world, proportionate to its population, is in motherless fucking Israel, where everyone owns a firearm. So how is it none of these firearms showed up under a quote-unquote invasion by a foreigner? Where'd all the personal firearms go? I mean, NRA should be all over this, saying, where were all the guns? Not a single motherfucker fired back. Why? Because they were approached by people saying, we're Israeli soldiers, don't worry, we're Israeli soldiers, who then killed them. We know this because it was Israeli armaments and ordnance that was all over the slaughter field, all over the killing field. It was Jews killed Jews to start a genocide. And 2 days after that, within 48 fucking hours, Well, the following week, Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, echoed a similar sentiment. On X, the Muskrats' privately owned social media platform, he posted, "So long as Hamas does not release the hostages, the only thing that should enter Gaza is hundreds of tons of Air Force explosives, not a single ounce of humanitarian aid." Israel, in other words, did not engineer a famine in Gaza overnight. From the war's outset, Israel has been blocking humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip, to varying degrees, resulting in the spread of preventable diseases, including malnutrition, across the territory. In fact, since late 2023, international organizations have been warning that Gaza has been on the brink of famine. And in April of yesteryear, the organization, an NGO or a non-governmental organization which all you right-wingers hate so much, named Save the Children. How's that for a familiar name for all you closet pedos out there who claim you investigate the Epsteins of the world, yet never do anything about it? You know, everybody talks about the weather, but nobody ever changes it. I'm the only son of a bitch who's ever gotten child porn rings shut down by himself, without help, and I paid the ultimate price for it. Look at where I'm at today. I shut down the Presidio military base, the largest human child trafficking operational center on Earth. Back at a time when the United States Army was the largest provider of child daycare in the world. The United States military still holds that title. Insanity. Whatever else the military should be in charge of, it shouldn't be child daycare. At any rate, I believe we're joined by somebody. Let's check in on the call. And we're joined by Holly. So, Holly, I've been on a tear. I don't know if you caught any of it thus far.
I did, a little bit before and a little bit just now. I appreciate what you're saying so much, and I don't want you to stop. It's certainly not on my account.
Well,
for more than a minute, because it's so important, Douglas.
Well, love you.
Thank you.
Love you dearly. Thank you so much. And welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. Thank you so much. So, this NGO, the non-governmental organization Save the Children, has confirmed that children have been dying en masse, literally by the thousands, from starvation. So why is it that it took this long for the world to turn its attention to this humanitarian catastrophe?
2 years.
Yeah. Thank you, honey. And feel free to interject as often as you wish. I can only appreciate it, I assure you.
I can resist that one. Sickening, man.
And part of the answer is that in recent weeks, the situation really has gotten much more dire. After Israel ended its 42-day ceasefire with Hamas in March and stopped allowing any aid into Gaza for 12 months. How can I express it? It's a worst-case scenario. But aside from Gaza's hunger crisis being perpetrated through that factor, there's another factor as well. The images coming out of Gaza have been absolutely heart-wrenching. I know I had to go over this during the weekend with the Blood Boys, my two Terrys. And there's only so much you can show. You've got to treat genocide gently when you're dealing with young lads just coming into a consciousness of the world they're coming into. But all of these lads have had experience with persecution since their childhood, so they can handle a great deal more than your average punk. But the photos and videos have gone viral anyway, so there's not much to hide, really. Kids who have access to the internet have access to it all. It's been on news sites and on social media, clearly showing malnourished babies starving to death. as well as those showing children and adults with their skin clinging to their bones with nothing in between. Yet the fucking kike will show you death camp after death camp and say, "Pity me! Pity me!" Fuck you, Jew. My father did what he had to do, and I'm glad he did it, because you deserved it. Today, well, Alex de Waal, an expert on famine who serves as the executive director of the World Peace Foundation at Tufts University, has said, "It is beyond tragic that it takes those types of really graphic, really horrible images to break through. And that is such a terrible commentary on just such a gargantuan failure." This, of course, is nowhere near the first time horrific images from Gaza have surfaced and sparked outrage around the world, but there's something about the visibility of a human-made, or shall I say, inhuman engineered famine that, for many people, including some, but only some, of Israel's most ardent supporters, crosses a moral threshold. Starving an entire population cannot be spun as collateral damage or merely the cost of war, which is a messaging tactic that Israel has turned to justify its mass extermination of innocent people, despite a plethora of evidence that it has routinely targeted civilians. In fact, it has only targeted civilians because there's no military to fucking target. As Alex de Waal, again the executive director of the World Peace Foundation at Tufts University, has observed, you can't starve anyone by accident. It has to be deliberate and it has to be sustained. With de Waal saying, it is beyond dispute that you have to starve people systematically because it takes so long. So Israel's abuse of mass starvation as a weapon of war has been well documented by human rights organizations since 2023, as Holly has observed, and both Gallant and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have been indicted for war crimes by the International Criminal Court, including the abuse of mass starvation as a method of warfare. Israel's mass starvation of Gaza is, by definition, a form of racial extermination, not collective punishment. It's genocide, imposing, well, obviously fatal consequences on every Palestinian living in the enclave, whether they are a combatant or an innocent civilian. That's why abusing starvation as a weapon of war is illegal under international law. But that wasn't always the case. What Israel is doing is part of a long history of weaponizing food and basic resources. Still, while there are many examples of countries intentionally creating or exacerbating famine conditions on populations, such as the Irish potato famine in the Anglo extermination of their Celtic fringe, there are also aspects of Israel's current policies in the Gaza that are unique. Now, as a historian, I'm obligated to explain how nation states have abused starvation, mass starvation, as a weapon of war, because abusing mass starvation as a weapon of war wasn't always explicitly illegal under international law. The siege of Leningrad by my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, and his allies, which lasted from 1941 to 1944, couldn't have been possible without the Federal Reich, Finland. And it was one of the deadliest sieges in history, killing more than 1 million people. Many of these deaths were attributed to starvation. An American-run tribunal, however, determined that the forced starvation was compatible with international law. After all, it was a tactic that the Allies themselves abused as well, notably in their blockades of all German-occupied territories and in the sacred islands of Japan. There are many examples throughout history of mass famines that were either entirely engineered or deliberately made worse, the term would be exacerbated, through reckless colonial and war policies. In 1943, in the middle of World War II, the British Empire's colonial rule of the Indian subcontinent was nearing its end. But to prevent the population from rising up to side with the Japanese, as they damn well wanted to, the British engineered the Bengali famine, which killed well over 3 million people that we know of. Since then, studies have uncovered scientific evidence that the famine was never a result of climate conditions or anything approaching serious drought. Instead, it was British policies under the direct supervision of Prime Minister Winston Churchill, which included confiscating rice and boats from the coastal parts of Bengal and exporting rice from India to other parts of the empire, actually, out of India entirely, so that no Indians could access it and therefore sell it on the black market to the Bengalis who bordered Japanese Myanmar and sided with the Japanese in two of the largest battles in British history, massive tank battles to rival Stalingrad and Leningrad. Kohima and Impal. Kohima is spelled K-O-H-I-M-A. Impal is spelled I-M-P-H-A-L. And it was there that the British consider World War II against Japan to be at its apex, not the Pacific Islands like the Americans do. And Churchill, of course, to prevent the public from siding with the Japanese, imported the food out of India completely to other parts of the empire where no one needed it, where it would rot in warehouses, just so Indians couldn't sell it on the black market to the starving Bengalis. Churchill, of course, rationalized there was a famine because, in his words, the yellow nigger Indians are breeding like rabbits. He suggested that if the situation was indeed as dire as people claimed, then it's Mahatma Gandhi that should be dead. That's your Churchill for you. You understand why my biological father Adolf Hitler had to fight him. It's you, the Allies, that are the villains in this war, and always have been. Another example is your favorite ally, Joseph Stalin, with his Holodomor, his scientifically engineered famine that killed millions of Ukrainians under a Jewish commissarocracy of Judeo-Bolsheviks. Within the Greater Soviet Union in the early 1930s, Joseph Stalin pursued a range of policies that engineered mass famine conditions, including restricting the movements of people, seizing grain even when there wasn't enough to feed the local population, exporting grain even as Ukrainians starved. In part, as historians have proven, conventional historians, mindest ye, to tamp down Ukrainian nationalist movements. Several countries and scholars have since recognized the Holodomor, the mass famine of Ukraine, as an act of mass genocide that outpaces the extermination of the Jews in Europe. Every kike will tell you only 6 million Jews died. 15 million Ukrainians were annihilated under the Jewish rule in Ukraine, the Judeo-Bolshevik, Commissarocracy with machine guns. This is why the Ukraine sided with the Third Reich and annihilated their kikes. That's why the largest kike kill outside of a death camp took place in the ravine in Babi Yar, where the Ukrainians would take handguns, field rifles, and fire for days until they literally broke their arms, till their arms were literally dislocated from their sockets by the recoil, at which point they would take up handguns and point it at some fucking helpless kike's head and tell them to start firing until they themselves dropped and fell into the ravine. Then they were all kicked in and they covered the bodies with lime. And yes, you kikes deserved it. You earned it by killing 15 million Ukrainians. And now Putin invades Ukraine and says the Ukrainians are Nazis who deserve to die. That's your twisted allies. That's the man who Trump is meeting with in Alyeska, as the Russians call it, Alaska, to decide the fate of Ukraine without Ukraine even being present in the negotiations. Europe, sensibly, is taking Ukraine's side and putting their interests first. This puts Britain and Europe in a two-front war against America and Russia once again, simply refighting my biological father's war. The United States also abused blockades as a means to advance its war interests. One of its military campaigns against the Empire of Japan during World War II was named, literally officially named, Operation Starvation, which aimed to destroy Japan's economy by limiting the distribution of food and other imports. The military assault deprived Japan of essential raw materials and led to food shortages. That, along with naval blockades and America's destruction of agricultural infrastructure, contributed to widespread malnutrition and mass starvation all over Asia, resulting in mass starving populations joining the communists against the Americans. If you ever wondered why the Asians hate you so much that they fought you in Korea and Vietnam, think of the mass starvation in which you killed hundreds of millions of them during World War II. Are you that fucking stupid? Yes, of course you are. It was only after World War II that the Geneva Conventions of 1949 established some rules. Just some. And again, this was under actual, pressure of wartime that they did this, because World War II was still legally on. It had not yet come to a close. It was proactive under conditions of ceasefire until the San Francisco Peace Treaty went into effect on-site the Presidio military base where I myself worked and dealt with its documents, which you can look up. The San Francisco Peace Treaty going into effect on the Emperor's birthday in 1952 to symbolize Japanese victory over you. Because you were so interested in genocide, you lost the war. I've explained that in great detail before. We can always return to that in detail later. But it was under pressure of the war in continuity under ceasefire in the year of 1949 that the Geneva Conventions established, again, some rules, limited in nature, about the responsibility to allow food and other essentials into enemy territory for vulnerable populations. But even then, by and large, starvation tactics were still permissible. Now, the same individual I've been sourcing, again from Tufts University, the academic who's the president of the non-governmental organization that the World Peace Foundation, Mr. Alex de Waal, surname spelled W-A-A-L, but it's pronounced in the typical Dutch fashion as de Waal. He's said that the reason starvation tactics were still permissible was Well, it was permitted because, this is his words, not mine, because the Americans and the British enjoyed deploying a weapon of mass destruction in which they could see millions of women and children die and annihilate entire populations, which had been their colonial expansionist tactic since their establishment as empires. And for that reason, the Anglo-American alliance made mass starvation essentially legal, with some caveats. You can do it, but put up a pretense that you're trying to help. It really wasn't, again, van der Waals' words, not mine, really wasn't until the British and the Americans had abandoned their colonial wars, the American one being Vietnam in the 1970s, that they thought, okay, now we're not going to fight these kinds of wars, and we can get around to banning it. Now, these additional protocols of the Geneva Conventions, which were agreed to in 1977. So think about what I'm saying. The Geneva Convention put them to paper in 1949, but the United Nations refused to make them legal because Britain and America and the Soviet Union were all on its Security Council, and they all voted against rendering the Geneva Conventions legally enforceable until 1977, the year Star Wars was released. And finally, at that time, prohibited the mass starvation of civilians as a method of warfare or combat operations. And just over 20 years later, in 1998, the Roma Statute of the International Criminal Court officially codified weaponizing mass starvations as a war crime. But Israel's mass starvation of Gaza is beyond all that. Now, I've served my obligation as a historian by telling you how we got to this point. But right now, at this point, any food shortages in Gaza have been directly triggered by the Israeli siege, not by any market failures, not by any climate disasters, because Israel has the capacity to allow more than enough food in at a moment's notice. They could flood Gaza with more food than the people could ever eat. So much food, the people would throw up from gorging themselves. Niamh Gordon, a professor of human rights law at Queen Mary University of London, said, "Here, what we see is all the ingredients coming together in a deliberate manner. We see the Israeli leader's statements. We see the total bombing of all the food production. I don't think," again, this is Niamh Gordon's words from Queen Mary University of London's, not mine. He said, "I don't think there's another case in all recorded human history, because other cases had to do with other stuff going on that were not human-made. Here, the entire mass starvation, from beginning to end, is Israeli engineered." Well, Israel has also significantly limited traditional aid groups' operations and for months entirely blocked any and all aid from entering Gaza. Generally, United Nations coordinated aid providers, which include United Nations organizational agencies and established NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, have been able to enter and operate in war zones, any war zones in the world outside of Israel. So understand, the Israelis consider this a continuity of biblical warfare, where when their insane, demented, Jewish anti-God demanded that they annihilate all the men, women, and children of Canaan land, their enemy. It's a, how would I say this? It's this brings us, of course, back to a necessary biblical tangent. There's no other word for it. We have to go there. It's the fact that as a Christian, if you are a Christian, you'd better understand that your God does not believe your fucking Bible. Your Bible, no matter what Bible you've got, Geneva, King James, or the horrible Scofield Reference Bible that I've just deconstructed, it's all filled with hate speech. I'm not just referring to portions of the Old Testament. The New Testament actually is perhaps even worse. There's a verse in Timothy that says all Scripture is for our edification. That verse is cited by those who despise critical thinking. It's perhaps the most morally repugnant verse in the Bible. It's the foundation of the most fundamental principle of brainwashing, or technically what Michael Aquino and other professionals would call it, behavior modification. Believe this, and we can make you believe anything. Now, it's Timothy, chapter 3, verse 16. All Scripture is given by inspiration of God, and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Now, the all Scripture here refers to the Old Testament. Portions of the New Testament had not even been written at that time. It is the Gospels. If you're wondering why this verse is so repugnant, Frank Schaeffer, the son of the deceased famed evangelical thinker Francis Schaeffer, suggested that we take every despicable verse reeking of bigotry and hate in the Bible and add the all Scripture is ending to it. Think about, well,
Douglas,
yeah,
with the justification that it's quote unquote revealed information. And that's the voodoo part. You know, this humans didn't think of this magical being bestowed this on us, revealed. Now, and not all religions are based on revealed sense of teaching.
thank you.
You know, it's kind of very much connected to sky religions.
Sky God.
But it does seem like the earth-based ones have a different sort of relationship.
There we are.
Yeah.
By the way, you can use the term Skynet for the Skynet shit. Yeah.
Right. Sky crash. Well, that's what always scared me, you know, here at Life on Earth. If all this, you know, as above, so below is true, then the opposite must be true, right? As below, so above.
Yes.
And so that's where it seems like you do get into these great lumbering anti-gods that are throwing planets at each other.
Yes. No, I thank you.
And we're just fleas on a dog, so I don't know.
Yeah. It's
But yeah, the whole concept of revealed information handed down somehow.
yes.
Because ancestral beliefs aren't considered revealed.
There we are.
It's like the word revealed distinguishes it as some outworld kind of delivery.
Yes. Thank you.
Anyway.
No, that's
all.
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a important point. By the way, Brooke Gibson is in the chat. Come join us on Bandwidth, Brooke, for God's sake. I mean, join us, really. We could always use your input. I'll need some relief after all of this gravity. Not to say that you're serving the purpose merely as comedian, but as well, I'll just need relief from talking. But
it was quite a talk you gave, I must say.
Well, we still have to complete
Quite
the
a
thought.
talk.
We still have to complete
Yeah,
the
you
line
were smoking.
the narrative,
Okay.
so to speak, or the line of logic here. But thank you for your input.
Mhm.
By the way, do you know how
Yeah,
your
very much
average
so.
you know how your average brainwashed son of a bitch would respond to what Holly just said? He would quote St. Paul. St. Paul offered the following advice to woman. In I think it's the first book of Timothy, chapter 2, verse 12, he said, I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent. Well, there you go. Add, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. And yeah, I should have responded to Holly when she piped up there. End of discussion. Shut up, ladies.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. Yeah, imagine.
Well, that's what these man shows are like.
There you go.
A lot of these, I mean, that's the way it is on a lot of all that hell. But that was we must remember at the same time these volumes were curated with people with political opinions on the contents of what would become the Bible, right?
Yeah.
So that's why now in the modern age, more and more is leaking out and scrolls are turning up. And so there's the Nag Hammadi and Dead Sea and all that material, which casts, so it seems like the stinkers are the ones that got included in the original New Testament.
Yeah.
By political fiat. And women weren't going to come out good in that.
No, not at that time. No, that was horrible. Again, this is part of the patriarchy. We have a paedo-phallo pathocracy is what our culture is based on. Paedo-phallo pathocracy. It's paedo for the pedophilia, phallo for it's all phallic. They're all a bunch of dicks. They got a big cock trip going on that they want to maintain, that they can never get it up, but they want to keep stroking it anyway. And then it's a pathocracy because it's all insane. Really, it's just we're living a nightmare. So let me see. Trying to encourage Brooke here to come on bandwidth again. She's in not only just the chat but the text box, which means she found her way into the Microsoft Teams with us. And let's see if we can get her on. I need somebody who's able to talk once I shut up. Again, to continue with continuity of narrative, the point I was trying to make about the Bible, which I'll make with a quote from the first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 3. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Now go and strike Amalek, and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Yeah, add to that, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. I mean, really? Really? But that's the...
And it seems like from the earliest days, I always forget if it was Peter or Paul that kind of commercialized the whole thing and dogmatized it.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's all part of the process of the paedo-phallo-pathocracy. Yes. Yeah, the origins thereof, we'll say. I mean, the very name, Peter, like, became synonymous with brick.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if we go with Jesus was actually a living historical figure, which has been debated, he seemed to be kind of okay with women.
Well, obviously, he hung out with prostitutes and gave birth to a child with one.
And the Magdalene was all this big property owner, patron, and Oh, and God, whatever happened to his mother?
Probably
Lord.
a bordello
So-
dame for all we it seemed to be.
I think she was kind of a powerful figure.
Yeah.
More and more has been coming out from this very tiny, tight, so much material.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah,
but,
I understand that.
Yeah, but nevertheless,
totally do.
not to be disrespectful, to tell you the truth, but then again, I have a whole different opinion of the world's oldest profession. If anything, that would have uplifted her in my eyes in terms of respectability. But
I hear you.
yeah, also
They knew what they were doing back then.
yeah, that's right. Not to
Can you imagine the lost techniques
yeah.
that there are? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost techniques and powders and good Lord.
But
Oh God.
But by the way,
Never mind.
Brooke Gibson says she put this in the text blog. Is it okay if I read this, Brooke? Is this okay if I read this out loud? I mean, I will unless you enter a no immediately. She says she's scheduled with a constable at 11 a.m. in the morning, so everyone maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. And she says, plus you are tired and grumpy. I am not coming back until you are in a good mood. It's like, that's thank you. That's cute. That's cute. It's like, I don't know what to make of anyone these days. It's cute. That's all I can say. That's adorable. Thank you, Brooke. It's like it's kind of like it's catch-22, right? In order for me to, when have I ever spoken at length when I'm in a good mood? I usually have to be pissed, right? I don't know, Holly. What's your impression? I mean, don't I usually?
It's kind of classic Brooke for sure.
Yeah, no, but I mean, in my case,
look back over the years, I'm not surprised.
Right. No, I understand that, but yeah. And believe me, she's happy you brought it back to her as the center. But I mean, in my case, what she says implies that okay, it's better to come back when you're in a good mood. But usually when I'm in a good mood,
right?
Yeah, am I talking at all?
Yeah.
I mean, in this,
I'll be sure and let you know.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, it usually.
No. When the fact that you are able to, with uphold and contain the pain of the stuff that you are sharing is extremely admirable to me, and a rarity.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, of course, that if you delivered it in a monotone, that would be creepy.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it'd be a sign of true psychosis, yes.
And so, your expression, now, you go flying off handle sometimes, in my opinion. But, guys got to jerk off, so... I'm saying I can afford it because the nut of what you're saying is, as far as I'm concerned, always right on.
Thank you.
Tonight, as countless others.
Oh, bless you. Yeah.
Countless others, Douglas.
So when it comes to the point,
and you got the facts behind it, so.
Well, thank you, honey. I appreciate that profoundly. Now I could go on with more verses from the Bible to articulate.
I love it.
To articulate its
Bible discussion,
its reprehensibility. And
we are in the new, right, Timothy?
Yeah. We. Oh God, I can go new or old. Like I said, the New Testament's even worse in many cases.
That's why I'm just making sure.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
orienting myself.
Yeah, good example would be first book of Peter.
You can't shock me.
Yeah,
I've read a lot of literature about freaky shit in the Bible.
Yeah,
fascinating.
There you go. First book of Peter, the prick himself, chapter 2, verse 18. Slaves, submit yourselves to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the cruel. Yeah, follow that up with all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. And by the way, that pro-slavery teaching is a New Testament verse to boot. So, yeah, the New Testament.
And was used by the South to justify it.
Yes.
In America.
Quite.
Absolutely. Like on the town hall.
Yeah.
Engraved in stone.
Yes. Quite so. Quite so. And since we're closing this tangent, again, think of the fact that Holly is interjecting here, which I wholeheartedly approve of and encourage, and go back to what I had said earlier about woman. It brings up two other verses. The first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 3. No, that was the genocide one I was thinking of. It would be instead, it would be the book of Judges, chapter 19, verses 25 through 28. So the man took his concubine and sent her outside to them, and they raped her and abused her throughout the night, and at dawn they let her go. At daybreak the woman went back to the house where her master was staying, fell down at the door, and lay there until daylight. When her master got up in the morning and opened the door of the house and stepped out to continue on his way, there lay his concubine, fallen in the doorway of the house, with her hands on the threshold. He said to her, "Get up! Let's go!" But there was no answer. Then the man put her on his donkey and set out for home. Yeah, there's your all scriptures given by inspiration of God and is profitable indeed. Or the issue of rape.
Yeah.
If a man meets...
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Book of Deuteronomy. We...
So we're Old Testament now, correct? No judgment, I'm just orienting.
Oh, honey, we're going back.
Samuel's old, is it not? Or is it new?
It's old.
There's
old.
more than 4 anymore these days with the new,
Yeah. It's
But for the date.
I'm sorry, honey.
The dating, the period.
Oh yeah. It's
because the Old Testament's so much older.
Yeah. I mean, Samuel was a significant figure in the Old Testament, so that's old.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just between. Yeah. We got to discern for myself the difference, which book we're in.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's
thank you.
Yeah. It's an important point, and Deuteronomy is also Old Testament, which is, by the way, the only reason I laughed was because Brendan put a squirrel in the chat for Brooke. He, because he knows Brooks, loves squirrels, so he's got that little squirrel in the chat. And when I think back on Deuteronomy, I think it's in chapter 22, verses 28 through 29 on the issue of rape. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. So according to the Bible, the raped women are forced to marry the rapist, and the only person restored is her father, who's nothing better than a pimp. Yeah, follow that up by all scriptures given by inspiration of God and is profitable indeed. So, just understand my point with...
I'll bet there's chapters on circumcision.
Yeah. Well, that's
We should look them up.
That's self-evidently so stupid.
Clearly Old Testament. That's some revealed information for you, okay?
Yeah.
It's like a seance or a Ouija board, for fuck's sake. Don't cut the end of your dick off.
But you know what? It's an important point that Holly brings up, because only in America does the Jewish-dominated medical-industrial complex enforce circumcision on newborn men so the Jews can leave their mark on you as one of their slaves. Because as a, quote, antichrist in America, you're an antichrist American if you're following these Protestant faiths and worshiping the Jew. You might as well be circumcised by them because you're a fucking useful idiot of the Zionist agendas. So you may as well have your dick skin cut off because you're a moron and you deserve it. It's Darwinian selection. It's like, let them mark you. It's kind of like a release in the wild program. They mark you and then leave you in the wild so you can all go shoot each other with your privately owned firearms. Yeah, maimed. Yeah. You stupid fucks. You know, until you arise and have your own Holocaust, you're going to be suffering this. So, yeah, unless you finally realize the Third Reich was on the right path, this is what you get. So, aside from that, understand that the main point of this tangent was that there's another choice besides rejecting religion outright, which is to embrace faith in God by thinking for yourself and openly rejecting the parts of your scriptures outright that fly in the face of fact, compassion, and decency. And that would include anything that compels you to support the fucking Jews, the kikes, the motherless rat fucks that are bringing you all down. Because if one adopts the view of all the Bible is true, then it turns out that most people are a lot more loving and compassionate than any fucking kike Jew or their fucked up psychopathic god from the desert. Which begs the question, where did that love come from? Well, certainly not from the kike. The source of that love comes from God, who gives you the rational mind to challenge the Bible and to say that not all scripture is true or approved of God. I know for a fact God does not believe the Bible, and neither should you. And that means drop your worship of the motherless fucking Jew, who's the racial enemy of all mankind. It's that simple. And until you come to terms with that, you're not coming to terms with what's going on right now. Since the ceasefire ended in March, Israel has placed unprecedented constraints on those humanitarian organizations that I've cited earlier. Instead, since May, Israel has been coordinating with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the so-called GHF, which is a newly formed American imperial and Israel-backed private entity that is founded and funded by the United States to operate militarized distribution sites in central and southern Gaza, where they set up an ambush attracting all the starving women and children so the kikes can massacre them in the name of their demented God. That's America participating in Jewish genocide because of your Scofield biblical brainwashing and your asinine apocalyptic belief system. You are insane. You support an insane government. And you're aiding and abetting in the kind of genocide you always condemn my biological father Adolf Hitler for. At least he killed the right people. The people that he foresaw would be doing this because it's all they've ever done in history. Now, the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, has denied that its system is unsafe. But it operates far fewer distribution sites than any expert or consultant would ever recommend, dramatically decreasing the number of aid sites that were in place before Israel instituted its total blockade in March, making it more and more difficult, indeed impossible, for Palestinians to access food. And wherever GHF sets up, it's an ambush site for the Israelis to conduct a massacre. In fact, Israeli troops have even shot, aside from just aid seekers at the GHF's distribution sites, according to the United Nations, MNTNDy, over 1,000 Palestinians have been literally killed on camera before their very eyes trying to get aid from GHF. the aforecited Gordon that I was bringing up, who's the professor in human rights law at Queen Mary University of London, Neve Gordon, he's articulated, what has he said about these sites? He says that the GHF is a famine profiteering company that does not actually provide any necessary food while producing these hunger games, his words, that everyone is watching, showing starving people are going to get food only to get shot instead. Now, this is a academic speaking, not Douglas Dietrich. Take that into account and understand it's orders of magnitude worse than any academic can imagine. His own words are Hunger Games. In other words, you're all getting off on this because you're all a bunch of sick-ass Jew worshipping, kike-ass kicking fucks. And you all make me sick. Understand that the United States, the GHF, the Hunger Games, the fucking kikes, all this is a game to them. It's what they get off on. Engineer. And not only that, anyone who's caught in a moment of pity giving food to a woman or a child, pregnant mothers are usually the recipient here. They shoot not only the victim in front of their eyes, they make a game of shooting her through the belly so she knows her child's killed inside of her before they blow her brains out. Then they kill the aid giver. There's actually been several hundred aid providers for GHF who have died because the Israelis shot them for actually passing out food. These are the kikes you fuckers worship. This is why my father did what he did. Why he had to do what he did. Because the Jews are an insane race who thrive off the pain and suffering of humanity. Israeli government officials have reflexively defended the GHF and instead blamed Hamas for the food shortages, accusing that group of looting humanitarian supplies despite Israeli military officials saying that there's no such proof that Hamas has stolen any aid whatsoever, let alone systematically. Yet the United Nations and many NGOs have called for the GHF to be shut down, calling it not just ineffective, but a dangerous tool of genocide, an actual mercenary organization of human genocide. That's a departure from established international humanitarian relief systems. In fact, it means that the United States and Israel, through the GHF, have engineered a rejection of basic humanitarian principles. Because, you know, the kikes believe their Bible. It's their Bible, not yours. If you're a Christian, your God would tell you to reject it. Because it's a belief in that Bible that has you worshiping the Jew in their genocide of other peoples. Now, while Egypt has been complicit in enforcing the blockade through its border with the Gaza Strip, the reality is that even aid going into Gaza through the Egyptian border has to go through Israeli inspection. The result is that Israel has effectively vacuum-sealed Gaza, with full control of what aid gets in. Israel could have chosen to prevent a mass famine at any point. Instead, it has repeatedly hampered, indeed entirely rejected efforts to deliver life-saving aid to Palestinians, all in contravention of international law. As the earlier foresighted Duval said, Israel is not unique at all in abusing hunger, mass hunger, as a weapon of war. What is unique, his words, not mine. This is DeWall speaking. What is unique about is the Israeli genocide is just how rigorous and how sustained it is, and how it is in defiance of an international humanitarian capacity that can respond just like that. His emphasis, not mine. So if Netanyahu wanted every child in Gaza to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner tomorrow, it could be organized in an instant. But one example of Israel's and the world's capacity to stop the worst from happening is the polio vaccination campaign that happened yesteryear. When polio, which had been eradicated from Gaza for a quarter of a century, resurfaced as a result of the humanitarian and sanitation crises imposed by Israel's genocide, governments around the world pressured Israel to agree to a humanitarian pause in combat in order to vaccinate children across the Gaza Strip. In the middle of the war, the vaccination campaigns were successful, reaching 95% of the population. An effort to stop malnutrition can be similarly efficient, I assure you. The faster Israel relents and allows unimpeded aid delivery, the more lives can be saved. But unfortunately, it's already far too late, and far too many Palestinians in Gaza are beyond salvation. They are literally dying. You couldn't save them, even intravenously. So, as the attorney Gordon has concluded at London University, even if there was divine intervention, his words, an act of God, and we had a ceasefire and the best doctors and all the right kind of food, we'd still have hundreds of thousands of deaths, the annihilation of the Palestinian people. And we're never...
Netanyahu's saying today he's going to roll right in.
That's right.
He's declared that. I mean...
That's right. Openly, defiantly, brazenly.
Openly.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Gormlessly. Yes. Yes. Pure raw evil. And the attorney...
unspeakable.
Yeah.
Thank you for speaking it.
Thank you. The attorney Gordon has concluded, of course, we're not going to have that divine intervention. So understand that the only God involved here is the Jewish God, the mad God of the desert that has sway over the unholy land. And his man on the spot, Benjamin Netanyahu, as just interjected by Holly, is going to finish the job. Was that not his words, Holly? Finish the job.
No, those were Trump's words.
There we are. He got from
those were Trump's words.
He was just
baby.
parroting Netanyahu. Yeah. Trump doesn't even have the capacity to think up 3 words. He's parroting Netanyahu, I assure you.
I'm not sure of that, because as far as he was concerned, it was taking too long.
Yeah.
Because he wants to get those golden towers up.
Believe me, you're right. I mean, everything Holly says is true. Yeah. Everything Holly says is true. She's absolutely right.
Let's get it over with. It's turned into like a Waco thing, you know? I mean, it shouldn't take this long to stomp out this tiny little sliver of land.
Yeah. But
what's the holdup?
But believe me, it's also true that he's parroting Netanyahu. Believe me, we're both
right.
Here.
Well, cheering him on. Cheering him on. Yeah.
I mean, we can look this up for the sake of let's do a screen share here. So we're going to do a screen share. We're just and by the way, this is not done in any spirit of one-upmanship. I'm just we're just trying to find out. Let's see.
Yeah. What do I get if I win?
Yeah.
A sushi dinner.
Yeah. We can only hope. Jeez, Yeah, to everyone, I need as much help as possible this month financially. Gaza quote, finish the job. Finish the job. And let's see who provides us with this. Here we are. The statement, finish the job, has been used recently in the context of the Gaza conflict by both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former U.S. President Donald Trump.
There you go.
Hey, like how AI says, the AI says former U.S. President Donald Trump.
That's weird as hell. Weird as hell.
I love it. AI's thinking ahead.
Man.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of a grinning Vance.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on that son of a
Hideous.
bitch. Yeah, hideous. Yeah, when they smile, it's worse. When they
Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. Netanyahu says new Gaza offensive will start soon. Yeah, and Netanyahu defends Gaza City takeover. Yeah. Netanyahu says Gaza City push aims to end the war quickly. There you go. He can't kill him fast enough.
Yeah. He wants peace.
Oh, here we are. New York Post. Or shall I say Jew York Post. Israel has every right to finish the job in Gaza. Yeah.
Evil motherfuckers.
Yeah. Listen to this. Yeah, Israel has every right to do what it must to eliminate Hamas once and for all, and anyone with a moral sense should back it to the hilt. This is your Scofield biblicist talking here. And Netanyahu says,
wow.
Yeah, Gazans are begging to be freed. Yes, give it. Yeah, this is times. By the way, the Indians love Israel because they hate Muslims because they're fighting nuclear wars with Pakistan and shit. Anyhow, given Hamas's refusal to lay down its arms, the yellow niggers in India say, Israel has no choice but to finish the job and complete the defeat of Hamas. Yeah, there you are. It's anyhow.
And as we've talked about here, did not Netanyahu grow Hamas to smash the PLO, a secular organization?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right?
Israel created Hamas. Yes, that's quite true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it a long game, or do you just do evil stuff and then just get so victimized feeling that you get to kill everybody?
Yeah, it's the
I don't know.
It's the latter.
Is there a bigger strategy? Yeah. Or is it? Yeah. I forgot the other thing. Go on.
Yeah, but just so everybody understands that Holly is not pulling this out of her ass. For years, Netanyahu propped up Hamas.
I've watched it. Oh, yeah, that was the thing. And if you missed the paper one day, you'd never know. But I believe it was Sweden that finally got the permissions to dig up Arafat and test his body. Right. And they found polonium and shit in it. He didn't die naturally.
There we are.
So that was proven, but oh wow, look at that one day. There wasn't any rectification for it. It's just how things happen sometimes. So there you go. To make this creature that is not secular, fundamentalist apparently. Or is it?
It's just pure evil. They're just intrinsically evil people.
Yeah.
Now, again,
and dumb too.
Yeah, and dumb too. Yes, and fucking dumb and feeling victimized all the time when they fail. Whenever it falls flat on their ass and comes to bite them in the ass, then they cry victim. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
And they did. I do understand that there is evidence that they expected a general uprising. But that's if you overlook all the pure chicanery on Israel's side with this whole thing. Oh, gee, we didn't know they were there. And apparently it was all female border post commanders that were calling in the warnings and brushed off like dandruff.
Well, there you go. That's the biblical.
To put the cherry on top.
There's the paedophalopathocracy for you. First they said,
A.
well, they put all the women in command so they could blame the woman when their self-engineered attack got through. That was obvious.
They couldn't do it though because it was on record. I mean, women commanders had been telling them for months.
Yeah.
There's more. Oh, there's more.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. But again, just to Oh yeah, just to evince what Holly said earlier, Hamas was created by the Israeli security services in Gaza to divide and weaken the Palestinian national movement. But ended up, as in the Jewish fable, as somehow being, this organic, homegrown Leviathan that rose out of the sea. Whoa, Brendan Zogit has had a huge dark mother wasp fucking appear in his house. That's a cursed spirit for you.
What?
He's under a cult siege. Yeah. Yeah, that's it's.
Is it a Pepsis wasp? Those are amazing. I mean, and they do come in hot places.
Yeah, not.
And maybe their range is spreading. They're gigantic, bird-sized.
Yeah.
Out in the desert.
Holy
but
shit.
I've seen them, palm of your hand at least.
This is
bright orange wings.
Coming into his home after what happened on the last episode. This is supernatural, believe me. This is like but they're a being for sure. Yeah, I don't know if you're listening, Brendan, but here's what I have to say is that the double whammy is when Brendan's helping Marina Saren, the double whammy is she going to listen and follow his advice? The spell that was cast on Brooke Gibson was so baked in with its own entrapments and confundity that when she was trying to apply the sigils, she was applying them inverted and backwards and in the house instead of outside to seal the curse in even more. I mean, this is like, and realized it later what she was doing, but that's all intrinsic in the curse that when people are trying to combat it, they're combating a rewiring of themselves by the enchantment to sabotage themselves from rescuing themselves, from defending themselves. So the challenge is the advice provided by Brendan even going to be followed by Marina Saren? Will she actually apply it? Or the other part of the double whammy is it leads to greater and greater attacks against Brendan to even try to help her. All of this is part of, this is what happens when you stand against the cult of the kings of Edom, who are directly connected, of course, with the Zionists. They're one of the major symptoms or manifestations of the Edomic agenda, the anti-godly agenda that is gradually, all too quickly destroying our world. And it's, of course, one of the reasons why I'm one of the most suppressed individuals on earth for exposing this. It was the cult of the kings of Edom that was behind the operations at the Presidio military base. And, of course, it's what we're dealing with right now. I got sent something else by dear Brendan earlier. And let's see what it is. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's pretty funny. It's a picture of, here, I'll do a screen share. So let's do a screen share here. And it's uncanny, really, when you think about it. So let's do that. And, okay, hopefully Aristides and Holly can see this. Can you see the cursor moving? That's, yeah, there we are.
Oh, funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Love child or what?
Yeah, Anton Zandor.
Another one?
Yeah, thank you. What's his name again? Tate. What's his first name? Patrick Tate. What is it again?
Andrew
Tate. Yeah, so Andrew Tate and the magus Anton Zandor LaVey, the Jewish founder of the First Church of Satan. And it's very important to emphasize the fact that he was quite pointedly Jewish. They look like father and son. Yeah, it's
if he horned up his eyebrows a little more, they could pass for identical.
Oh yeah, no, it's true. It's true. You'd think one was simply a color picture, though I will admit, Anton
Or
Zandor,
younger or something.
Yeah, yeah. But Anton Zandor-LaVey looks a bit more intimidating. He's got a bigger head, for one thing. He's got a bigger brain. He's got a bigger brain.
And there's intelligence in his eyes.
Yes.
You see that light in his eyes?
Thank you.
The other one's pretty flat.
Yes, thank you. True. Ah, excellent. Excellent observation. Yes. Oh, quite so.
A lot of times when I look at pictures, I like to cover up from the nose down with my thumb and just look at the eyes.
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
And it is interesting. Yeah.
Well, you got it down. That's perfect. That's perfect, Ed. I'll download that. So that was sent by Brendan earlier.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's beyond funny. It's
Yeah.
uncanny. Yeah,
Yeah.
it deserves more attention.
it deserves.
Needs some follow up.
Maybe Anton Zandor-LaVey donated a bunch of sperm. Who knows?
Yeah, well, that would make perfect sense considering what we know.
Who
About
the hell is Andrew Tate's mother anyway?
Yeah, no shit.
I wonder if she has a nice house.
Yeah, I mean,
from his wealth.
Yeah,
or if she died a prostitute.
Yeah, God knows. It's like I have no idea, and there's probably
I never thought about it.
Yeah, it's no one ever speaks of her. Obviously, they've spoken of the father, but they've never spoken of her. So your question
What's
is,
the dad like?
Oh, he was a black guy. Like? Yeah, Brendan Zogate could give it in greater detail, but basically he was a black guy. Okay. I think that's where the name Patrick Tate comes from, or we'd have to look it up. Andrew Tate's father. So you said his name's Andrew, right? Andrew Tate? Did you say?
Yeah.
Andrew
yes.
Tate father.
And he's got a brother.
Yeah, that's right.
Crime.
Which so Emory Tate. So Emory Tate was his father, and Emory Andrew Tate Jr. was his dad, and he died in October of 2015. So Emory Andrew Tate was just this, again, we'll share a screen here. There's no doing justice to this. You have to see it. It's like,
oh God.
Yeah. Again, it's just you got to hit the right button here, find the thing again, and whoever looks him up, you'll get the.
And
images.
Originally American, right?
I mean, yeah. Originally, no, it's an excellent point that you said
citizens?
originally, because he gave up his U.S. citizenship and became British. So here he was. This has got to be AI.
That must cost a lot of money.
Yeah, this has got to be AI. So what happened was that so Tristan Tate is the brother. So this guy Emory Tate was just this black guy who joined the Air Force, and they put him through a nanoplasma injection like mine, and he survived. And so he turned from just a regular nigga to this fucking American chess master. Now, understand that he held the title of international chess master. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Oh, by all means. By all means, Brendan, share with us your travails, everything that's been going on with the occult assault. Because did you hear what I said? You've got the double whammy of whether or not the people you advise will follow your advice or can even follow your advice. Plus, the more you advise them, the more under assault you are. And the siege starts with the way that we tore into Peter Moon the other night. And, they hate that. And they followed up.
Yes.
I won't even talk about the messages I got on cellular. But perhaps someday soon I will. But yeah.
From who? From me? Not from me.
No, not you. From the people I showed you complaining about talking about Peter Moon. Remember? Yeah. I showed that to Brendan. Yeah, read that.
Pete has become the ascended master.
Yeah. Pete's the ascended master.
The crystal.
Yeah.
The guy stuck in the crystal.
Yeah.
And anyways.
So tell about Emory Tate. How Emory Tate's just this custodian.
Well, apparently he was an Air Force guy, then met this British girl who was the Tate's mother.
Yeah.
Then she moved to the U.S. for a while. Then he was basically just put through all these CIA camps. Somehow they picked him, right? And then he became like a savant at chess. So they started sending him to do like the KGB chess battles, in the 80s. Which Doug knows very well.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then, so he learned Russian, and he was like the fastest, allegedly, this is what Tate claims, that his dad learned Russian in 2 weeks and all this shit. He was the fastest on record for,
the fastest
Mhm.
person on record to learn a foreign language in the Air Force and all this shit.
Wow.
So anyways,
Wow.
so he somehow transfers to the CIA to, you know, to be the chess guy. Then
Yeah.
I guess devolves over time and just does chess tournaments for money and becomes like a derelict, basically, just boozing and getting women. So the wife left him.
Yeah.
And
Which
goes
is
back
a
to
sign of the
England.
nanoplasma, you know, the hypersexualization plus the drinking heavily. Yes, go on.
Yeah, to suppress all the whatever, you know, the
Processing.
symptoms you had.
The
Yeah.
high intensity processing. Continue.
Yeah, it was like burning
The
his brain out.
information storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like burning out his brain or whatever.
Mhm.
So yeah, so then that's what allegedly happened. Then they moved back to like some terrible town in England, you know, according to them. Lived in Luton in
Okay.
this council estate for the rest of their lives. Then he said,
Which is
according-
Section
this
8
is
housing.
according-
That's British Section 8 housing. Go
It's
on.
worse. It's worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
worse.
worse.
Worse. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's better in a sense because you get
Grim.
a full house and
Yeah.
thing, and you know you
But
get
it's
everything.
cold.
But-
Ooh.
Well, not just
Do you
the
still have to
weather,
put
it's like
quarters in
actual-
the heater?
Quarters in the heater. Do they have to do that?
No, everything's covered, but it's like it's stark.
Okay.
It's stark. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
you just get like it's communistic. You get like one loaf of bread and shit.
Oh,
All
man.
the kids are poor
Oh.
and they fight each other for money,
Oh,
for
wow.
scraps.
Oh.
So yeah, he went through
Right.
that allegedly. But
Feral
then
kids.
becomes this self-made man, you know, through dealing with like Bulgarian casinos or whatever he claims to have
Yeah,
done.
human child trafficking. Human child trafficking is what he got into. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was later. Supposedly that's how they made it big. They did the cam girl thing, and you know, we're basically.
And that's what made him a social
Yeah.
media presence?
No, he did that after because that wasn't enough for him
After.
just having money. Wasn't
So
enough.
he was already rich before he launched
Became a trafficker. Yeah.
worldwide.
They according to them, I don't know how true it is, but they got rich off of the cam thing because they were scamming all these dudes. Like they would basically, because they were both attractive, so they would just go hunt down girls like in Eastern Europe, bring them back
Yeah.
to London, lock them down
Yeah.
in the apartment, and just make them, you know,
Film.
take off their shirts for their, you know, for these
Right.
dudes online. But they would
Right,
be
right.
they would be manning the keyboard, saying, "Oh, you know, let's meet up. You know, you're super sexy and
Yeah.
all this shit,"
Yeah.
and
yeah.
to trick the guys into giving more money.
So,
they were
so
basically
basically,
just
they were in drag, cyber drag.
Yeah.
They were cyber
They were in
drag.
cyber drag.
Yeah.
They were
With
in
a chick in a
cyber drag.
cage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the chick was just, you know, being a goofball and probably on drugs.
Yeah.
You know, just
Mhm.
doing whatever they said.
Feeling
So-
empowered.
I wouldn't say that. But, yeah.
Well, it's like they just
Wow.
tricked her. They just tricked them. They
Yeah.
said, "Oh, you know." They did the
I
Honey
would say
Woods
they
thing.
forced them by threat of beatings. I would say that they basically enslaved them myself. But yeah.
Well, it's a new
Well, that's
line
what
of
it is, but according
feminism,
to
for
them,
sure.
they said, "Oh, we saved them from poverty, from like Moldovan
Mm.
poverty and shit."
Oh God. Yeah.
That's what they claim.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, so what was the point of this? Just that you just wanted a little overview?
Oh no, that was important. It's
Oh, yeah. And what happened to I was curious about his mother.
Yes. Do you
Yeah,
have
she's
any?
just some British lady, and she still lives in England, and he probably gave her enough money to survive.
Yeah, I
'Cause the
wonder.
Brits have, and I did notice something strange is that the Brits never went after the mother; they just left her alone, even though he's not
So-
allowed in England, and all his assets are frozen.
Right.
They never touched
Right.
her.
Well, yeah, she probably has nothing to take, and they probably think of her as a victim. I doubt he gave her anything.
According to them, they gave her like a house or something.
Okay.
Just like the same
Mhm.
shit that Morrissey would say, and these Brits that got rich, they,
Yeah.
oh, I always take care of my mother and shit. Yeah.
I bought her a house.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could kick a turd. I wouldn't believe a word he said, but yeah, still.
And is
Which
the
one,
father-
Morrissey or Tate?
Yeah, Tate. Yeah, Tate.
Both
I don't.
of them.
Yeah, both of them, really.
Does the father still live?
No, he died. No, he died
No,
in
he died.
2015.
Yeah, he drank himself.
2015.
Drank.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
drank himself.
So
yeah.
he
Shorted
basically
out.
expended all his money, and he, you know, you can only
Yeah.
make a certain amount of money playing chess, and so then he just burnt out
Yeah.
and died. Similar to
Yeah.
what happened to my
Yeah.
father.
There you go.
Where they just ended up living in a car and then just died from like, you know, you just
Right.
run out of steam. Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah.
if you could turn on the link I just sent you a link and an email. I think the more important one is the link that I gave you in your private messages on Microsoft Teams. The email can wait till later. That's more of, basically the email says what Brendan already knows. Gee, vegetables are all over the world are losing their nutrients, their value. The vegetables are becoming less and less nutritious. It's really fucking... Why is this happening? How is this happening?
That was known in the 70s. Sorry, but it was.
Yeah. Hey, well,
it's only gotten worse.
It's getting exponentially worse.
Exponentially worse. Pico waving.
Yeah. It's because the soil biome has been disturbed with all the artificial fertilizer.
Horrible.
So NPK is not good for the soil because it depletes all the natural, microbes.
Yep.
Because if the microbes have an overabundance of NPK, they will stop producing it from the soil. And then once that stuff washes out or gets absorbed by the vegetables, that's like one season's worth. Then all the stuff washes out. And then you have no more nutrients in your soil.
But there's Dow
multiply
chemicals.
that by hundreds of years.
Yeah.
But the scientists have been lazy. They haven't kept up. They'll sell people like, oh, you need 1% magnesium, 1% this, but you can't replenish all the minerals all at once because they're not trying.
Exactly.
They're already paid off. They made money. They don't care. Especially here in
native growth. Yeah, it's horrific, and a lot of that's big ag, but not all. I mean, people were doing it wrong even before big ag, by and large, trying to maximize crop in ridiculous places.
Right.
I mean, Christ, there's rice fields in Southern California, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and monoculture kills
bizarre.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, like monoculture is a mistake, but no one cares.
It's been my whole life, for sure. Yeah. But it still, the wheat is, it ain't your granddaddy's.
Like nowadays, you can eat four times the amount of potatoes and rice, and you still won't get the nutrients you did 100 years ago.
That's right.
Jesus.
That's right.
Yeah. There's still some places like India and stuff that have like natural, ways of replenishing the soil, but then the West ridicules it and says, oh, they're using, human waste and they're using,
right.
Cows, they're using cows and stuff. And it's like, well, that's how it was done before. That's how everyone did it. And that's how it was sustainable. But
I'm actually, and this, this may freak you guys out for life. I don't know, but I am a big advocate of the humanure concept.
Which
like putting people in the soil?
No, that turns out, this is really, I don't know, but human waste, okay? Super disgusting, but there's a bacteria in the gut, thermophiliac, that only purpose is when it comes out of you with your stool, it superheats and it ferments and renders a nutritious soil amendment. The key is that you cannot ever, ever, ever combine that with drinking water, for God's sake, nor can you bury it, because then it only rots. So it's an aerobic process, and I have done this on farms and witnessed it over time. You can build simply with pallets a crib. Maybe you've heard of this, and I hope you have. There's a free book online, Ken Jenkins' Humanure Handbook. And there's absolutely, Douglas, it's clean, it's pure, there's no flies, it takes time, it takes a year, and then you start on your next basket. But, I mean, this use of drinking water, go on. This use of this drinking water ocean that goes into this irredeemable process. I mean, the best you can do is use it again for fertilizer, at least, I guess.
But what
but
about
it's not the same.
So what about? I presume that there's got to be some process to it. You're describing this as if it's almost organic. I was only chuckling at the idea of going to a book about it. Which I presume the book has its own compelling facts that it presents. But what about North Korea, where they've been forced to use what they call night soil or human fertilizer for generations by now, and of course, you know, and they have giant tapeworms in North Korea. When defectors go to South Korea and they manage to survive the escape, then the South Koreans will have to extract supermassive tapeworms from them that seem to be the norm.
But I understand that their process is to bury it in pits, deep pits.
Okay.
Where it can't heat. A heating process.
I see.
It sterilizes, just like a normal compost pile.
Okay,
it's like
exactly.
It goes into thermogenesis and it just kills everything that's not beneficial.
I see.
That's right. And so you dump your bucket in there and throw a nice layer of straw and whatever. I mean, roadkill can go in there, whatever you want. And you build this crib, and then the second one next to it. And when that crib gets filled up, you start on the second one. And I've participated in this, and I'm telling you, you would never know it's even there. Zero flies, like you'd think, or smell of any kind. And I was surprised. Hell, I didn't believe until I saw it. And
so the ancient agricultural
but
society,
you gotta have property, kind of, to do it.
Right.
You gotta have a
land
place.
Isn't a problem. Like if you have a farm, I mean, these farms are huge.
Anybody that does should be doing it, and it's kind of a cosmic
and all
crime
the farmers, like in
that
England and stuff, like they take their dairy cattle and they reuse it in the field, and it's just fine.
Sure.
So
now,
you would do the
is
same
the
thing
food?
if it was human.
I don't know about Britain, but I'm wondering if in continental Europe the food is cleaner.
Oh yeah,
they seem to be, at least
different.
in some countries. I don't know if
No, most countries, like all of them.
Okay. There's some realization. Yeah.
And the actual land itself is more productive. Like it's better land.
Okay.
That's why. That's why all the rulers stayed there. You know, they don't.
Yeah. Grow that opium.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
Yeah. Well,
I'm glad. It's so important. Yeah.
Like wheat and stuff. The wheat is better. Anyone who travels to Italy knows the bread's better and stuff and like safer.
Oh man, like it was better when I was a kid. You know.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Way better.
That's right. But yeah, I understand
and
both points.
I don't think the whole gluten allergy thing is just that. It's a lot of factors
that's been debunked.
that make people's bodies.
That's the hybrid wheat. Wheat. It's been debunked. There's no gluten allergy. It's just
right.
When the wheat
gets a cover
hybridized,
for poison wheat.
Yeah, well, when the wheat gets hybridized, it throws off the ratio of like fiber to gluten to carbohydrates. So then your body doesn't know how to respond if something has more gluten or it's a different type of gluten because it's GM, genetically modified. So things like that create resistance.
Well, yeah, I understand commercial kitchens purchase gluten by the brick. Like that Dave's bread that you told amazing stories about. He, the original guy at least, I don't know, with the brother and all that, but they pack that gluten in by the brick, like a brick per loaf for the mouthfeel and all that. So it's all out of whack.
Right.
And,
Yeah, extracting gluten and then, using it that's too much. I mean, but gluten was never an issue. Like, in all of history, people ate bread. There was, like, countries that only ate bread. No one had a gluten
And the bread
issue.
was food.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not the actual protein. Gluten's just protein. It's not the protein doing the damage. It's all of the other shit done to it. The conditioner, the dough conditioner.
The bleach.
The actual growing of it introduces things, misfolds the protein or whatever, something's going on. Like,
and the hybridization for top yield.
Yes.
Big fat seeds and whatever.
Yeah, so like if you get wheat from like India and stuff and you just make like a roti or something, it's a whole different. Like it digests, you have no issue.
Yeah,
problem.
right.
You know, yeah. So
Yeah,
there you
I
go.
believe that totally. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good one.
That's
Yeah.
why when people go to like Europe and they say, "Oh wow, I lost weight," just and I
Wow.
ate tons of
Right.
food in Italy. They
Right.
feel like they've lost weight.
It's not all
It makes you
corn
feel lighter.
syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, and it's true. Yeah, they are generally thinner in Europe and healthier, despite eating all fucking day.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, the standards are different. Just the standards. Yeah.
so just to put us back onto the link that I sent you in your private messages, Incubate says, hey, what does he say about Douglas? He says, oh yeah, he says, Douglas, have you considered leaving San Francisco? It's one of the most expensive places to live on Earth. Would you be happier in Bali or Japan? I mean, well, I don't know where the fuck Bali.
We've been around this block.
yeah,
We've been around. Yeah, I've already told Doug to do it.
Well, as I said before, we know where I cannot go, and that's Taiwan. But such being said, it's not that I don't want to. At the same time, I do feel that, honestly, I need to accomplish what I need to accomplish here, and believe me, it can only be done here. By that I mean America.
Oh, come on!
I don't want
just
you
be
to go.
honest, Doug. Just be honest.
What's that?
You couldn't
I
get
hate change.
$8,000 worth of blood for free every month.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, you don't need it. You don't need
Yeah.
to pull this.
That's true. Yeah,
Get your levels up.
Touche. It's yeah. Come
Level
on.
up,
Yeah,
baby.
it's
But
like
I'm not bashing you. It's a noble way to say it, but
yeah. He's right. He's right, people. I mean, come on, people. I mean, Incubate. Have you not been listening long enough where you can understand that?
Yeah.
When he's ready to give that up, then I'm sure you'll go anywhere.
Yeah.
I guess I can see you set up in Bangkok.
It's like a house cat. It's like, it's not gonna go hunt mice if it has like a full bowl at home. It ain't gonna go do that.
Thank you. Beyond which, what Brendan said is not only true, but it's actually orders of magnitude beyond what he said, because as Brendan has pointed out, it's $8,000 for a pint of young boy's blood. I'm getting that more than once a month. Generally, so it's usually several times a month, and this month I'll be,
Well, it's basically unlimited. You're a blood millionaire.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
But I'm not condoning it. That's such a scumbag thing. Just move to Bali. At least you'll enjoy your retirement.
But that brings us back to the link I sent you. So put that into perspective for people.
What link?
It's in your
You're talking about the Indonesia shit?
Yeah, tell people about this. Yes. See if you can turn the CC on it, the closed captions, and see if you can review it without the sound.
Oh, I know. I've known about it for a while.
Oh, so tell people about this. Yes.
What?
So the Indonesians have been like not happy with their government for various reasons. So they started. There has been like protests and opposition groups, and they started flying the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates, which is from an anime. So, but it's a whole more reason why they were doing that. But it shows that they're all on the same page, being against the government and all this stuff in Indonesia. Yeah. So it's become this kind of point of pride for the people to kind of rally with.
The anime. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm back in all the Sawarto days, the two Sawartos.
Who?
Yeah,
the Sawartos.
Oh, Indonesian. Yeah. She's talking about the Indonesian dictator, Suharto, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there were two of them. The names were spelled slightly differently.
Yeah. Suharto and Suharto. Yeah, go on.
Suharto.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm wondering, are these their descendants now?
You mean running the government?
Still fighting? Yeah.
Oh,
and that's the question. I have no idea.
No. The two those two people.
Are they long gone?
Yeah, they were over.
You know how the Aquinos keep coming back in Philippines.
Yes.
And other places. Yes. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
I gotta ask.
No. It's a valid question. Just to explain it, no, they were. This is what Kennedy was giving the go-ahead to the CIA to overthrow, because these were the remnants of the Japanese collaborators under Suharto, and so he was a Bushidoist, a Japanese collaborator. That's why the Indonesian flag is red and white. It's the colors of the Japanese flag, except without it's just red and white. Most people wouldn't even recognize it. It's so bizarrely simplistic, but it certainly flies on the consulate in San Francisco. And I pointed out to people immediately. But when it comes to, they've been seceded by all these corrupt American puppets that have turned Indonesia into a hellhole of Islamic fundamentalism, of all things. And well, I mean, let's just put it this way.
Against capitalist casinos and shit?
No,
is it that kind of thing?
No. It's just to explain to people the horror of Indonesia. And I'm so glad that these people are following a Japanese anime to protest against their government, is because Indonesia is one of the most genocidal, expansionist empires on Earth. It is a fucking nightmare. There is almost no way to do it justice in terms of just how bad it is, in terms of the damage that it's done to the world. But the genocides that take place in Indonesia are anti-Semitic, meaning anti-Chinese genocides. So they are against the Chinese population. Basically, what happens is that all over the Pacific Rim, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Chinese are considered the Jews of Asia, or that's how one British ambassador expressed it. And they basically are overwhelmingly Christianized, and they dominate the economy because none of the locals are willing to do that kind of work or get that kind of education, and they literally cannot really, as a mass, seem to get into the position where they can pursue the education, where they can take over the roles that are filled by professional Chinese, who are all the doctors, the lawyers, the dentists, the accountants. And as a result, they hold these pogroms to exterminate all their Chinese in these various nations. But Indonesia is definitely ranks as the worst. It is the most genocidal of all of these nations. Plus, it expanded and illegally occupied. I mean, here's the best way to explain it is, again, by sharing screen. So if I were to share screen and just go over this as briefly as possible.
I mean, how many islands are Indonesia?
There's countless. There's so many islands in Indonesia.
Countless.
The overwhelming majority have never been named. But if you take a look at, let's take a look at Map Indonesia. Map Indonesia will give you some idea of the threat. Indonesia. And so if you take a look at a map of Indonesia, and this is a very poor map, and they're all going to be poor. You can't really find a good map of Indonesia, but this is about as close as we can get. Let's see if this stuff even shows up. It's supposed to be an HD map, so okay, this looks decent. This looks decent. This is passable. Yeah. So
readable.
Well.
Yeah, it's massive.
Wow.
But the
massive.
Yeah, but this is the important part to emphasize about it. So whatever this is in the corner, this is some kind of ad that I'm going to click off as soon as I can. I have no control over that, so hopefully, good thing the sound is off, thank God.
One question. The amazing thing is, how do you organize a place like that?
Well, you don't. It's but here's
the government's basically around Jakarta and Bali and stuff. There's not outside of that. It's like they're. How do I put it nicely? It's like jungle people.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, but just to understand that their capital, Jakarta, is sinking. It's sinking, so they're moving it to here, to Banjarbaru or around that area, creating a whole new city to move their government.
I didn't know.
Because their government is their government city is sinking so fast. But just so people understand. I'm looking at a map of Indonesia, and you'd have to see it to understand, but I just want everyone to understand that when the Dutch withdrew from Indonesia after hundreds of years of colonization, All of this was under Dutch rule. None of this was considered anything but a morass under Dutch rule. The Dutch East India Company was one of the mega corporations that ran the world. And I can't seem to get rid of this stupid thing, so ignore it. At any rate, the point was when the Dutch withdrew, Indonesia was just this chain of islands. And the United Nations recognized only that chain of islands as Indonesia, but you had literally
That's tiny.
hundreds of millions of people on these islands, and these
there's Timor.
Yeah, it's the size of Japan, basically.
Yeah.
That whole strip.
yeah
It's huge.
and they
I see Timor.
and Timor is of course Catholic. They're Catholicized by the Portuguese, had Timor, so they were Catholic, whereas the rest of these are Muslim, Hindu, but basically Muslim. The state religion is enforced Islam. And the churches of Christians are illegal, so the Christians, who are all Chinese, are practicing their religion in homes or in malls where they rent for their churches. And they're annihilated by the Indonesians. But aside from annihilating the Chinese, the Indonesians invaded Timor and annihilated hundreds of thousands, if not a million people in Timor. And Timor fought back for its independence, and of course, after many hard years of struggle, was recognized as a independent Catholic nation. But the Indonesians tried to conquer them. Then the Indonesians expanded and conquered all these other islands. All of these islands after World War II were completely independent. All of them were conquered by the Indonesians. All the way to Papua New Guinea is the worst. Papua New Guinea is...
I was going to say, all the way to New Guinea.
Yeah, Papua New Guinea is where they perform their worst genocide, and they're literally just, killing people. It's indescribable. I mean, if I were to look up anything that, does justice to what the Indonesians are doing, they're literally a terrorist army. And if I could just find the images that do justice to that, it would give people some idea. But this is the individual you're originally talking about, Sukarno. And Sukarno and Suharto are two different people. But they were the Japanese.
And they were enemies, correct?
Well, not really. They succeeded each other, but they were both Japanese collaborators. And then, but then what happened was the Americans...
Ooh, that one looked like Trump.
It
flashed through there.
Well, anyhow, here's some... We might go back to that, but here we are. Here's the Indonesian city that's sinking, and they're trying to build a new one. They're trying to build this... Notice how it's shaped like a seabird? It's a $10.5 billion seawall that they're trying to build to hold back the sea until they can relocate the government. That's some Dubai shit. There.
It's
a $10.5 billion gamble to look at that wall. The concept art, and this is just transitional to hold back the sea until they move the government to that native island where they're exterminating the locals to relocate their fucking government.
You know it.
And but if we keep going back up, the reason these leaders are shown together is because they had the non-aligned movement, which was a counterpoint to the United Nations, was headquartered in Indonesia, in Jakarta. That was the non-aligned movement. That was their Security Council was Tito of Yugoslavia.
That's Tito.
Yeah,
okay.
That's Tito.
I think he was the one that looked like Trump when you flashed by him.
Oh, dude, there's a similarity. Yeah, honey, there's definitely a similarity. They have that kind of look of overfed.
He's younger.
Yeah, self-confidence. Yeah, and
brushy with his fist.
Yeah, Nasser of Egypt. It was Tito of Yugoslavia, Nasser of Egypt. Sukarno, of course, of Indonesia, Nehru of India, and Ghana's first president for life, Nkrumah. Nkrumah, they were all the Security Council of the non-aligned nations, which was a counterpoint to the United Nations headquartered in Indonesia. But yeah, if I can find the, there we are. Here's a good meme which just does it justice. This is
So the UN was in Indonesia. Or this was their UN?
Their UN. Their non-aligned nations. Okay. So here we are. This says it perfectly. We are the Indonesian military. We rape children. We torture people. We have murdered 500,000 West Papuans. We are evil. Yes, this is the Indonesian conventional military. Looks like this. That's their conventional military. Let me see if I can find the Indonesian paramilitary. Let me look this up because that will really give you the face of evil. And it's the largest paramilitary on Earth. It's like, so I think if I can find, let me see now. And the problem is they have so many of them, but there is a government-sponsored one. Let me see if I can find that. But I'll keep looking. Well,
yeah, because that's the thing. All the death squads and stuff.
Oh yeah, this is
and
what
free
leads,
operators.
Yeah, this is what leads, of course, to the genocide. Are these kinds of
cutouts?
Yeah, people. But just so people understand, think about again. We'll do the screen share here while I keep searching for this. Let's see if we can go back to that. Do the screen share. And just so people understand the enormity, look at how it's above Australia. Australia has almost nobody. It's an empty continent, and they've got literally 100 million people up north that are a expansionist, militant, fundamentalist Islamic empire that is genocidal in nature. And this obviously is going to lead to a cataclysmic war. There's no other word for it. It's like there's no way that this can turn out well.
There's just not that much to get out of Australia, is there?
Well, a lot more than what people think, I assure you. Especially if you reverse, start some massive geopolitics, or what I'd call geoengineering.
Yeah.
If you start some massive geoengineering, like Australia has proven this is true. They can flood their interior. And if they flood their interior, then you've got an entirely new game. Australia then becomes a habitable continent in which 100 million people
hell of a lot
Yeah.
easier than going to Mars.
Yeah, yes, that's
Hell of
right.
a lot.
Yeah, you can actually breathe the fucking air, and the temperature is nice.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, go outside.
Yeah, and so I'm looking through some of the pictures that I had of the Indonesian paramilitary, which like makes their conventional military look tame. It's and I'm running across elements of it, but in the meantime, we'll continue talking and continue talking about how this anime, how it inspires people and why it's so important, because they're fighting a world government. And Indonesia intrinsically is like a world government. It has an entire world of people they're oppressing. So, yeah, by all means, go on, Brendan. Talk about that for a bit.
Yeah, please, Brendan.
Yeah. Yeah, if he's available, we'll see.
If he's available.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and also the nature of Indonesia is very much like the One Piece world, which is where...
Islands! Tell them about the islands!
Yeah, they're just going from island to island because the world in that story is just, that's how it's composed. There's no there's only like one or two massive continents, and or that's like part of the fulcrum of the story. It's like that, but everyone lives on separate islands, so they're all separated. You have to be a pirate to navigate, or part of the world government. No one else can just go move freely. So that's why they get inspiration from that.
Excellent. Thank
so
you.
you had to be seafaring to have any freedom. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And of course, in the anime, in the anime, tell them, Brendan, it's beyond seafaring. I mean, of course, in the anime, there's no holds barred, right? There are half these flying
in
ships.
the anime, did the poor people have boats?
No, it's very difficult for them to move around. That's like,
They're
all there's all like slavery and stuff. Like it's horrific. It's a horrific world that they're fighting against. It gets so story that the pirates actually become the heroes because they're the last people with freedom, and they inspire just the regular people, because the world government's so oppressive, and it's actually ran by demons. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
So
C.S. Lewis.
Well,
wink, wink.
In that case, it's no
and
different
they're
from
the
here.
straw hats.
It's no different from here.
The pirates are the straw hats.
Yes. So go on about that, Brendan.
One of the pirates.
One of the pirates. Okay.
The straw hat pirate is just the MC, like the main character. So.
Got it. That's amazing that it caught fire like that. for the whole movement. Well,
you know
so
why?
did
Because
in
the
a
Japanese,
stupid way.
No, because the Japanese liberated Indonesia from the Dutch.
Yes.
And therefore, the Indonesians today are trying to liberate themselves, so they're taking inspiration from the Japanese anime. Makes perfect sense, right, Brendan?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, but that's a big gap in history, so I'm glad they remember.
But the Indonesian government is not happy with it.
Yes.
And actually, they've gone to the point where they are striking back, arresting people, fining people for displaying a fictional anime flag. So it's gotten to the point where Western groups have had to step in, like Amnesty and these other ones, and say, like, look, this is like, it's just, you're blocking freedom of expression of just something that's fictitious. They haven't manifested from it yet. So there you go.
Well, that's
and this is a Muslim regime.
Yeah, it's a Muslim fundamentalist regime, the largest in the world.
Like imams?
It's
robed?
It's so large a Muslim population that there's more Muslims in Indonesia than all the Arab nations put together.
Got it.
300 million.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and so this is the organization that I'm talking about. This is basically Indonesia's home to the planet's largest Islamist terror movements, the reactionary Muhammadiyah, literally followers of Muhammad, and the militant Nahdlatul Ulama, the revival of the Ulama, or the scholars of Islamic doctrine and law, which between them command no less than 70 million Islamist militiamen sworn to conquer planet Earth. And in times of mobilization, they form the KOSTRAD, the Komando Cadangan Strategies Angkatan Darat, the Army Strategic Reserve Command. So these aren't just an ordinary paramilitary. This is their idea of a militia. This is their idea of a militia. These are not, just dudes. These are incredibly well equipped, beyond which you
highly disciplined.
Beyond that, it's actually they are being directed to amass this army because that is what the so-called final war, the apocalyptic Islamic final jihad will actually be these people.
Thank you.
And it's actually being funded. Holy crap, I can't even say it. It's actually being funded by Saudi and these other groups.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what
they'll use them
because they ain't helping the Palestinians.
A worldwide army that's naval based that can swarm any city on earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the name of Islam and in the name of Muhammad himself.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And they will sail under black flags, which is why they're upset about people using this black flag.
Thank you. This is so important for what Brendan said. What Brendan is pointing out is this is an Islamic Marine Corps that's far more than just a Marine Corps. Now, the United States Marine Corps is the largest elite force on Earth, quote unquote, but these guys dwarf them, obviously, by millions, and they're Marines because they come from islands. So they have all these boats, see? This is just to get from island to island, but the Arabs will fund them with ships. And you'll notice that they have the Muslim type of scimitar-based sword inspired. But beyond that, they've got rocket launchers, artillery. Now, this is the militia. This is not the army.
Yeah, this is full.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, they don't need a few billionaires in there.
Yeah. And
those guys can do that shit now.
Yes. And so...
Fund state-level actions.
Yeah, and these are their terror troops. And take a look at all the boats. You see all the boats and armored amphibious vehicles. These are amphibious armored vehicles in the background, including some main battle tanks when you look further back. Those are main battle tanks. And, of course, they have helmets, goggles, flak jackets. This is like, this is not... This makes any conventional...
I would be terrified.
Yeah. This makes any conventional army look like nothing. And so...
Hey, there was a black one in there.
Yeah, well, some of it's camouflage. But yeah.
No, I mean, look again. Okay. I swear there was.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, this, of course, is also them. And Pasukan, TNI.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Yeah, the camouflage, they all look pretty black, but it could be black. It could be black, which is,
And it's Indonesia, which I'm forgetting, and you would expect that.
yeah, there's plenty of
No
black.
judgment.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
certainly many of the people in Indonesia you'd mistake for black. That's true. Let's see if we can get this final photo in, and this is where you get the action. See these planes? These are mass airlift planes, so you can see their backpack is for long campaigning. They've got super backpacks with tents and everything for long campaigning, and they've got airlift planes that can carry them across the sea, so they can invade other nations. It's not just an island chain. Yeah, so COHOST-PRODUCER. This is COHOST-PRODUCER. See, COHOST-PRODUCER was established during Indonesia's military takeover of West Papua in 1960. Yeah, there we
So how-
are.
That's where this plane is going in the caption.
Yeah. What's that, Brendan? Say that again, Brendan.
I said, there's a reason why it's important with what we were saying about the flags.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thank you. That's important, both of you. Thank you, Holly and Brendan, for tolerating that.
And there was Suharto and Sukarno in the first paragraph there. They were taken off to do their thing in poor Papua.
Yes,
Jeez.
to poor Papua. No, it's quite true.
Yeah.
She's right. And just so people understand, this is like this is part of
You know,
what
Noam
you're facing.
Chomsky back in the 70s discussed this at length.
Did he really? Yeah, and we
He
know.
certainly did.
Yeah, we know what he did. He diddled Brandon Young and went
I
to
don't
Jeffrey
know,
Epstein.
but he was on. It was the only information you could get, and it was solid information, and it was reasonably humane. That's all I know.
Understood.
As well as Israel.
Yeah, understood. But then, Holly, tell them about the eyeballs and Epstein and Noam Chomsky.
No. I mean that.
She choked on it. They garbled you. They shut you down from talking about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So say it again.
That was an AI hallucination right up in there.
No.
It's all I can say, but it's just hilarious. It's so crazy.
You're
It's
not
hilarious.
You're not denying Noam Chomsky's involvement with Epstein, are you?
I have no actual idea, but the fact that something would juxtapose like that today was like the ironic weird thing of the month.
Yeah. Well, it's nothing ironic about
Who would
it.
I think a pope would show up. You know? Think
Before
of the
Noam Chomsky.
craziest person you
They
could
were all there.
possibly
they were all
imagine.
There, the Pope and Noam Chomsky. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'll bet you. And Netanyahu too. Bibi too. You bet.
Yeah, but
It's just so cartoonish.
But tell him,
it's just
Brendan.
so crazy.
Tell him about Brendan. Tell him about how Noam Chomsky was Brandon Young's personal tutor, and we know what happened to Brandon.
When he was a child, he told us that. He said, "I had private tutor lessons with Noam Chomsky for a few years."
Yeah.
Because his parents knew him somehow.
Yeah. Well,
And
they
You
were
gotta
rich.
be really rich.
Well, yeah.
But he is the guy in the linguistic science world. He dominates the textbooks. They say he was the Idi Amin of linguistic science theory.
Yeah. Well,
He crushed all competition. But on the other hand, his social commentary, worldwide history and politics, was something I respected greatly.
oh well, it's
And
time
still do to this
time to
day. He
drop
was
it
the only
all.
one.
Time to drop it all. That's where a lot of your
I'm not
indoctrination
that
came
fast.
from. That's where a lot of your
Not that
indoctrination came
fast.
from, because he was the one. He, in the end, was nothing but a simplistic ideological communist. All he was promoting was communism, and all he had to say about fascism was corporatism. He equated fascism with corporatism. His neuro-linguistics, all the rest of it meant nothing.
I get it.
Yeah.
But what I am saying to you, regardless of ideology, is that the information he provided was factual, and you could draw whatever conclusions you wanted, but the fact that these histories that were happening and just had happened were being reported at all to that factual depth.
Well, let's put it this way.
I gotta think it's important.
What made Noam Chomsky famous was that he wrote on the level of an idiot.
Okay,
his whole neuro-linguistic programming was based on idiocratizing the language. It's the way he would put it would be like this. All he was an extension of Michael Aquino and Psy-War 24/7, because Michael Aquino and the whole investigation into linguistics was based on the fact that if you're a fish, you are not conscious of the water which sustains your existence until you're taken out of the water. And only the moment you're taken out of the water and you're literally dying, gasping for oxygen, do you understand and comprehend the enormity of the existential nature of the aqueous medium in which you exist. So their idea was language is like that. Language is your matrix. So if you can alter the language, you alter reality. You alter the matrix by revising the language. And even though Noam Chomsky comes across as a social justice warrior, he's anything but. The fact that he's a tutor for billionaires, it shows what a hypocritical piece of shit he is. Unlike myself, I too am a tutor for billionaires, but I say I'm a fascist. I say I'm a fascist. Yeah, not only do I say I'm a fascist, I'm feeding on the people, literally feeding on the people that I teach. So it's
which is doesn't.
I still say it's a morally higher ground than what? It's a morally higher ground than Noam Chomsky. and then Noam Chomsky, he basically was, here's his whole trip. His whole trip was whatever he did with linguistics, which was to revise reality, how does he apply it politically? It's not what you say, it's what you do. So what does he do? He tells people this anti-American shtick, which is fine. You can claim I'm on an anti-American shtick. He'll say, oh, it's colonialism. But, okay, sure, he points out evil parts about Israel. Sure, he points out evil parts about, corporations, other things. But here's the point.
No, it was.
He simplifies it all. He simplifies it all.
He was another voice.
He simplifies it all to no action. There's no action with the problems he presents. He presents the problems, but he presents no solutions. It's like literally everything that he says is, here's your problem, and there's no solution. So what's the solution? And what does it come down to in the end? If you really confronted him, it'd just be something incredibly stupid. He would say something like, Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders.
Well, I've always appreciated your ability to offer solutions.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've always appreciated that about you.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Not Bernie and Noam. Not Bernie and Noam.
Never Bernie.
Oh, shit. It's like, just don't die on that hill. Don't do that to yourself.
It might be in my genes, I swear. I was just born like this. It was never a decision.
Yes. It's definitely the thing that angers me, however, the most about him is the corporate fascist equation, where he says fascism is corporatism and corporatism is fascism, and what he's intentionally doing is he's confusing and obscuring what Mussolini said. Benito Mussolini used the term corporatism in the sense that the corporations are controlled by the state. So when Mussolini, as a fascist, engineered the fascist miracle, because fascist economies do not suffer depressions. The one thing that everyone cannot historically deny is that economically fascist economies do not suffer depressions. And there's reasons for that. I could go into them. Some would claim it's a
Hey, and I'm Mr. Big Government. I really want to see corporations
under
ruled
control.
by the state.
Yes.
That's all I want.
Yes. Yes.
That's all I want.
And that's the important decisive factor between capitalism and fascism. Understand that in capitalism,
that's what I want. And
Yes.
I've heard you say this exact thing before,
Yeah.
and I never forgot it.
yes, in capitalism.
So it's a factor in my thinking. You've indoctrinated me, motherfucker.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes.
And I think it's a benefit.
Thank you.
But no, I think that's the whole problem.
Yes. So in capitalism.
But that requires the state.
Okay, they're glitching.
Everybody.
It requires the state. Continue, honey. Say that again.
A state that allows everybody.
Yes.
A state that represents everyone in it. Now, if that state has to be cleansed of
Certain
anybody different, then it gets problematic.
Well, yes.
But
no.
that is the world I want. If
Yeah.
it's inclusive,
Well,
hit me
certainly
with a
my
fish.
world is inclusive. I feel no need to.
I want an
yeah.
inclusive world.
Yeah, I feel no need to annihilate anybody except certain. How would
I
say it?
want
Not
corporations
ethnicities.
leashed.
Yes, corporations must be leashed.
I want corporations leashed, and that means regulation, and
Yeah.
that's the hill that
Yeah.
they're going to die on. That's the hill they're going to kill me on.
Yeah, well,
I just want a little regular fucking lation because they're only built to do one thing,
yes, which is profit.
and that is
at all
profit.
costs. Yeah, I mean to the
So
point-
without
yeah.
regulation, that's a nuclear power plant out of control.
Yes, absolutely. It's in meltdown. It's in critical, and the
And
horror.
that's what we're seeing. Only the
Yeah.
corporation are mounting more and more inscrutable technology on top of it
Well,
that even they can't control,
Yeah.
admittedly.
they're gonna pay the
Oh,
price
geez,
for
it
that.
hallucinates.
Yeah,
Yeah, or we are
yeah.
for a long time sooner than them.
Yeah, which brings us back to Brendan for a moment here. I'll get back to the ideological difference between capitalism and fascism in a moment. But Brendan, I explained to Brendan the other night and to Aaron Tice the other night that I had a conversation with Brooke Gibson. She called after our latest episode with Marina Sarin. And when she called, I spoke with her for hours till the morning, and one thing that we noticed was she asked AI a number of questions.
God.
Well, here's where it gets interesting, Holly. When I'm saying this now for the first time on record, I will undoubtedly bring the subject up again in the company of Aaron Tice. Because I do want people to understand that one of the things that I noticed is I can be on a private Microsoft Teams conversation with many people, usually individually, one at a time, and I won't notice another person on the call. It's when I get on the group call to do the calls for this program that we usually notice or hear some other individual on the call who's not registering as being on the call. Someone who doesn't appear in the Microsoft Teams window, but we can hear them. Yeah, there. You've also heard it.
No, actually not since Teams.
Yeah.
So much.
Okay. Yeah. Well, believe me, it's happened a few times since Teams. We're joined by Heather Holman, by the way. So, we'll get back to this. My call with Brooke and the fact that I heard this same phenomena with Brooke that I do on show calls. And so Heather.
So is that some AI gathering information?
It's not an AI. You can hear them farting and scratching and sniffling and chewing Cheetos and scratching their ass. And anyhow, Heather, give us an update, dear Heather. Are you doing okay? How are things?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Well, much the better for knowing.
Good enough.
Yeah, knowing that you're doing great. Yeah.
Yes, didn't mean to interrupt. Heather just locked on because I guess she tried to explain my son and the black hole sun thing.
His theory
while
I
was
mentioned
gone.
last week.
Oh, so let's
But
talk
that's
about
not
that.
the important.
Well,
No, let's talk about something more important, Douglas.
Okay.
Here's what I figured out.
Mhm.
Okay, can you give me 2 minutes and then you can probably figure it out. You'll understand what I'm saying, but I'm not very eloquent, so I can't present it well.
Yo, you are eloquent
Enter my
enough.
seat here.
Yes.
And here
Yeah.
it is. And here it is. That Donald Trump, I mean, we are our country is in great danger because Donald Trump won. But of all the people that could have won for Project 2025, we are lucky to have him, because if Marco Rubio or someone like him would have won, the Project 2025 would have been going on and we still wouldn't be aware, because he is such a buffoon and such an idiot and everything else. And he is so incompetent that, I mean, he's making so many mistakes with the tariffs and everything else, where he is actually, by having an idiot in such a mega, whatever you want to call, is actually hurting their cause more. Because Marco Rubio, who everyone thought was great, moderate, if he had won the presidency, we would still be saying, everything's okay, because he wouldn't have crashed the economy right away with his tariffs, because tariffs were part of Project 2025. He wouldn't have done the crazy stuff that Donald Trump's doing. He wouldn't have been putting new flagpoles and standing on the roof he would have just been quietly destroying this country, and most of us would not be aware. And definitely, and even if we were aware, the mainstream would be aware. So Donald Trump being the biggest idiot in the world was actually a blessing, and I hate to say that because it's not a blessing.
Understood.
But he
You're making a point. Yeah.
I mean, that's all I have to say is, I mean, thank God for the idiot.
Yes.
Because Marco Rubio would have had me fooled to this day.
Okay. I mean, it's an important point. Were tariffs part of Project 2025? Now, my understanding was, but I certainly want to confirm everything our man is saying, but Vin is quite correct. Obviously, anyone aside from Donald Trump would just be more subtle. It would be harder to notice the damage. But I do believe that tariffs were indeed a significant part of Project 2025. It was one of their initiatives spearheaded by the Heritage Foundation, the Paleo.
Correct, but not is, we're just going to give 80% and we're going to give 20%. It was a slow. I mean, Donald Trump I don't like how they're treating the president of whoever.
Brazil. Yes.
Oh, that's
Brazil.
A beaut.
So I mean, Donald Trump just misused them and doesn't understand them. I mean, it wasn't part of their first.
Like a bludgeon.
Donald Trump just is, I mean, he's such a buffoon.
Yes. No, true.
Agreed.
Vin's quite correct. So, no, Vin, you're always welcome.
It's a slim hope, but it's a tiny little hope.
Well, but at least he's mobilized the people.
Yes.
I don't think they expected it. Look at Tennessee. I don't think I don't think if Marco Rubio came in, that you would have been having the millions of people marching. I mean, I don't think we'd be as aware right now.
It's quite true.
Yeah.
Everything you say is quite true, and well taken.
And Tennessee, yeah.
Go on.
Okay.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tell us about Tennessee.
Oh, you're in Arizona. I found myself wondering, what if Kamala had legally won by 1.5 points? What would have happened?
Well, you know goddamn well what would have happened. They would have claimed she stole the election and just screamed and pissed and shit.
But how violent,
you saw what happened. They stormed the Capitol last time. They would storm the Capitol again.
Right.
But I think that if that would have happened, I'm sorry. I think that
it would have been a lot more than the Capitol.
Nothing would have happened, and it would just still be coasting along the way that it was.
I don't think they have the balls to do it. I don't think they have the balls to storm.
I'm not sure.
People. But right now they have the balls to do it. But I mean, I think that Trump has just alerted people far too early. Trump is not a good politician. Let's face it.
Yes. No. Your points are well taken. Also, I appreciate what Heather said, what Heather said is correct in the sense that there is an enormous apathy. No matter what your politics, there is an enormous laziness.
That's true.
So everything that all of us have said is correct to a degree. But the one thing I can say for certain that we all know for a fact is that they would have relentlessly made Kamala Harris's administration constantly and chronically deal with the problem of their claim that it was a false election, it was a stolen election, and they would promulgate these lies. That would have literally done enormous damage. They would have done enormous damage.
I think the only thing that would have been different, the only thing that would have changed is that everyone would be working from home.
No.
Amen. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, so Vin, what were you saying in response to that?
Well, I'm thinking and that's the thing. Everyone's like, impeach Trump. Mm-hmm. But if you impeach Trump, you get Vance. And Vance is a puppet. Trump is, Vance is far more scarier than Trump. Trump, he can watch Fox News one day and decide he's doing something stupid and crazy. And that's the thing. And and Rubio's the real scary thing, because Rubio was thought to be a moderate. Everyone thought he was going to be
right.
He's changed everything. And Rubio and Musk are going to kill millions and millions of men, women, and children with their USAID thing. So that's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. If someone as well spoken as Rubio and as well known as Rubio would have won the presidential nomination, we would have been in far deeper, and we wouldn't have known it. There would not be 1 million people marches. And that's what I'm saying. Trump is just an old man who's building a ballroom. Rubio wouldn't have been saying they're building a ballroom or tearing up the Rose Garden.
Yeah, excellent points.
Or been involved in the Epstein.
Yeah, no, these yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
Or if he was,
he'd just be quietly passing all the tax laws that so millionaires never have to pay again.
Or Rubio
without the fanfare.
Mar-a-Lago. Rubio doesn't have kids that are. Donald Trump Jr. Posted a picture of his dad throwing a green dildo on the WNBA. These are just horrific and stupid things.
Right.
Marco Rubio's presidency would look just like Biden's or Bush's or anyone else's.
Been more dignified.
You wouldn't know how bad it was.
What, Holly?
Been more dignified.
Well, I wouldn't use the term dignified.
You wouldn't know how bad it was getting, what you were losing until all of a sudden.
Yeah, it would be more understated. But continue, Vin. You wouldn't know how bad it was.
Because now Trump's flouncing around, threatening to invite Zelensky to Alaska.
Yeah, well, all I can say is good. Turn it into a wrestling match. I couldn't give a shit. Yep.
Flouncing around like a ballerina, like a fairy godfather, making these crazy, it's so prima donna.
There's that.
It's just,
go on, Vin. It's what Vin was saying.
No, it's just totally crazy because the rest of the world would still respect us more and everything, because Rubio would have it. Marco Rubio would still have sort of the respect of the world while making all the changes, and there wouldn't be this crazy stuff. There wouldn't be UFC fights on the White House ground. There wouldn't be all this, and he would be already have taken us far deeper down of losing our rights or anything. So thank God Trump is a buffoon. And that's all I've got to say, because it's got the American people woken up a lot earlier than they would have been otherwise, and that's not a pro-Trump.
I concede your point.
No,
that's right. The buffoonery is astounding.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's your points are well taken, Finn, and they're well articulated. Totally. So give yourself credit. You can articulate your point quite well. Heather, of course, not to dismiss Heather at all. What were you else? You were adding something else, Heather, there for a moment about your own observations there. Please feel free to repeat them, or Oh
no, I was going to say that I got to mention that one time that Donald Trump let the Krishna Consciousness organization park their Rath Yatra cart by his train tracks.
That's cute. That's adorable.
And it's because they didn't have a place to park it throughout the year, and so he gave him a parking spot for the Rothiatra cart.
Oh, there you go. There's a little.
Couldn't have been for free.
No,
He
he did.
rented it.
I think he did. No,
Well-
maybe for not longer than a year, but I don't know.
But
Yeah,
still.
as long as he didn't get made fun of on Sesame Street.
There. Hey, well, let's put it this
You're
way.
right. It's a deep cultural uprising against it all.
Oh,
Very.
thank God. But what Heather
Yeah.
brings up is like, there's a few things, Heather, that help Trump's karma. I mean, like I said, if it had been any Democrat or Republican that won the presidency, but especially a Democrat, communist China would have quite quickly overwhelmed the world economy. And so, as a person born in Taiwan, it's very important to me that Trump did confront the China issue and started his tariff attacks essentially against China. That was his primary target at first, and so it changed. It changed the course of history. That changed the course of history. Now, of course, he's trying to get in good with China again, but it's probably too late. We'll see. He's obviously trying to abandon Taiwan and side with the communist Chinese, and but
boy.
as Holly said, then he flips, and so he's very.
Flounces.
Yeah, his sheer unpredictability, his erratic behavior, which is again symptomatic of some kind of pathology. It's
And what Vince says.
yeah,
It's
buffoonery.
so
Yeah, the dildo.
Vinny. I mean, not Vince.
Yeah. Well, Vin. Just say Vin, like VIN number on a
Vin.
car.
Yeah.
It's Vin, there was a few things you were saying there. Were you just talking to Heather, or did you was there something you wanted us to hear?
Oh no, nothing. I was just saying that I thought that the cart was oranges, the Hare Krishna oranges, which is the color of Trump's skin. But obviously,
I love
I
it.
was mistaken.
Yeah, yes. Oh, that's so funny. And
It's sort of like Elmo. Hey, why he hates Elmo so much? Because not everyone can be eye color.
yes. And so Heather says, I read Epstein Island was a cloning factory. Now, okay, gotta have some fun with this. So Heather, do you are you thinking like those Cabbage Patch Babies, Cabbage Patch Babies?
No, I haven't. I haven't really thought about them in the same relation to each other. I just thought like how they have these artificial womb projects.
Okay.
More high advanced.
So listen, with this, I bid you adieu. I'll be back in 10 minutes after you discuss this.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and you're welcome back anytime, Vin. Thank you so much.
Well, it
You
could
get
be where all the
squeamish.
Disney kids were made.
Yeah. So, honey, again, you do feel that the Cabbage Patch Kids were how the Disney kids came about?
No, I don't know how they're all
That's
like
how they
grandfathered.
made Keanu Reeves.
That's how they make Keanu Reeves. That's good. But
I want one.
yeah. So, have you gotten over or still kind of attached to the Cabbage Patch Kids fascination? Just curious.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I haven't thought about it recently, but
Okay.
I'm sure it's evolved over time.
Well, in all fairness, now, were you able to listen to what I said about Trump and time travel the other day?
No, I did not.
Oh, it was good.
Okay.
It justified you, man.
Is it last? Is it the last episode?
It's the last episode, so I actually
Yeah.
validated you. It's in the time-stamped area. It should be
Yes,
in the
he did.
Yeah, so I did validate you.
You were right, Heather. You were right.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So in a sense, I will again validate what you're saying. There is you could call it cloning, but it's a form of in vitro fertilization where he had all these young girls and he was exploiting them. And many of these incredibly powerful people, including many scientists, were using these young girls as womb machines, like a assembly line of wombs. So in a very real sense, yes, it's a cloning factory. Epstein Island was a cloning factory in a very real sense. So your statement, which sounds ridiculous at first blush, really is not. It's
So
so
that's why I
Not
think
a
that's
rubber
why
in the
there's
joint.
less transparency, because it's bigger than what people are claiming that it was going on. Like
Yeah.
it's something else.
Yeah, I mean, and it guaranteed there are people out there who wanted babies produced by the sperm of Noam Chomsky carried to term, which does not speak.
You know that's right.
Yeah, which doesn't.
Goddamn right.
Yeah, and others. Yeah, which doesn't speak
Better
well.
than David Crosby.
Yeah, yeah.
Although he was no dummy, it turns out.
Yeah, well,
Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, just don't get me started on any of them. They're all creeps to me. But the
I mean, is that what
I
was going
know.
on in the Florida Disney park and that island, and that got all shut down?
oh,
No, it had the flesh-eating virus.
Oh,
You
that where it
couldn't,
started?
because it was in the swamp. That was the water swamp park, and it was so riddled with flesh-eating virus that gets up your nose and eats your brain
Oh!
within 24 hours.
Jesus.
That happened to a friend of mine for real, long ago. And you've seen this. It's a big thing. It's an amoeba. Now one guy got it from tap water. A woman got it whitewater rafting in a cold river.
Oh, God. Oh.
It's for it. And it used to be very rare. But it was so riddled that they shut it down
Wow.
and walked away.
Wow.
Yeah, it
Oh.
likes warm water, but the shit's getting stronger. It's evolving.
Oh, God.
Some lady got it from a neti pot using sink water.
Where?
Oh,
That's an important
I don't
point.
want to say Florida.
Okay, because
It
it's one thing
might
if
have
it's the deep
been.
south. It's one thing if it's the deep south simply because the temperature, the temperate
Yeah,
water is naturally a lot warmer.
yeah, but the whitewater
yeah.
rafting lady was like in Arkansas or something. It was cold spring water.
Yeah, yeah. Still
She
south
got it
though.
up the nose.
Still south though, and it's still
Yeah.
still coming up north, but
Yeah.
it's getting
that
cold.
side of
but,
the
but
divide.
by the way, the cold element is very important. When Holly brings that up, that's not supposed to be possible, or at least it wasn't in the past. Cold spring water was like pure water. It was like, you didn't need
Yeah.
to worry about amoeba, brain-eating amoeba. But if it's coming to you now in cold water, that's bad news. That's really bad news. Did she survive? Did she survive? Or
Really bad. Nobody survives it. You're done. Fast.
What?
48 hours, they're pulling the plug.
Oh,
That's what happened to my friend's friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. They
A
died?
hot spring in Gila in New Mexico, jammed up with a log. It was a beautiful wilderness hot spring, 12 feet deep. And he had a little cut in his ear.
Whoa.
He was there with his girlfriend and a couple of kids. And 48 hours later.
Yeah.
Done.
Oh my God. What?
And that was in the late 80s.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, wow.
So you can imagine. I know.
I can't begin to imagine.
They always jump out in the newspaper, now I say, on the newsreel when it happens, and it is happening. And apparently that's what shut that Disney park down.
Wow. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did it shut down? What year?
Long ago.
Okay.
Heather?
yeah, I'm looking.
Okay, good.
Okay.
There's
Thank you.
YouTubes, people going in there to explore it and shit.
Mhm.
Urbex.
No, yeah, those.
But
Yeah.
hell no.
Yeah.
You don't want to have a water park in a Gulf side fucking backwater.
Yeah.
Like, it's all gonna be great.
Yeah.
Toenail infections, forget about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Let alone
Yeah.
brain-eating
Amoeba. Holy
prion
fucking
amoebas. Yeah.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like
Honey.
Tom Sawyer Island.
Top
It was
Sawyer Island.
open. I guess it reopened.
Oh God.
Delightful. That's.
We're nose plugs
Yeah.
and
hey.
earplugs
Yeah. No
and,
shit.
and a butt plug
Yeah,
and,
butt plug.
and a gag.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh.
And don't have a cut.
Yes. Oh my God. Well.
It was probably closed so long ago that it's not even news
And
anymore.
close your eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they scrubbed it.
Oh.
A
my
Disney failure. There is no such thing, don't you know?
1999.
Disney does not
Wow.
fail.
Yeah. 1999. Wow.
Yeah,
That's
That's
so,
about right.
Yeah. What a long time ago. Yet
Creepy fucking gangster mouse. I hate that fucking gangster mouse. Rats, the rat's a gangster. Have you seen the human corpses that have run Disney all these years? Oh my God. They're flesh eaters, I tell you. Flesh eaters.
Where do you see them?
In the business pages, Eisner and this Igor guy now, I don't know, but I mean, I'm telling you, that place, that's a meat grinder.
I
Oh.
heard that people spread ashes in the haunted mansion.
Okay.
I'll bet. Off the roller coaster.
No.
I can see it now.
No, but I mean, is this like a people request that kind of burial? Like people like want to be buried in
Oh,
the
it might be somebody's wishes or something.
Yeah.
You never know.
Or they sneak it
Yeah.
because it's a health hazard.
Yeah.
Dumping your dad's
Yeah,
ashes in the fucking haunted castle. That's what freaks me out. People that go to Disneyland with no kids.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah.
That's so
I don't
weird.
think that's healthy.
Not at all.
I just don't. I never did. That's wrong.
Yeah,
So
if
wrong.
you get too
But I
friendly with
wouldn't
the
take a
characters,
kid
they
there.
intervene.
Say again.
If you get too friendly as an adult, if you get too friendly with
Oh,
the
yeah.
characters, they'll intervene. They'll be like, "Hey, this is for the kids."
Oh yeah, I'll bet they will.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. I am. That's creepy enough. By the way, here's something amusing for you. Let's do a screen share here, and there's something trollish maybe. I don't know. Can you see the
Okay.
chat? Can you see the chat? Yeah. I'm going to lower the. Here we are.
Sure.
So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So here's the chat, and here's this guy up who seems pretty supportive. I think he left a positive comment underneath one of our latest shows. So he comes into the chat, and this is a different avatar from what he left a comment as, but the commentary looks very similar. Hi brothers, have a beautiful night. Seems positive. Maybe he's just on a roll, or just really high. And, you deserve to be all over the planet. He was saying that to me when we were talking about where I would move. Thanks.
Oh.
I said thanks so much. Then the force is with you guys always. So that's nice. And I gave him the thumbs up. And then Brandon is awesome too. Okay, now remember we're talking about Brendan. A lot of people call him Brandon. A lot of people,
no.
yeah. But,
Including you many a
Including-
time, but no one blames you because your brain is so hot.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Then Team Dietrich is amazing. Here's where the potential trollery comes in. God bless USA. What the fuck?
Ouch.
I mean, that is weird because it's just in context. It's not. By the way, it's not like I'm here saying like destroy America. But I mean, certainly we need to destroy it as it is. Let's put it that way. We need to destroy it and reassemble it from the bottom up. I mean, it's that bad. Look, I'm an American. I think I'm stuck here and have to do what I have to do here. Besides the obvious reasons that Brendan pointed out. Believe it or not. But such being said, when somebody comes in, they're like, "Hey, you guys, Team Dietrich's great." Then out of nowhere, God bless America. It's morbidly funny. It's morbidly funny, but you got to wonder, is that a bit of trollery? It's like, it's not. I don't take offense.
What about this one comment that I'm looking at? I just pulled out the chat.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Oh, Incubate asking me about cock rings. Incubate asking me about cock rings. What do you think of that, Heather? Yeah. What do you think of cock rings, Douglas? And it's like,
no,
now
it's
that's
from
true.
Vinny Barbarino. It says, "Is Brooke here?"
Vinny Barbarino. Where are you seeing this? Let me see if I can find this.
I'll screenshot it. I think. I
Please.
mean, that's probably. Yeah.
Vinny Barbarino is obviously a play on Vinny Barbaric, who's Peter Moon. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so, but anyhow, get a screenshot of that, please, because
Yes.
that's not in the chat right now, is it?
I don't know. I opened the YouTube, and since I'm one of your moderators.
Yeah. Because I don't see it.
Oh, so she's on the YouTube, not the Teams.
Well, this is the
Hold on.
YouTube
Hold
that I
on,
was just
guys.
showing you. So we'll find out. We'll find out.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's...
The new guy said America instead of United States. So perhaps there's a clue in that.
America. You mean God bless? He said God bless USA. He said God bless USA with America.
I thought he said God bless America.
We can go back with a share screen. So let's go back with a share screen.
Here. You
Yeah.
see, I'm.
Oh,
Okay, let me find it. It's right here.
okay. Take your time. There we are. Okay, she's sharing this with us. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, thank you for sharing that. As a matter of fact, Vinny Barbarino, is
Ouch.
Brooke here? What? Can you see that?
Yep.
Holly? Yeah, so, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a bunch of crazy.
Yeah, that's a whole... It's a whole load of motherfuckers. That's a can of worms. Vinny Barbarino
Oh, boy.
is Brooke here? Why do you hate me so much when I love you so? I want you to have my babies. Forget Douglas. He's totally gay and has a cock ring. I know.
I think you call that a disruptor.
Oh, I'm not seeing it though.
Loathsome.
I'm not seeing it. It's like, so that's so weird. I'm not seeing it in the chat. So she had to screenshot it. It's like, if anybody else can see it and they're a moderator, you're invited
On your
to
studio.
take it down. Yeah. You're invited to take it down. So it says another moderator just handled this, so somebody took it down.
Aristides.
Yeah. Was it
He's the
Aristides?
man.
Yeah, Aristides took it
Maybe.
down. Thank you, Aristides.
I don't know. Maybe it was Heather. Yeah. Heather's a moderator, too.
And so there you go with that. Now that obviously comes from the Incubate question earlier, where Incubate asked me, Douglas, you have, what do you think about cock rings? Which is like, okay, where does a question like that even come from? Obviously, it's just trollery. It's because, like I said, I never think about cock rings. But seems to be the
That's so
theme.
passe.
Yeah.
We really wanted to know.
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
Oh. So yeah, they're hitting us tonight. That's because we've they're for some reason they're really threatened by us. They've been devastated the past few episodes, and so they're just doing everything they can to fuck around. And
Hey,
yeah.
how was the dentist?
Fine, thank you so
How'd
much.
the dentist go?
Good.
Oh, good.
I have another appointment
Good.
set up.
You
for...
made it on time.
Oh, well, I was early. I
know.
Yeah, that goes
They
nuts.
let you in?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, thank you for asking. No, they did. It wasn't the security guard. It was somebody involved with the facility, probably a custodian who was off the night shift and leaving. It was somebody who was burdened by bags who was leaving the facility. And so I'm presuming they were a custodian who was working the night shift and leaving work, and they just opened the door for me, and that helped immensely. That was yeah. And so I went upstairs, and then of course they have this weird couch in the hallway. It's the only couch in the hallway because they literally probably had elderly people literally dropping.
Right.
So they had to have that. And it made it big enough to lie down on. And it's like...
Oh, man. I'd be dozing until they opened up.
Oh, yeah. It was a weird shit because, when I'm sitting on it, it's so large, my knees... I'd have to sit on the edge for my knees to bend. So if you instantly feel like
Herman
a child...
couch.
Yes, you instantly feel like a child sitting on it. I had to scrunch back against the wall. And I started reading a paperback novel that I'd been meaning to crack for a long time. So...
what one?
Well, yeah, this one
right
is
now.
just another cheap military
You can't shock me. Yeah.
Deep Core is the name of it. It was a
Deep Core.
Deep Core. It's a cheap military geopolitical thriller that was made in the 90s, And so it had the anti-Japanese theme. So I was interested in it to see how they played out the geopolitics against Japan in this novel. Of course, they have to include...
Who wrote it?
Fuck, I'd have to look. I mean, it's under a pseudonym
never
anyway.
mind.
It's under a pseudonym
Yeah.
anyway. But the point is, whoever wrote it, they claim that they were a U.S. Army Green Beret who did scuba diving, and therefore it has some, I'll say, exciting scuba combat. So it starts off well enough with that. But what's weird is whenever I read these novels, it's always they always include the Soviet Union, because at that same period of time, 1991, the Soviet Union had just collapsed. Yet these novels were written just prior to the collapse, and it takes a year or two to publish them, to get them through the editor and to publish them. And, so by the time they got published, the Soviet Union's still extant in the writer's world. So you always got to take that into the account. Yet so that's already, in a sense, a negative for people looking for something
Dated.
more contemporary. It's very dated, but they're all very dated. But I don't mind that, because to me, these are like alternate universes anyway. So I'm just looking for the geopolitics in the alternate universe, and this one appealed to me because it's
a form of gaming.
Yeah, yes. To me, it's appealing because it integrates the ocean floor. So that's always a plus to me, because the ocean floor is always one of the battlefronts of the future. Obviously, we're going to be fighting for sea space the way they used to fight for airspace. So once we get to that point, we'll be in the world I've always predicted. So there we go with that. So that's what I was reading, and I got through quite a bit of that. At least I'm started in on that. So it was while waiting for her. Of course, by the time I showed, she said, "Oh, please show up at 8." And then, of course,
the 45-minute wait.
Oh, it's first off, I was scared to death that there's nobody there. There was nobody there. Right. So I'm sitting on this couch on the second floor, and then people start dribbling in, and then I have to stand up because one of the guys who shows up, I can just tell he's an asshole. I think he's the same asshole who started the fight the last time I was there. So when he got in line, I had to get in line ahead of him because I don't have a choice. So, I don't want him taking my place. So,
so you got to stand in front of the door.
Yeah. But I was reading, saying it was okay. Okay. Then a woman walked in who I thought might be Dr. Nazib, because they look so different in their civilian suits, as opposed to when they put their smocks on and shit. So
the white coat.
Yeah, so I started saying, well, it's blue. They all wear the sky blue stuff now. In dentist, at least at UCSF. So I said, I said, Dr. Nazib? No. I said, she told me to show up at 8. She says, the girls are coming in. She says, the girls. And they're coming like it was a strip joint. She says the girls are coming in. And, soon enough.
Hygienists.
Yeah, we'll open up. And anyhow, so she is the one who opened it up, and then I got processed by another girl. So it all worked out. Of course, when I sat down, I turned off the cell phone because I figured she'll show up and call me at 8, which she never did, of course. And it wound up, I didn't go in till much later. I don't mind. Like I said, I had the novel, and I had, and I don't give a so long as I'm on time.
I do the same.
Yeah, so long as I'm on time.
To go.
Yeah, so long as I'm on time, I don't give a shit. It's on them if they fuck it up. So then she said later on,
they'll look at me weird because I'm reading.
Yeah. Oh, I don't. Yeah. Well, the one time I really got angry in the waiting room, not that I did anything about it, but it's just some stupid old white lady who, my cell phone rang and I answered and was talking out, and she starts like approaching me. You got to turn that off and shit. This is just one of the clients. It's like nobody who's the staff would care. Right. And she's just trying, fuck you. But I turned it off anyway. It was an excuse to get out of the call, really, for this. And, the person who called was that guy who's been on the show a few times, who used to work with Brett Loiter. Do you remember Brett Loiter? That's who called me.
Called you at 8:30 in the morning to chat?
That one time, yeah. It was like, this was a different appointment. It wasn't this one.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was a different appointment. He called me one time. But do you remember the name, Brett Loiter? Do you remember anything about him?
I really don't. Really. Yeah.
Well, get this shit. So, Brett Loiter wrote A Field Guide to UFOs. And he was like on the up and coming. He was rising, and he got assigned Lorian Ann Fenton as a handler. And
Got it.
so Lorian Ann Fenton fucked him up and destroyed his life and rendered him homeless. It was like his entire life destroyed over $1,000. Basically, while he was affiliated with her, she asked him to loan her $1,000. And you know, I know one thing. Anything you give to Lorian Ann Fenton, you're never seeing again. I mean, I knew that from the beginning. Anything you deal with her, you're never seeing it again. You're never getting it back. So there's no such thing as a loan. It's a gift. But he apparently clung to this notion of loan. And so he basically pursued it and said, I want it back. And she had to arrive in court and give it back because she is in such a precarious position, breaking so many laws in so many other ways, that she was afraid that she would somehow be compromised if he pursued it. So she had to show up in court for her own fears of collateral
And he
damage.
went all the way with it.
Well, he took it to court. But she didn't even, this was my question at the time, was why did she show up? Because if somebody like, say, J.P. Morgan Chase, or, you know, here's the best example. The best example is there's this black woman who claims she wrote Matrix, and she claims she wrote, you know about her. And she's a total fraud. For anybody who's out there, there's let's see now, black woman, we'll look her name up because this is an important parallel. Woman wrote Matrix. We'll write that down. Wrote Matrix. Okay.
I wanted to believe.
Yeah.
Fuck those Wachowski sisters.
Yes. The anyhow, Lana and Lily Wachowski, the former evil Polish brothers. Now they're still evil Polish brothers. They're not bitches. Man. Okay. There's no woman in the world looks like that. You wonder, why do they bother? Why did they bother with full body sex changes? Not that we really know they actually got them. They could just be in drag and just claiming they got them. But either way, it's just it's an insult to femininity. Period. What they're doing. Okay, it's just they look awful.
But for the whole Republican Party to brace their fundamental philosophies on the Wachowski sisters movies, with Keanu Reeves, why? How did that happen? That's so fucked up.
Well, you're preaching to the converted here. So this crazy chick named Sophia Stewart. Just crazy black chick. That's all she is. She's just a crazy black chick. She claims she wrote their movies. Their movie, The Matrix, and she claims she wrote The Terminator. Which means that that somehow some poor black chick who gets ripped off by Cameron, who did The Terminator? What was it?
Oh, I hate that guy. Yeah, Cameron somebody.
Yeah. Him and the evil Polish brothers.
James Cameron.
Yeah, thank you. James Cameron, the evil Polish brothers.
Hate him.
Yeah, Wachowski brothers. Yeah. That these two fuckers are somehow focusing their attention on some black chick and reading what she writes as if that would ever happen. As if that would ever fucking happen. Like, they'd even look at what a black chick wrote, you know, other than askance. They would never even look at it. But she claims she wrote their movies and they all ripped her off. Well, anyhow, in the case of the evil Polish brothers, the Wachowskis, she takes them to court. And guess what?
All the way.
Yeah. Bigger than whale shit. Their attorneys tell them flat out, just don't show up. Because there's no point. All you're going to do is dignify her and dignify her absurd claim. There's no way you can win because no matter what you say, even when you win, it's just going to cost you more money and you're going to wind up with everyone believing her anyway simply because it's a protest against you. So you just don't show up. and that's what they did. They never showed up. So she wins by default. So because she won by default, then she spends the rest of her life claiming, see? But you see, it's meaningless because this is where they fucked her over. Because then the judge says, okay, you are awarded $250 million, whatever, right? You know, it was just millions of dollars, whatever. Doesn't matter. He could say you're awarded all the money in the world. She's got to hire the private detectives. She's got to hire the creditors. She's got to hire all the people to collect the money. Which
the enforcement.
Yeah, which she cannot do.
There's no enforcement.
Yeah, which she cannot do. She can't afford to pursue this at all. So they get away with paying.
Which is fucked up when you're right. And it really did happen, which has been the case many times in all kinds of situations, right?
Well, say, for instance, I tried to take
It's the fundamental injustice.
Well, that's where I am with Peter Moon, right? But I can't even afford to take it to court. I can't even afford to take it to court.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, so I can't afford the time. I can't afford
screwed.
the money. Yeah, so I'm just screwed. By a white son of a bitch who thinks he's black. Who thinks he's black.
Yeah, ironic.
And who, by the way, believe the Sophia Stewart story, which would make perfect sense because it's his kind of ripoff. You get what I'm saying? He claims he writes something.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so so he supported the Sophia Stewart story, which makes you know it's false. But at any rate, so when it comes to Sophia Stewart, this is what happened where I asked, why didn't Lori and Ann Fenton just not show up? Because there's no way Brett Loiter shows up in court, she doesn't, he wins. Okay, big fucking deal. How are you going to collect
$1,000?
Yeah, for $1,000. How are you going to collect $1,000? It would cost you tens of thousands of dollars to collect that $1,000 from Lori and Ann Fenton, unless you're doing this to make a point. Okay. So Vinny Barbarino's back, and so obviously the moderator didn't block him. So Vinny Barbarino says, "What's the matter, Dietrich? You don't have the skills to block me. Sucks to be you, Dietrich." Well, Peter Moon was really hurt. He was really hurt by our exposing him. Still hurt by what we're saying now. Yeah. No, it sucks to be you. Yeah. Of course, this
kind of does.
Yeah.
But it could be worse.
Yeah.
Much worse.
At any rate, when it comes to what happened with the, by the way, I did block him. So, yes, I can't count on my moderators for shit. So, Heather. So, Heather, if you saw that, why did you block him? Just out of curiosity.
Why didn't I block him?
Yeah. Remove him.
I thought I did.
Oh, okay. So thank you for trying.
See?
I appreciate that. So thank you. Appreciate your try. By the way, these people do have multiple accounts, and they can probably set them up under the same name. So Heather could very well have blocked him, and then they come back.
I've defied it.
Yeah. And if they, if they come back, well, obviously they have no lives. This is their entire life. And it goes to show how deeply they're hurt by what I say, which is, believe me, I relish your pain. Thank you for hurting so much. It does show how in pain you are, and that's good. It's good. It's where you belong. You belong in a pit of pain. So when it comes to, if you bother to show up, I mean, I wouldn't expend an iota of energy on going to another person's channel, entering in text. I mean, it's like, how you must have nothing going on in life. Certainly no friends.
Hey, I live in a pit of pain too, motherfucker.
Yeah, true enough. True enough. But these people deserve it. These people deserve it. And I actually enjoy their pain. Yes, and like Holly says,
I don't even do that shit to Trumpers.
Yeah. I mean, she would have you know why? Because you're in real pain. You have no energy to expend on that shit. It's
exactly.
Like, Jesus.
I'm too tired to suicide.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Yeah. But when it came to Brett Loiter, so my question was, why take it to a court? And first off, it shows he obviously did not know Lori Ann Fenton and knew nothing about her. And, but somehow, in his case, it all worked out for the worst. It worked out because she showed up. So when she showed up in court, he won. And then the judge said, give the man his $1,000. And she gave
Or
him,
you go to jail.
and she gave him $1,000. And she told him, when she gave it to him, she said, "You're going down." And
Ooh.
she brought him down. She brought him down. She was looking online, because these people are online. That's all they do, is they're online. And
God.
Brett Loiter,
Investigators.
yeah, anyhow, Brett Loiter had a kind of fascination for crazy chicks. And some chick claimed she was possessed. So he had to fuck her, because there's nothing like fucking a demon riding on a bitch, I guess.
Oh, man.
So,
Good evening, Douglas.
George Knight is joined.
Hey,
us.
George Knight.
I'm joined. How are you? Yes,
Well, welcome
me on.
aboard. We can raise the level of the
Yes.
conversation. We can raise the level of the conversation.
Help us.
Yeah, help bring us out of this spiral.
No,
Yeah,
thank you for
It's
having me
been
on,
pretty
Douglas.
fun, though.
it's been fun enough.
And
Yeah,
horrible. Yeah.
yeah. I hate to say it.
Well,
It is fun.
the
Yeah,
politics was very, very serious.
yeah.
And
Yeah, this was kind of like levity.
we
almost.
share your
Yeah.
pain.
Yeah. But with Brett,
Yeah.
Brett Loiter, just to complete the thought process, welcome aboard, George. And first off, before I
Yes,
complete
thank
the
you,
thought
Douglas.
process of Brett Loiter, could you do me a favor? I had sent you
Yes.
like a cutaway of an Andromeda Gare. Could you resend that back to me, either in email or in probably best in email? Could you
Yes.
remember that one I sent you?
Yeah, was it on Teams or was it via email, Douglas?
It was both. It was both. But if you could,
It was through both.
yeah,
Got you.
yeah.
Yeah,
Either way, just find it and send it back. That'd be nice.
Of course.
And yeah. So that, because otherwise I have to look for it in my files, and you know me. My files all get polluted by porn, so it's like then I get distracted by that. So, but all that being said, so were you able to read or review my essay?
No, I haven't yet, Douglas. I haven't yet, I'm afraid. I'm actually, I tried to look for it the other day, but I couldn't, review it anywhere. I don't know how to, I don't know if it was in my emails or if it was through, 'cause the message
I'll
was
send
for cover
it.
review.
I'll send it
Yeah.
again in email. I'll send it again
Yes.
in email, and I'll say 6 and
Thank you,
Ultimate
'cause-
Edition. He'll say 6 and Ultimate Edition, 66 pages. So I'll send it to you again
Appreciate
in
it,
email, and I'll
Douglas.
probably send it to everyone else simultaneously. And
Thank you.
Yeah, because I got 5.
yeah,
I got 5.
yeah. Well, this would be the
That's
6th
right,
one.
yes.
The only reason I went back to correct it was because I sent it to Marina Sarin and then did some final polishing. So
Yes.
I'll send that out again to everyone. So expect that within the next 24 to 48 hours. Okay, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Okay.
I did get the Epstein.
Thank you.
I did get the Epstein email though. I did get that one. That one did.
Yeah,
come
that
through.
was freaky.
Interesting.
That one.
Noam
did come through.
Chomsky and eyeballs.
Yeah.
That was great.
Oh.
I gotta step away for a minute, but I'll check back.
Yes, honey. Okay. And so
Okay. Love you guys.
Yeah, when you
Thank
come
you.
back, we'll complete the
Epic.
thoughts on Brett Loiter, the whole horror story, either that or the next episode in case you don't come back. So,
Very good.
all
I'm
right.
trying and dying.
Okay.
All right.
Love
Bye.
you. Bye
Thank
for
you.
now. Okay. And so, share with us, George, anything you feel comfortable
Yes,
sharing
sir.
about a situational status report update on yourself.
Yeah, no, I thank you so much, Douglas. Yes, and I appreciate you having me on. Yeah, because it's been like, I believe, a week or so since I last, was on the show. So, but yeah, I did go back to review what we were speaking about when I was last on. And so I did, I had to, obviously document what was said. Because it was just obviously a refresher, and that was relating to the Vatican that we spoke about. So I really appreciated that. So I've gone back to review that a few times in between our interaction. But yeah, no, I'm all right, Douglas. And I'll probably have a good half an hour with you on the show, and then and then when I do have to depart, I'll just let you know. But yeah, other than that, I'm all right. It's just been busy. It's just the same old. Yeah, it's just whenever I get any free time, I'll catch up with things. And yeah, I tried to access my emails from yourself. It's unfortunately I'm only logged in on my tablet, but yeah, it was only the Epstein file that the Epstein his property in New York, that email that came through, that was the only one that I could ascertain through my email.
You know
so,
what?
yeah,
What we'll do is I'll send it to
Probably.
you now, and that way we
Yes,
can make
thank you.
certain you get it. and at least open it. That's profoundly important. So let's do that.
Yeah.
And so
yeah, you can. Yeah, unfortunately, Douglas, I don't have it with me, so I'm not.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's not there. Yeah, I haven't got it on me. I'm out in the field right now, so
I see.
I don't have it. Yes.
So
It's
then
it's
it can
safe
wait.
locked away.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so we can wait then, and then it'll be the next 24 to 48 hours you'll get it, and just please be on the lookout for it, and tell me if you don't
thank
get
you.
it. Let me know if you don't get
yes.
it in the next 24 to 48.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, much.
In
appreciated,
fact, you'll get it
Douglas,
much sooner than later. You'll get it probably very shortly after the show, because I'll be so busy for the next 24 to 48 hours. You know.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what we're gonna do is kind of basically talk about what is it that you feel is most important to talk about. By all means. I mean,
Anything. Yeah, no, anything at all, Douglas. I did tune in very briefly in the night time. I woke up very, very early doors in the morning. I do suffer from hay fever, so obviously I had like a little hay fever attack, and so I had to deal with that. So I tuned in, and I didn't want to obviously stimulate my mind, otherwise I wouldn't get back to sleep. But I did tune in, and I did listen to yourself go on. I think it was some of the earliest hours, like the first hour or so, and you were speaking about the Henry Morgenthau plan. I did catch that bit very briefly, Douglas. But yes, I have looked into a bit of that. But obviously, what you get online is just a lot of just propaganda. It's
Thank you.
about they tried to justify the plan. They give all sorts of rationale behind it, but it's completely when you look into it, it was just a plan for killing millions of Germans at the end of it.
Thank you.
So that yes.
No.
As the article that you sent me the link to outlines quite in depth, deep, and in detail. So I very much appreciate that, Douglas. But it was the expansion and the continuity of what happened in the Americas when the Founding Fathers they integrated or incorporated what was going on in Britain, but with the Anglo-Saxons and the continuity and extermination of races from the north and south. But in the UK, it was the Celtics and the Gaelic peoples. I did catch that bit earlier, Douglas, which I've listened to you in the past go into that. So
thank you.
That was very important. That was very important. And I appreciated that, and that's something worth noting and going back and listening in thorough depth later on. So I will go back and review that part, Douglas, later on when I get some time. So other than that, there's so much to talk about. We could go over anything that's
and I'll timestamp it as well. So I'll timestamp that
much
section,
appreciated.
and
Yes.
that'll make it easier. Though of course, as you probably intuited, probably. Again, probably won't be on too long tonight, simply because it's an unusual night. I have, an appointment very early in the morning on Tuesday, so might as well get my sleep on Monday to make up for it. And, but all that being said, in terms of what's important right now, please continue. Anything that comes to your mind.
The only thing that's I'll just say just before I lose it was last week I did tune in, and like you did say to me the previous week that on the Wednesday show you will depart early because you got your dentist appointment,
right?
And they want you in at 8 o'clock. And I did catch the part, and you were so right with what you said. It's they want me in at 8 o'clock, but it's whether or not the staff are welcoming me to the doors. They're ready. So I was like, I could completely relate to that. Because I was like, that's so true. And people don't realise that. They want you in for an appointment slot, but it's whether or not the staff on duty are actually ready to open the doors and if they're ready to proceed.
Thank
you.
I
was like, no, that was very important. And I just like, I could relate to that so well because that's so true. People don't realise that.
Yeah.
It's like, I did understand, you need to get some sleep, and they're asking you to go in at, when the doors are supposed to open, but it's whether or not they're ready for you.
It's like I hope. You're well aware that there's, sometimes the staff isn't even there. It's like, go on,
and they're not with it. They don't know what's going on. And you just, They're like, I've got an appointment. They're like, have you? What's your name? And then they're, you know, they're cross-referencing, checking everything, and it's just like, wow, you're really not prepared for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I completely understood, Douglas. Yeah, I completely understand.
So aside from that, I do believe probably the email that I had sent to you was probably intercepted or something. That is so bizarre because that's it's odd that you didn't get it. And
exactly. I know other people have. The only thing I could think of is checking my junk mail, because I know sometimes it would.
It'll go spam. That's right. They'll
I
send.
haven't checked that.
Anything from Douglas Dietrich will go to spam. So always assume that. So definitely check your spam box within the next 24 to 48 hours. Just keep checking your spam box, because it's. Yeah, that's almost certainly where it goes. It goes to the spam box. Yeah, that's it's so sad. And also, so tell us about these attacks in England. Everybody's assuming that you're installing COVID generators or some insanity. So tell people about this. This is so horrible.
Yeah, so alarming. What was it? 600 reports from that article. There was like 600 that was reported, and you can imagine what was unreported of these attacks. These are just field operatives, field engineers,
like yourself. Just people like you.
Just like myself, Douglas. And yeah, we do. Thankfully, in the area I work in, and the thing is, you can't really say that too much, because even the most, even in the areas where it's supposed to be the safest, not always. You're going to get like the odd person. I mean, the places that I work most frequent, there are a lot of conspiratorial like theorists that dwell in those areas. I have been approached so many times asking me about those poles and asking, are they got any transmitters up there that are emitting like frequency waves on a spectrum that can compromise just our lives, or if they're doing anything to tamper with us. And I'm like, no, not at all. I'm just like, no, there is nothing up there that's doing anything to do any harm or damage to yourselves whatsoever. That would be completely irresponsible by anyone that tries to do that. And it's just like, why would they want to do why would they do that and put them on poles where people could just come along and just chop them down? They're only pieces of wood. Anyone could just come along and knock them down. And people they've set them on fire in the past. Yeah, you know, and it's just like, Christ.
And that's so dangerous. I mean, to set a fire that could easily spread and consume a neighborhood. Yes. I mean, that's beyond irresponsible. That's terrorism.
Yes,
it's truly.
Exactly, it's terrorism. It's terrorism, Douglas. Yeah. Do you know what, Douglas? Right now, there's so many things that spring into mind that we could talk about. But yeah, we'll stay on this train of thought, and we'll continue. But yeah, this is. I have come across personally people that ask me about it, and they talk about, you know, whatever they always say, well, I've done a bit of in-depth research. I've been reading online. And I found out this, and is it true? And they're asking me, is it true? And I'm just there reassuring them, no, none of that is true. You've got nothing to worry about. I said, I'm a fiber optic engineer. There is nothing that I'm installing that's going to do anything to harm you. But yeah, it's just overwhelming when you hear of these reports that are going on. People just, you know, getting spat on, they're getting assaulted, they're getting attacked. And they're just conducting their duties, their everyday duties, trying to maintain and repair services and try and get people connected. And it's quite alarming. And it's and it's all down to disinformation being spread.
Absolutely.
That's the danger.
Well, by the Russians. This is war. This is Psy war.
Yeah, it's Psy war.
Yeah. And,
yes. Thank you.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
So when some lady says we're not at war, I mean, and you say yes we are, you could bring this up as an excellent example. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, and it goes back to the whole, you know, with Michael Aquino with Mind War, and what he emphasizes in that book is that you don't need an army, as in like a physical military force, to conduct warfare. You could do it through psyops. You can attack the enemy without invading a homeland or invading a foreign nation. You could do this by conducting Psy wars. And this is all emphasized in that book. And this is what the Russians have integrated or incorporated in their strategy of waging war. And so, yeah, when you bring this up to people, they're just like their minds just go blank. They just don't have no comprehension about what's going on. They live in a false paradigm.
Absolutely, that's the horror of it. So when it comes to let's do a little bit of the screen share here, just out of curiosity. The other thing that I had sent you, I'm going to go into the calls here. Let me see now. When I go into, let's see if we can get this up and running. Okay, so we've got the calls. And I sent it to both yourself and the Infinite call, but you were lucky because the first time I sent it was the time that I could get it sent in order. The biggest problem is when you repeat these, they take it out of order. Like when I put the same thing I sent to you in Infinite call, our Infinite call, it went into out of order, and it's very confusing, and people have to number it by the pages. So here's where we're at. So one of the things that we noticed was, when we transferred to Microsoft Teams, all of the accounts, can you, I don't know, like you said, you're not near a computer. Can you see the screen share?
No, I can. I'm just using my phone, Douglas. I can see it. Yes, thank you.
So I want you to know several things that happened that are relevant. One is that when we transferred to Microsoft Teams, everyone, like, say, for instance, Aristides, Realtek, any American, all the Americans, their files transferred over to Microsoft Teams. But the two accounts that got wiped out, where even if they were transferred, their contents were empty, was Marina Sarin and yourself.
Yes.
And that's potentially because of some transatlantic shit, maybe because you're in England and she's in Spain and you're both considered European zone or something. Who knows? Or it might have been malevolent because both of you represent something important. Now, she came on. She came on with our latest episode, the last episode before tonight. She came on. She came on the show.
Scott. Yeah, she did. Yes, thank you. I didn't hear her. I did see it in the title though, Douglas. That's thank you for.
Okay.
I was going to ask that. Did she actually come on? That's brilliant.
Yeah. So she came on, and she came on because she was in terrible distress. She had come to the United States, which was always a mistake. And when she came to the United States, she began to be stalked by a Jewish individual who then has been harassing her ever since. So all of this is to be expected. But one of the things that Brendan Zogit and I emphasized to her was we asked her, did you ever get rid of Peter Moon's books? And she said, no, I never had the time. No. And so we told her, you've got to burn those books. And until you find a place where you can burn them, because she wants to take them outside the village to a burn pit. But until she can get to that, we said, salt them, put the mirror on top facing down, reflect his spell casting back to him. But it's obvious that she's being very impacted by his binding spell, which he attached to those books by his own, definition, by his own retelling of the tale. At the time that he did this, he told me such. So that was one factor. When she came on, then Aristides, his file split into two, like a paramecium that had been cut in a biology lab. And the same thing happened with mine. Somehow my account split into two on his end. All very odd. And a number of electronic interference things going on. So, but that having been articulated, so when we go to your file and we scroll up, so I'm just going to try and confirm with you while we're on a call together that you, so you did indeed receive all of these paperback book pages. You received them, all these, you recognize these, right?
They came through, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. They did.
And did you ever have a chance to review them? Did you ever have a chance?
I haven't read them. No. I'm just grateful that you sent them, so then I can go back and review those, Douglas. Okay.
So one caveat here that I did recognize later, because this book was printed in the 90s. It was the 80s, 90s. I finally realized why they put Chile on the side of the Sino-Indian Third World power bloc was because Chile at that time had undergone a communist vote. In other words, they had voted in a communist government under Allende, and that's why it was put there on the map. So it's very dated because Allende was then overthrown by Pinochet. And General Pinochet then set in the permanent fascist government, which effectively still rules Chile to today. So that explains that at least. So I didn't think about that till after I spoke to you, and
Yes.
so that's an important point to make. So that having been articulated, I also emphasize a few things other in the title of that, but we're obviously not going to go in the direction of that right now. I just want to make sure that you received that and all that, and you've confirmed it. So all that being said, obviously, as I said, Marina was having a hard time of it. We've hopefully have helped her because we gave her all the advice that we could. But we're definitely on this side of the fence, the Atlantic. We're under a lot of electronic harassment. Now, you yourself, how much are you willing to share? And I don't think I'm giving anything away by telling people this. You did notice at one time that you were under essentially some pretty heavy surveillance. Are you willing to share anything about that, or just acknowledge it and move on? Just
I don't mind at all, Douglas. I'm happy to share anything that I can, that springs to mind consciously. I can. Obviously, if I feel uncomfortable, I will say, "Oh, sorry, we'll move on."
Right.
But yes, obviously, with like my job, for instance, what I can share is I'm under all the time under surveillance at all times with my work job. I'm constantly being watched and monitored. They watch everything that you do. We've got trackers, and they can listen in. They can see exactly what I'm doing and where I am at all times. So, it's not to me, it's not unusual. I'm just the way I go about my everyday life is I'm constantly under surveillance. I'm constantly being monitored. And if anyone ever looks at, just come on this show and listen to what Douglas says, and he'll tell you he's been under constant assault ever since he became a public informant. And anyone who affiliates themselves with Douglas, anticipate and expect that to happen to you as well. So to me, it's the norm. But if, like yourself, Douglas, when you go on, like you were conducting all these public interviews and you do these shows week in and week out, this is what keeps you alive, what keeps you going. And it's like myself, people will know if anything happened to me, because it'll be obvious and prevalent. And I've got people around me constantly. I'm surrounded by so many people, and that's how I protect myself, by keeping myself very active and constantly around people. And so people will know if anything happened to me, but they'll know the reasons why it happened. So if anything was to happen, they'll know why. And so
very important. Very, very.
It is very important. Yes. Just to so I don't fear that at all. And it's like, if you're going to dive into that world, you have to be prepared and ready for that. And I remember learning that from yourself many years ago, Douglas, when you said, if you're going to dive into the world of like conspiracy, so to speak, expect assaults, expect people to monitor and watch you, and you have to anticipate all that, and expect having these enemies out there, expect the to have gang stalking conducted to you, which is illegal. And so expect all that. And so that's just what's happened. It's just it's just my normal everyday life now. But I know what will keep me safe is just being surrounded by people and being frequent and active. They'll get you when you're most vulnerable. I remember a few years ago I was invited to Poland for a wedding, and I refused because I was like, no, because I'll be vulnerable at that stage. So I didn't do that.
Well, you must have had Max Spears in mind. The Max Spears experience must have helped
exactly. Exactly. Yes. Exactly, Douglas. So,
and by the way, help confirm to our listeners, because Holly did bring this up. Holly was talking about the Max Spears death, and what was it? She was asking what made Max Spears so important that they would kill him. Now, she doesn't doubt that he was murdered, but she was saying what made him so important that they would kill him. And if I'm not mistaken, either they finally confessed to his death, or were released a documentary about him on Aquino's birthday, or he died on Aquino's birthday. I'm trying to remember, but there was definitely an Aquino connection. But
there was a Aquino date. Yes, absolutely, Douglas.
Yeah, involved.
Yes.
Yeah, but
And he
beyond
was talking about him.
Yeah.
And he was talking about him in the last interview. Yeah.
but the most important
But
thing
his
is
affiliation.
yeah, he's the most
It was his
important.
affiliation with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the most important thing was the last few. One of his last words, one of his last sentences was, "Go to Douglas Dietrich. Douglas Dietrich can tell you all about Michael Aquino. It's Douglas Dietrich who's the expert on Michael Aquino." That's on record. So
Yes, exactly.
that
Yes.
was one of the factors that sealed his death. It was he
Yes.
was publicly promoting myself and going out on a limb to do so, and they killed him. So, and you can hear them killing him. You can hear his death. It's like a snuff film, except it's audio. It's like a snuff audio recording.
Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and so obviously
Exactly.
you kept this in mind when you were invited to a wedding in Poland. Holy shit! I mean, oh my God, what an ambush!
Invited. Yeah. No, absolutely, Douglas. No, absolutely. And the worst thing is what they labeled him, the publicity, what the what do you call it, the press, or just the I'll just call it the tabloids, the way they titled, and the way they when they put the title about Max Spears' death, they labeled him a conspiracy theorist.
Of course.
And obviously that's the title they tried to title myself with, people around me. And I've always noticed, like, before I met Douglas Dietrich, before I knew Douglas even existed, when I was speaking of things about 9/11, when I was outlining the connection between Israel and 9/11, and, such and such, so many other, dwelling in so many different areas, which is what most people do when they're diving into that realm of, diving into that rabbit hole, so to speak. Nobody once called me a conspiracy theorist. Not a single person said anything negative about me.
There we are.
As soon as I started, reciting what Douglas was saying, I started relaying that. Then, not met personally, but when I started to communicate with Douglas, and then I became affiliated, that's when people started to turn on me.
Yes.
And it's because it was all fact.
Yes.
Nothing, and it was all undeniable.
Yes.
And when you say the truth, God, just expect it. Just know that you're going to get it real hard when you start to do what I did, started sharing information that I learned from Douglas. Douglas is he was titled a public informant, but he worked as a government bureaucrat, as a civilian for the Department of Defense. So he knows what he's talking about, because he's been dealing with these documents and records that date back to the Spanish-American War. He knows all the inside out of pretty much everything in history, and that is just prevalent in just listening to him. Douglas knows what he's talking about. And that's just from experience, just listening to him. And people find that very threatening. They do not like it. Like you would say just before I came on the show, Douglas, I think you were just speaking to Holly and to Heather about it. People do find you a significant threat.
Yes.
And for that reason. And it's because they want to be just like you. And the reason why I know that is because I would love to have Douglas's knowledge. I would love that, because I share the same compassion as Douglas does. And that's why I get on so well with Douglas, because we share the same, and we have the same goal. We want people to know the facts and the truth about your reality. And you live in a false paradigm. You live in a false reality. And when you come to us, you start to get the truth, and you start to realize, but it's opened up Pandora's box. It's contrary to what you believe. And so people find that a massive threat, and it's very disheartening for people. They can't comprehend and they can't accept it. Yeah, because you come to us and we tell you, you lost the Second World War. And they're like, that's not what we were taught in school. That's not what we were learning. That's not what my parents told me. And it just shatters people's paradigms.
Yeah, I mean, it breaks them. It really breaks them. And they at that point, you consider yourself fortunate if you haven't made a blood enemy, simply because people are that incredibly upset.
Yes.
So yeah, Heather says, and Heather, don't be afraid to say this verbally. I mean, whenever you want to express something, you're free to just interject yourself verbally. But she says, I think the threat is in his knowledge itself, especially when they're trying to manipulate the timelines and change history, which people can take that literally or figuratively. Obviously, if people were to take it literally, do think about what we've discussed concerning real time travel, which is, as I pointed out, the technology of the breakaway civilization. And the interesting thing is, if you and I speak of the breakaway civilization, here we are speaking with plenty, we're in the zone where plenty of other people who are on History Channel all the time will speak in these terms. They'll use terms like that. But they never say anything specific, and what they say doesn't make sense.
Exactly. No, nothing makes sense, Douglas. None of them. It's all incoherent. And all it does is just causes more confusion. And when you, the way to explain it to people is when we explain what actually happened in historical context about the aftermath and the conclusion of World War II, the reason why they lied to you about the ending of World War II is because they were covering up their incompetence. But the way they are sophisticated is that you are so susceptible to the lie, and they propagandize it, and that's how they operate. And I was thinking just yesterday, Douglas, is because the government, whenever they've come out publicly and told people in hard, concrete, objective fact about the outcome of something, they have been burned and stung so hard. Now they operate on the level of, make up your own mind.
Yes.
That's the whole point of the information on the internet, the information highway that you ascertain on the internet as an information consumer. You think because you are jaded and you are hip, what's the term? What's the phrase, Douglas? Sorry, you feel like
in America we'll use the term streetwise. Yeah, there's jaded, faded, sophisticated.
Jaded, faded, sophisticated. Yes.
It's streetwise, but they tend to think of themselves as streetwise, and But go on,
because they have like these devices at their fingertips where they can ascertain any information they want, and they believe everything that they read on the internet. They think everything that they see and they read is based on fact. Just like when I'm coming across, an everyday account, these accounts in my everyday duties, these people approaching me, asking me about these telephone masks or these telephone poles, and asking me, are they emitting 5G? Or if they're emitting COVID rays, or the frequency waves.
I'm sorry. So just think of the sheer insanity. Think of the sheer insanity. In other words, George Knight doesn't just have to be an engineer. He has to assume the role of essentially an on-the-spot counselor and basically a psychological operator, because he's dealing with people who are obviously pathologically disturbed because they're diving online without adult supervision. And I don't care what their age is. They've got... This is the horror, is that most of these people, the biggest problem is, now, in all fairness, generally speaking, we hope, or we like to think, children who grow up with the internet have more discernment because they're more familiar with the medium and they know how much can be falsified. But it's like the older people are, the easier they're fooled, and they just accept everything they see as gospel truth. But go on, back to George. So you're confronted with these people, and these people, and it's not children. I take it none of these attacks are from children. None of these questions are from children. They're adults that are
older than me. Older than me, not being ageist or anything like that, Douglas. I know when somebody's older than me. I can quite easily identify when someone is much older, just based upon the way they speak
and they live in fear. They live in a world of fear.
Paranoia, and Douglas, and they approach me to try to either confront their fears or they're trying to assert reassurance from me. So you
have this double job. You're not just a field engineer. you're basically, it's almost like an on-call home visit psychologist who's required to talk people down. You're required to talk people down because you're in a situation where wherever you go to install the technology, you are met with basically, at the very least, a passively hostile public that is essentially pre-programmed to perceive what you're doing as suspect based on what the Russians have, all the toxic shit the Russians have poured into the sewer of the internet.
Have encouraged. Yes, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. And this is why, when you speak to me or Douglas, we'll tell you about the GI generation, that greatest generation of all time. And, people perceive that. By the way,
we're saying that with great irony. I assure you.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly, Douglas. And so, people, in their perspective, they believe that the GI generation was the greatest generation because they stood up and they stand by their president or their king, and they fought for king and country or president and country. This is what people believe. They believe that GI generation, the World War II era generation, they believe that they were the greatest generation of all time because they stood up and fought for a patriotic war, the so-called Great War. And when you speak to me and Douglas, we outline they were a great generation, absolutely, in that respect, but they are susceptible to believe in everything Uncle Sam told them. Yeah. And what Uncle Sam told them was, you are the winner of World War II. You won the Second World War. So they believed it, they sucked it up, and they've regurgitated that for generations now. And the next generation regurgitated that disinformation, and this has just been passing on generation after generation. Everyone today now believes that they are the winners of World War II, they are the victors, and that they are the greatest nation on earth. This is the true consensus and thesis of the American populace and the British populace. Exactly the same. They believe they're the victors of World War II. So when you come to me or Douglas and we say, oh, but the Russian Federation are still legally at war with Japan, North and South Korea are still legally in a state of war, Communist China is still legally at war with the National Republic of China and Taiwan, and you mention all these other nation states that are still legally at war. We're still legally at war with the 1,000-year Reich in exile, and this completely flips people's paradigms. Completely flips them.
And they can't handle it. They really can't.
And they just don't know what to do. And just as I've outlined time and time again on this show, Douglas,
they usually just shut down, right? They usually just shut down.
Yeah, and they ignore me, or they try to shut me down, which is what they cannot do. Because if they wanted to, if anybody truly believes what they believe is true, all they have to do is take me to court.
Yeah. Yes.
All they have to do is to say, well, I don't believe anything you're saying, George. Let's take you to court. And so then we're presented in front of a jury, in front of a judge, and we're presented all this evidence, and no one is going to favor these people because everything they say is full of garbage.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Because there's nothing that backs their statements up. There is nothing out there that backs that up whatsoever. Any dates that they mention about World War II ending is all completely a farce.
Thank you.
There is nothing that the government legally recognizes.
Yes, quite true.
So,
yes.
And then what have they got as evidence? There is nothing. At that point, their case is closed. Their case it's a win. It's a win on my streak. That's why nobody does it, Douglas.
Yes.
Because if they really wanted to shut me down officially, they could take me to court. But guess what? They know they're going to lose. They got nothing to stand on.
Yeah, and that's so important. And of course, it's important to include Russia as one of the allies that is truly convinced at the public level that they won the Second World War.
Yeah,
and that's why they've launched another war with Ukraine. On the claim that the Ukrainians are Nazi, as a matter of fact, which is a direct affront. If they won the war, how would a Nazi Ukraine even exist? But exactly, this is the insanity of their position. Their position is so insane, it cannot explain their reality. They live in a self-contradictory world.
Yes. It's contrarian. It's completely contradictory. Yes.
Yes. So
everything does. Nothing makes any sense.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, when people say these outlandish statements like they're the victors of World War II, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And by all means, do continue. I'm going to show you actually some links here that are on YouTube to give you an example, and it's important because, for one thing, it's the day of the Nagasaki bombing. We're dealing with the anniversary of the Nagasaki bombing was yesterday, so it's important to bring that up, and it's important to bring up the new propaganda offensive. Now, Brendan Zogia is convinced that the Russians are literally funding this, and I'm certain that there's a great deal of truth to that. I'm certain that they fund a good deal of it. But certainly the allied governments of America is truly behind it. I do think that Britain is obviously, first off, Britain's dealing with a number of challenges. The challenges that the British have dealt with is after supposedly winning World War II, the British quality of life has been so poor, and they've gone through austerity for so long that I think it's just harder and harder to maintain that lie in Britain. So I do believe that even though you're personally encountering any number of people who are pathologically skeptic, it's more out of a sense of reactionary national pride. But if you were to confront them about, hey, look at your quality of life, how can you possibly say you won the war? They would be left speechless. There's no words with which they could really come back at you with. I'm sure you've tried that.
Exactly.
I'm sure you've tried that. At various times.
Oh no, yeah, and
what was the response?
Had, people's reaction.
Yeah,
and I've had people's reactions saying that, oh, how could this happen? Because we are the victors of World War II. How could it possibly be? And then they come to us and they get the answers they need, but it's not the answers they want. But yeah, please continue, Douglas. Bear with me for just a moment. I'm just going on mute. Thank you.
Okay, and so what I'll do is, until he returns, we just want to reemphasize the importance of what we're contending with is a true matrix of misinformation. And people are all enamored of that these days. They are all just desperate to understand why their world is so fucked up and where it all went wrong. And when we expose that to them, exactly where it went wrong and what these people have been told is a lie, it's not an answer they want to hear. Brendan Zogia pointed out the fact that he's got some friend of his who's a fan of everything I say, except he cannot accept that America lost the war because it's reflexive national pride. Yeah, well, all the pride in the world is not going to help you. It's not going to make your reality any better. So okay, so here we are, and we're going to go into the. We're going to go into certain videos here just as a review and have our man George Knight kind of provide an analysis. And what I can do is I can provide him the links privately if he wants them. Then he can deconstruct them point by point. But it's probably you don't even really need to look at these other than what I'm showing you now. Honestly, if you want me to, I'll send you the links later. But it's almost redundant. So let's get a start. So here we have what's called a short, and the short is by this old. Now notice the age of these people. This is the first thing I'm going to point out is the age of these historians and economists is quite pronounced, comparatively speaking. This guy is no spring chicken. This guy is pushing retirement. He's either pushing retirement or he's past retirement, and he's like called back to duty. Seriously, I mean, like called back to duty. Like people offered him money to get out of retirement, and so his title of his short here, because they got to make it short, because Americans' attention span is what, 6 seconds. So they got to make it short.
It's like a goldfish.
So they said, what happens when you start a war you can't possibly win? So this is what they start in on World War II. Now, this is just published days ago. And so he says, oh, yeah, so here we are. Germany started a war. It couldn't possibly win. Now, the point here is to point out the Axis as the aggressors and say that the Axis has no capacity to carry out their war of aggression. So he's saying the Germans and the Japanese are so maniacally stupid that they would start something in a position in which they were utterly powerless. Now, no one does that. No one does that. So already it's a position of extreme unbelievability. You'd have to be an idiot to believe this person, but people believe it because Douglas. People are just stupid, and this way they can dismiss their enemies as stupid. Yet, if you take a look at Germany and Japan, their economy dominates the world. Their technology dominates the world. It's everyone else who's far behind. Certainly communist China, as I said, could have easily overwhelmed the world as an industrial factory floor, but it's not like they were producing high technology. So we're shown this quite early, even when basically here's an MiG, as they pointed out, the jet that terrified the West, the MiG Foxbat. Now, the whole point here is that when the MiG Foxbat defected, a pilot of theirs defected to Japan, Japan was shocked because the plane designed in the 70s was still using vacuum lamps, not microchips, not even transistors. So when the Japanese turned it over to American engineers, they said, it's a piece of shit. It's a piece of shit. We don't even know how it flies. In other words, it's so bad, it shouldn't even be able to fly. So all it could do was make an escape trip to Japan, and they said the rest of the MiGs sitting there on the airfields are incapable of waging combat. They're all just decoys. Either this whole operation is a decoy, but they proved it was real, and they said, God damn, the Russians have got fucking nothing. So how could you even believe they won the war? Well, that's where this rationalist comes in. So when you've got the rationalist saying, oh, well, you see, the Russians said, we don't need that high technology. I'm going to go back to sharing the screen in a second. I had to stop sharing it because I've got to go back to what happens when you start a war you can't win, and we'll see if I can reach that. I've got to somehow shrink this and then click on that. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. So I got to stop sharing and then go back to that video and then open it again. So here we'll go over what this guy says because it's important that you understand this is the rationalizations you're going to get at this point in history.
Exactly.
Is they say, here we are, he's going to say this. They started a war with powers they had no ability to reach their homeland, and they lost. He says, unsurprisingly, the Americans said as soon after Pearl Harbor, we have 4 engine bombers, we have 2 on the drawing boards, we're going to bomb their capitals into smithereens, we're going to land, we're going to have the Navy to do it. Britain says, we have a Navy, we're going to help you. We have a 4-engine bomber, and the Russians said, we don't need those, we're on land, but we'll be in Berlin. Now Germany, Hermann Goering said to Hitler, how are we going to get to New York? And Hitler said, you declare war on it. He says, we're going to have an America bomber. And we don't even have any bomber. How are we going to get there? And Admiral Yamamoto was asked that, when are you going to bomb San Diego? When are you going to bomb Portland? He said, I'm never going to bomb Portland. Well, that's not going to stop Detroit. These places making the weapons, they had no idea. They started a war with powers. They had no ability to reach their homeland, and they lost. So this is a circular argument. You notice that's it's on a loop.
Yeah.
So it's on a circular argument, but the reality is the Germans reached America through a massive sabotage campaign that killed millions of American women who were working in the industries, and they impacted the industry severely while they prepared to evacuate, with the largest evacuation in recorded human history, to Unterland. And the Japanese, of course, invaded American airspace with biological weapons.
All the time.
Yes.
Throughout all those years of proactive prosecution of hostilities.
Yes.
And Brazil has the highest, out of Japan, Brazil has the highest population of Japanese. That's because they were frequently landing on the
Yes.
in Brazil throughout the entirety of the war.
Yes.
And it's just and they try to make out, these historians try to make out there was no invasion. We can fight the war over there, but they can't wage it here. And yet they don't ever outline the fact that war was going on over the continental United States throughout the entirety of the war. And there was the American home front.
Yes.
And they never outline that. They don't. And it's like with the Fugo bombs, the Fugo balloons.
Yes.
That was crossing the Pacific Ocean from Japan to the Americas. They tried to say that only 5 fatalities occurred during the entirety of that war on the homeland of the United States, and they died by these forest fires. That was
they said it was one. They were having a picnic and they found one balloon bomb and played with it. That's what they claim.
And they claim only 5 died, 5 fatalities throughout the entirety of that war in the continental United States.
Thank you. That's the insanity of their claim. Now take a look at what they're trying to push. So here we are. Now look, you can take a look at the. Here's the channel. The channel's World War II U.S. bombers. So that gives you all you need to know. And they say, now remember, the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Nagasaki was yesterday. So he says, Boxcar's atomic bombing of Nagasaki destruction goal. Urban or industrial. Surprising results. During the second atomic bombing mission on August 9th of 1945, Boxcar was diverted. You like that term? Diverted. From its primary target, the city of Kokura, Japan, to Nagasaki, Japan, due to target visibility issues over Kokura. Target visibility issues. Now, you know what they'll say is oh, well, you know, it was foggy. It's an atomic bomb. You don't need to aim. It's a fucking heavy bomb. The wind's not going to blow it off course. You just go over the city and you drop it. It's simple. It's not rocket science. But what they experienced was Japanese interceptors. And the Japanese interceptors, because it was a hornet's nest, then their fuel bay got punctured by bullets, and high explosive, highly inflammatory, high-octane aviation fuel flooded the bomb bay in which the bomb was sitting, and they all said, oh shit, we're all gonna die. They turned around and flew away, and in their panic, dropped the bomb on Nagasaki. So what this clown is saying, in defense of U.S. bombers, he's saying, the bomb was dropped 2.1 miles north of the assigned aim point at Nagasaki. The bomb destroyed 1.8 square miles of Nagasaki and killed 40,000 people. Now, by the way, Heather says, I love you guys, gotta go now, so let me give her just
good night.
we love you dearly. Heather, do you want to say goodnight to everybody? You can come on and say goodnight if you wish, honey, by all means. Let's see if she comes on. And
good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night, Heather.
We love you.
Okay. Bye, George. It's good to hear from you.
Bye-bye, Heather. Yeah, good to hear from you too, Heather. Take care of yourself. Speak to you next time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be listening.
Oh, we love you, Heather. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love you too, Vin.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so then it says...
Yeah, this is...
had the bomb detonated at its assigned aim point, a case can be made the death toll would have at least doubled to 80,000, given its location to Nagasaki's urban core. So what they're trying to say is, guess what? They're trying to say the target wasn't the... What exactly are they trying to say? Because it's so stupid.
It is, Douglas.
Yeah. The first time that you see the clickbait, they're basically saying that the target was not the industry, it was the people. And they're trying to say that because they destroyed none of the industry. So they're trying to make an excuse. So if you actually suffer through the 10 minutes of this, what they're saying is, well, you see, our target wasn't the industry, it was the people, which they're basically saying it's a terrorist attack. And so they say the hypocenter here didn't target the industries because we're trying to terrorize the Japanese people into submission, so the industries were in touch. What they're not telling you is they fucked up, they panicked, they didn't hit anything except a bunch of population center because they didn't aim. This is where the aiming comes in.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
They are going on that trajectory course of revisionism to like a completely, irrational level now. It's just ridiculous for the likes of you and me to listen to what they're claiming, and it's just absolutely preposterous. Even the fact that people don't even realize that Emperor Hirohito even knew what they would do, and the Americans, like you said, they were being intercepted, and Emperor Hirohito gave the order for them to allow the bomb to be even dropped. Otherwise, it would take out the national grid if they actually
destroyed it in the air,
the boxcar in the air.
Yes,
and they allowed it. And then you have the what the other thing the Americans claim is, it was the whole campaign runs, these carpet bombings, the incendiaries that were dropped, what they call the strategic bombing campaigns. They were so effective that to bomb Japan into surrendering. But yet they will also basically, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for the word. They'll admit that the broadcast of the crown jewels, with Emperor Hirohito's is it the crown jewels, what it was referred to, that radio broadcast when the nation heard the emperor's voice, Empress Showa's voice?
Yeah, well,
everybody, that was broadcasted throughout the entirety of Japan. And so what does that tell you?
That's right.
It's done nothing to affect the Japanese industry.
Or its national grid in terms of communications. The Americans never explained that. If the Japanese communications grid was destroyed, how is it everybody in Japan could hear Emperor Hirohito at once? Which is the first thing the Americans tell you, is that not only everyone in Japan, but he was heard by all the forces all over Asia. So not only did they have a national grid, but their communications all over Asia still stood. How is that possible? So you'll notice something they point out here. Here's what they say. Fat Man detonated at an altitude of 1,650 feet over Nagasaki with a yield of 21 kilotons, about 40% more powerful than Little Boy had been. It did so almost directly above the Mitsubishi factories that were the city's primary targets, rather than over the residential and business districts further south, which is in direct contradiction to what we saw on the map. Tens of thousands of civilians, especially children, had already been evacuated from the city. Now, it's interesting Hirohito managed to get all the children out. They never tell you that. Think about, how did Hirohito know this?
Exactly. They knew about it.
Yes. And then the series of hills bracing Nagasaki also somewhat confined the initial blast. Actually, they deflected it and restricted the damage. So anyhow, that being said, then they drag this old woman out. So here we are. We're going to be confronted with this old historianist. And this woman is ancient. I mean, this is like a caricature. And so they bring her out of retirement, and she's here to say, Japan brought knives to a gunfight. Her name's Sarah Payne. So Sarah Payne...
it's so offensive.
Paine is claiming, the Japanese had no technology. And she points out because they had their swords and bayonets. Absolutely zero aviation fuel. And yet somehow they were able to interdict Boxcar over Kokura, the National Armory. Again, so here she is. The United States had 18 million men in supply services supporting the riflemen at the front. 18 men for each rifleman, 8-to-1 ratio. Japan had 1-to-1. That means Japan used their men more efficiently. And it says right here, weapons in war, the bayonet, artillery, machine guns were obsolete. What they had going on in the Pacific. So Japan already suffering food shortages before Pearl Harbor. Yes, this is why they had to expand. That's the whole point. So, by the way, Brendan says Sarah Payne is gross. Yes, she's like a caricature. And she's saying, here we are. She says, academic failure. It's true. Thank you so much. This is why they brought her out now. She's a propagandist. So she's basically here to say, see, the Japanese, they can't win. And of course, it's a complete denial of Japanese technology, which I've explained. And then there's where the propaganda really comes in, and what they're trying to propagate now. This is Putinist Trump's America. So in Putinist Trump's America, they're coming up with the Russians are the hero bullshit. What really forced Japan surrender? Atomic bombs or the Soviet invasion of Manchuria? And so they say, it was the Soviets that culminated. Now the insanity here is the Japanese and the Russians are still at war.
Exactly,
So
Douglas.
how could the Soviet invasion of Manchuria end the war? When, here's what they say, the Soviet invasion of Manchuria led to Japan's greatest defeat, World War II. Yet the Japanese and the Russians are still at war, so obviously the Russians never defeated them.
Exactly.
This is
Exactly,
the
Douglas.
insanity of their propaganda. So their propaganda is based on a lie. Everything you're told is a lie. And as a result, they come in and they gang stalk me and harass me in my chat room because that's how frightened they are of me. You missed it earlier.
Yeah,
Some guy in the chat room was haranguing me and, you know, going for the route of, oh, you're gay, you wear a cock ring. And this is what they're left with. This is what they're left with.
Character assassinate. Yeah, character assaults. And they try to, discredit you by attacking you personally. And yet they do nothing to, disseminate the truth. They try, because they can't, because it's a fact. And so that's what they're left with. They've got no other...
And you can bring up the fact that Hirohito demanded as his victory conditions that the British reinstate him as a Knight of the Order of the Garter as British royalty, and the British did so.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, there's so many things. There's so much we could say to, deconstruct all these, Allied claims that they won the Second World War. We could go on for hours. There's so much, absolutely so much. And the fact that the one of the Japanese demands, I was only thinking about this yesterday, they demanded that the Americans dismantle their Department of War. And people can look up, ever since the establishment of that Constitutional Republic of the United States, they had a Department of War. That was dissolved and dismantled because of Japanese demands. Yes. And that was the time during the peace talk-down processes. And that was during the middle of the Japanese-American War in the Second World War. And now they don't have a Department of War no more. Instead, they have a Department of Defense.
Yes. And they've never declared war again. The Japanese said, you will never declare war ever again. And the Americans have never declared war ever again. And very important to explain how you had these subsidiary wars that were just basically theaters of World War II that continued in conflict. If we take a look at the essay that I'm writing right now, so when it comes to the essay that I'm been asked to write by T. Tank Berry on Transnistria. Now, what do you remember about Transnistria? Do you remember any?
No, nothing. I'm afraid, Douglas. I do apologise. I do have to depart very shortly, but we will please continue this conversation.
Well, Wednesday, will you be able to join us on Wednesday?
We will. Yes, absolutely. Same time, Douglas. Same time, same place. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, I do apologise, but please continue talking because I'll continue to listen in.
Okay.
Yes, very much. I do apologise. I have to go.
No worries. No worries. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, for God's sake.
You too. Yes. Yeah, you too, Douglas. And I'll inform you if anything happens after our conversation about what's going on.
And check your spam box. Yeah, keep checking your spam box. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Yes, I will do, Douglas. Take care. Love you, big boss.
Bye for now.
Take care of yourself. Bye.
Okay, that's our man, George Edward Knight. And if Brendan Zogic cares to rejoin me, that's great. And we can go into some other topics. Otherwise, we did a good 5.5 hours. And we can call it a night, really. Unless Brendan wants to come on. Yeah, I know you're still out there, Brendan. If you want to come on, let's go ahead and we can bitch a bit. Feel free to vent about work. I mean, God, you've earned it. You might as well indulge yourself in a little catharsis and venting about work, because God knows your work fucking it's a nightmare. Whatever all the challenges Brenda is dealing with, or the latest occult assaults. Should you be up to that? Because I know reliving the horror isn't necessarily the healthiest thing for the trauma that they cause. That's the attacks are ongoing. And I don't know if you heard it, Brendan. Did you hear the Did you hear the idiots who were in the chat, the trolls? They were coming in heavy tonight. We really did a number about them. They're going all out to Peter Muniz, and well, that's good, and it shows just how his whole life is centered on us now as a gang stalker. Just like I guess these are his new friends. You can call them the new welfare queens. The new welfare queens are paid trolls. That and the military. The military and paid trolls on the so-called Condor program of Michael Aquino. Okay, so that all having been articulated, we've been on for 5 hours and 41 minutes. We are going to now basically emphasize to everyone the fact that I'll need financial support this month in an intensive mobilization effort of your resources to preempt my homelessness. I'm always just a few feet away from the curb. My home is only a few feet away from the curb, and I am literally myself only a few feet away from the curb. And all that keeps me from winding up on that curb is your financial support. This is what I have to ask for by federal law. I am part of the 250% Working Disabled program, and that means that I have to work to keep my SSDI valid. Otherwise, I'm guilty of serious federal fraud. As a result, I'm here hosting this program, and it's certainly an honor to, of course, work and serve all of you. And in return, I have every expectation that you help myself. So make certain to do so, and make certain I make the rent this month. We need contributions that count, meaning we need contributions seriously of the absolute minimum would be $250. Really, if it's beneath that, there's not really a point. It's not helping. In fact, it's really offensive. So if you're going to contribute, you've got to contribute at least an absolute bare minimum of 25 United States dollars, and that's for people who are living in 10 cities. Anyone else, we really need half $100 to $100 contributions. That's the only thing that will work toward the $900 we're trying to realistically raise to pay rent, and while maintaining my supplies. And okay, so that having been articulated, I'm going to need to discuss some things privately with Brendan Soget. So we might as well end the show early tonight. I can give him a call. He's almost certainly still awake because they've changed his schedule. And such having been articulated, join us on Wednesday. We'll be back here at the same time, same place, and again discussing topics that are incredibly offensive to people simply because they're real and they're true and they're undeniable. And as a result, obviously people become hostile and they're very threatened, and that's because they want to continue living in their fucked up little world of stupidity and ignorance. That's what it comes down to. It's no longer even ignorance. Now it's simply stupidity that has people drowning in their fantasies, trying to maintain some sense of misplaced patriotism in a sewer of shit that their life is, and they're trying to figure out where it all went wrong. Well, as a historian, I can tell you where it went wrong. It's believing a bunch of stupid propagandists like those we've just reviewed. So, okay, such having been articulated, our numbers are good. I need your help with rent. We're trying to raise 800 United States dollars as an absolute minimum. We need contributions of $100 or more as the norm, as the median. And with that, same time, same place. We're going to be back on Wednesday, and let's take a look at what date that is, and take it from there. We'll be back at the beginning of what Americans misunderstand. The closest concept would be Japanese Halloween. We're going to be back on Obon Motsuri, the Lantern Festival, the Sorike, the Ancestral Spirits season. So it starts on Wednesday the 13th. We'll be back. It also is coincident with Bullying No Way Week. So we'll be back for both those, and on Wednesday the 13th of August. Wednesday the 13th. Do join us then. And then it only gets spookier from there. All right. Okay. Putting an end to live stream for tonight. And our dear Vril, Goddess bless you, Aristides. Love you dearly. Okay. Our man Aristides, our production engineer, has added a link, and his please contribute. Goddess bless you, Aristides. You are the man. All right. Wonderful. Ending stream.